I don't know about
I'm
tomorrow.
sorry. Is your God the God of the Bible?
He is. He is. Yeah, yeah, he is.
Why do you sound unsure? Because like I need to qualify
I
you,
mean,
and it's
because
kind of
he's
important. I
more
don't
than
want
the
to.
God of the Bible. I mean, he is
Wait,
God,
are
the
you
only God.
Muslim? Are you Muslim?
He's the only God. No, I'm Christian. I'm Christian.
I'm
I don't
trying
know.
to figure out. He's like being
I don't
weird
trust
about it
this.
No,
though.
I'm
Yeah.
Christian. I'm Christian. I'm
No,
Yeah.
you play too much. Next time, come
No,
up
no, chill,
here.
chill,
Nope,
chill,
come
chill,
up here
chill.
mature. Nope, you're in the wrong damn room for that shit.
Yeah. He talked about for this instance. No. 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 Thank you.
Who keeps score?
Hello, hello.
I do that.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good.
How old are you?
32.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I believe in the God of the Bible.
Okay. Nelly.
Yeah. Okay. So which topic would you like to pick?
Let's go with two. Is applying critical thinking and logic to biblical. No, it's not. It's not a sin of evil.
You say what now?
I said no. It's not a sin to use critical thinking and logic to biblical claims.
Why?
Uh, because biblical claims are logical.
Biblical claims are logical or not logical?
They are. They are logical.
You think biblical claims are logical?
Of course.
So you think a woman coming from a man's rib is logical?
When we're talking about the Creator, sure. Yeah. I mean, how would I know? I mean, the Creator's all powerful, no?
So,
I mean, what would you think is more logical? Evolution is more logical?
uh, yeah, I think
Really?
evidence is more logical. I think, you know, common sense.
Okay, let me ask you this then. Is there any tangible evidence of a kind becoming another kind? Any observed evidence?
Say that again.
Is there any observed evidence of any kind, whether it be frog, bird, becoming another kind, whether it's ape, another fish, any of that sort?
Yeah,
Okay, what kind has become another kind? What evidence do you have of
they
that?
have frogs that go from male to female.
No,
And snails.
I said a kind to another kind.
Oh, you mean like from a frog to a dog?
Yes.
I have not seen that.
But
Boom.
that's
What does
not
that
what
There
got
it
to
is.
do
What
with
evolution
else?
me?
is. Like, what are you trying to say? That evolution is saying that humans went from monkeys to humans. Is that what you think evolution is saying?
Do you not realize that's what evolution is?
It's evolution does not say that you are a monkey.
Okay, do you realize evolution teaches about dinosaurs, right?
I'm sorry. Evolution says that you are a part of the ape family, not that you were a monkey. Is
Correct.
what you are trying to
Correct.
say. What you are trying to say is that evolution is saying that you used to be a monkey, now you're a human, or like a dog is now a horse. That is not what evolution is saying. It's yeah,
Well, you just
right.
said
It's
we're
saying we
apes.
share an ancestor. It's saying you share an ancestor, that you are in the family of apes. Not that you once were an ape and now you are a human. Not that you were a monkey and now you are a human. That is not what evolution is.
Well, okay, then just okay, describe evolution because the word
I
evolution
just
literally
did. It means
means
that
a
it's
kind
a
to another
process
kind.
of It's a process of evolving. It like
From from
we literally just did from a species, from a family of species. Not that you were
that's a
a ape,
kind.
not that you were an ape. And then now you are a human. It's within the
So
family. Like you are a mammal. Like you do realize that, right? Like you have all of the same hold on, let me stop. Nelly, do you want to explain this to him? Because
No,
I
you
just
yeah,
took
go
you
over.
have to
go ahead.
you
Like I
have to
just took
explain it to me.
over.
This makes no sense.
Like
I know it
honestly, you
doesn't.
probably shouldn't be asking about evolution if you don't understand it.
You just said
we
a
spend. Hold on, stop.
species.
Right, like we spend a lot of time educating y'all in here, and I think that is pretty sad. Like you should not be bringing up concepts that you do not understand, and
I do
you
understand. I
do
just
not
described
if
to you.
you think evolution is saying that you were a monkey and now humans popped out. Like not if
That's
that's what you think.
literally what it is.
Oh my
No, it's
fucking
not.
You
gosh.
can
Hey,
Google
who
it.
keeps? Hey, who keeps? When it's saying we come from a family, that means we're sharing an ancestor. That ancestor could literally be the first mammal, which wouldn't have been an ape. Like it wouldn't have been a monkey already. Like it's saying we share something. That doesn't mean it's automatically we all came. The monkey
Okay,
obviously was
what
something
species were
before
we
it.
before? What species were we before?
Up. We weren't monkeys. What are you
Mm.
talking
I'm
about? Do
asking
you
you.
know?
I'm asking you what
I just
species were
said
we before?
maybe you should like stop talking and
Hold on.
listen. I
Wait.
just
Wait.
said I
It's a
don't
simple
know.
question.
No, hold on, because that we're not going to sit here and fucking teach you evolution. Are you trying to say that it makes more sense that humans evolved from within the species of ape mammals? It makes more logical sense that they were made from fucking dust in a rib. Is that
I
what you're
just
is that your
asked
art?
you
Hold on.
what
Is stop.
species.
No, because you're getting away from the topic of critical thinking and logic. Are you saying that it is more
Yes.
logical?
Yes.
There's y'all's argument right there, y'all. It's more logical that human beings started with dirt in a rib than if that's the argument. Stick with that. Stick with discussing that within logic and critical thought. We ain't his
I
science
mean,
Logically,
teachers. We're not his
where do
science
we go
teachers.
when
I
we
hate when they
decay?
come in here and do that shit.
Where do we go when we decay?
we don't. Are you dumb? We turn into nutrients. We don't turn into dirt. Are you
Dust?
okay?
What are you talking about?
Are you saying we turn
We
into
turn to
mud? Our
dirt.
nutrient no, our nutrients is broken down and mixed into dirt. We don't turn
Oh
into
my
dirt. Are you like okay?
god.
Are you okay?
No. I'm asking you direct questions and
You're
giving you
not. He
direct
said,
answers,
no, I'm not
and you're
okay.
saying
He said,
and
no.
Is she
you're
okay?
saying we came from another species. What species? I'm asking you
I didn't
what
say we
species.
came from another species. Who said that? We
You just
come from a group. We come from a.
Like
I'm
say,
not gonna keep on doing this. Hold
hold
up.
on for a second. Saying that humans came from dirt, right? What is your dirt ancestor? Who is your dirt ancestor? Who is Adam's
Adam.
dirt? No, who is Adam's dirt ancestor? Is
What are you talking
Dirt
about?
of the
Adam was the
world.
Adam's
first man. What
ancestors
are you
are
talking
dirt,
about?
right? So you do realize that everything is energy, right? Adam, there are um, uh, molecules and atoms and all of that, right? So Adam's ancestors would be dirt, and Eve's ancestors would be Adam's rib, would be rib, and humans,
Which is also dirt.
and right, and so
Okay,
within, hold on,
okay.
within
Let
the
me ask you
species,
this then.
wait, within the species of, so it'd have to be a species because we're human. Within the species of dirt and rib, every human being has it's made of dirt and rib. Is that what you're saying today? Like
You just
we have,
you just
hold on. Logically, we have more in common with dirt and ribs than we do the ape family. Is that correct?
Mm.
I'm trying to talk,
No,
but
your
you
teacher
won't let
hated
me say
you.
anything.
I just asked you, is that correct? Are you I'm asking you a logical question.
You just skipped everything else.
If all humans are made from dirt and ribs, right? That would be our species family. That would be our kingdom, right? Dirt and
What is
ribs.
this dirt
Hold
and
on.
ribs? Are
Adam
you
and
skipping the whole?
Eve, dirt and ribs. That is what your God used to create Adam and Eve.
Yes.
Okay,
That doesn't mean we're actually dirt.
humans
What
are
is?
made from dirt and rib. Is what you are saying?
We were made from the earth. Yes.
Dirt and rib.
Mm.
Yes.
Okay, and you're saying that you're saying
So can I present? Can I present?
stop. You're saying biologically we have more in common with dirt and rib than we do the ape family. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely.
What the fuck?
I mean, if you want to be an ape, that's fine. I'm not
on.
going to argue that.
Who keeps? Who
I'm
keeps?
saying, I'm saying, let me ask you this. How many blood types are there on the earth?
How many types of blood is there in dirt? What
How
type
many
of
blood
dirt would
types are,
derive from a
no,
blood
listen,
type?
listen to what I'm asking you. How many blood types are there on the earth?
How does this relate to us becoming from dirt?
I'm gonna get
I'm
to that.
lost.
How many blood types are there on the earth? Human blood types.
Wow.
You can Google
Like,
it. How
wait,
many?
what does this have to do
How
with
many?
you? Hold on, no. What we're
This
talking about is logic. I need you to
We're
apply
talking about
this.
Bible. We're talking
No,
about
we're
Bible.
talking about logic and critical thinking. That's the topic you chose, and you keep trying
It
to
says
run from it.
biblical.
You
It says
said it's
biblical.
applying right. Adam and Eve, dirt, ribs. That's what we're talking about. And you asked the question about the 4 different blood types. Maddie asked you a logical question regarding the blood types. How many blood types are there in dirt?
How does Adam have to do with what I just asked?
are you
Oh
a
my
Mm.
God,
thinker?
this
Hold on.
motherfucker. They
Can I
don't,
say
critical
something?
thinking is a sin for them. I swear it is.
You're going to Adam, and I already answered your question. I'm
Hold on. Who
talking about
Okay.
something
keeps?
different
Stop.
Who
in the
keeps?
Bible.
I
Can
can't
you
take it
please
more.
stop real quick?
Hold on, let Nelly.
What? How?
Nelly has a question.
I can't even
Okay.
speak.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever did a DNA test or ancestry test?
Oh, beautiful. Yeah, yeah. There you go. Beautiful.
Great.
You came from dirt.
How many blood types were there?
Show me on your ancestry test when they took your DNA where it says this is the dirt you come from.
No, it tells me what my blood type is.
It doesn't matter. That's not what I asked you. When you do a DNA ancestry test, it gives you all of the bloodlines. Show me where it says dirt.
You're using the miracle of Adam to try and dismiss the entire biblical. Uh,
You're
that,
still not
that
answering my
is
question.
ridiculous.
I said, show me where on your DNA test where
There
it
is. I can't
says
show you
this is
that.
the
How am I
dirt
supposed to show
you
you that?
come from.
How am I supposed to show you that?
Wouldn't it be able to be traced back if we came from dirt? Wouldn't we be able to see which
How would
dirt
you
we come
trace a
from?
miracle to
Because
dirt?
remember, you
How does
think,
that make
wait,
any
hold on.
logical
Hey,
sense?
no, stop. Exactly. Exactly. Exactly, which is why you don't
You
come
don't
from
know what a
dirt.
miracle is?
Thank you. You
You don't
figured
know
it
what a
out.
miracle is?
You figured it out. We would have came from this miracle, so we should be able to trace the dirt back. I don't know why is that so hard. What's stupid is you think that we living things came from a non-living thing. Dirt is not alive.
What?
That's
Wow, we
stupid.
came from
You
God. He made us through the dirt, but
Wow.
he didn't. We're not.
You know,
He said
Oh
we
my
came
God!
from God.
you know what? It amazes me. It amazes
We're literally
me.
made in His image.
Slow down, man. You overboard. It
does God
amazes
have titties?
me that in 2026, with all of the science, all of the evidence, all of the things that we know today, takes me back to topic one. Why? I don't understand it. Do you realize that the people
We're
in
jumping
that
now.
age and day had no idea that the world was going to be what it is today? Did you know that?
What are you talking about?
What I'm talking about is that you are a grown ass man in 2026 and you seem like you have some type of intelligence. You would know that we didn't come from no goddamn dirt. Goddamn. Are you
Okay, then where
that
did we come? Where did
ignorant?
we come from? Where did we come from?
Oh, wow. Mm,
I
mm,
mean, there is a last common known ancestor that all
Neanderthals,
animals
cavemen.
came.
mm, mm.
I mean, are you gonna let me answer the fucking question? Like, what the fuck is going on?
This is sad.
We can trace back the last common ancestor things came from, including us. We can literally trace our tree, our evolution tree, to see what it is. Like, we can look at this. It's not hard. It's online for free. And you're sitting here saying we are made from hold on, an antibiotic thing
You're
that
going
is
out,
non-living.
Maddie.
Let me take hold on.
But, I mean, this doesn't make any sense what you're saying, man. You're not using logic or anything. You're using magic.
Okay, then. You said no, you said we can't come from non-living. So where does all the living come from? If we
We
start
come
from
from
that.
a cell. We come from cells. You can trace it back. That's what
Okay,
I was
Hold
saying.
on.
beautiful.
We come
Our
from
Is
a
that
hold
last.
on,
beautiful, beautiful,
hold on.
beautiful?
The
Hold on.
oldest microorganism associated with humans is the ancient co-evolved gut and stomach bacteria,
Beautiful.
which trace their evolutionary roots back to our shared ancestors with great apes over 15 million years ago.
Can you name any single cell organism that became a
I,
multi-cell organism?
no. Are you just going to ignore that? The oldest microorganism associated with humans is the ancient co-evolved gut and stomach bacteria, which traces their evolutionary roots back to our shared ancestors with great apes over 15 million years ago.
Can you prove that a single cell organism became a multi-cell organism over 15 million years?
Oh my fucking God.
Can you
Can you
prove that
prove
we
we
came
came
from
from
dirt?
dirt? Thank you, Nelly.
Yes.
No, I can't. That's
like,
what faith
Like,
is.
like what the
no
fuck?
one is asking you about fucking faith. We're talking about logic. We're talking about logic and critical thought, and you've not used any, and you said it wasn't a sin or
You haven't
evil.
either. I asked you a
Yes,
simple
we have.
question.
You just don't recognize it because all you think about is
What
your
single
God.
cell organism goes to a multi-cell organism? Can you give me any tangible, observable proof? Or is it the same faith as mine?
Wow.
This motherfucker is dumb. I
It's a simple
swear.
Wait, are
question.
you acting like when you say single cell? Are you?
Any single cell bacteria, any bacteria that
I
Oh,
became
you're
literally
more than
just
one
specifically
said.
asking
and
about
became double.
bacteria.
I
We're not bacteria. We're not bacteria because cells do reproduce a lot. Like
Okay.
literally, a baby starts off as one
Can,
cell and
can
it
you can Google this?
reproduces. It literally makes
Can this
multiple more cells. A baby starts off as a cell. Literally, a fetus starts off as a
can
cell.
an-
So
can
yes, but
and no,
bacteria,
that's a
no,
But
we
I
multi-cell.
aren't
You
literally
just got me
just
bacteria.
said,
multi-cell.
I literally just
You just
read
got me
him
multi-cell.
twice. But I literally just read this twice, and he's asking this dumbass question. Like, I don't understand.
Can you give a
Like
single cell that
the
becomes a
oldest
multi-cell
oh my
organism?
God. Oh my God. A microorganism is a single-celled organism, correct?
And it
That turns
becomes
into
what?
stomach gut bacteria. Like I literally just read that to you 3 times. That is our
Oh
oldest
my God.
microorganism that is found in humans.
Humans are the multi-cell organism. I'm
Oh
asking you
my
for any
fucking
single
God.
cell that isn't human that becomes multi-cell.
The my
Many, oh my,
fucking
literally
God.
animal cells.
The
Are do you not understand how a baby
microorganism is
works?
the oldest microorganism is single celled. Like I'm so like,
And how, okay,
what
how
the
does that
fuck are
become
you
a
talking
multi-cell?
about?
How
Do
does
we
that
not know
become a
about
multi-cell?
meiosis and mitosis? Like, what's going on?
That
Do we
that's not
not know
that
that
doesn't
cells
explain
can
that does
split?
not explain
Do
evolution.
we not know
No,
that
that does
cells
not
can
explain
split?
single to
Do we not know that cells can
cell
split?
splitting doesn't mean it's multi-cell. What are you talking about?
I'm sorry,
Thinker,
this
Do you know what a
talk
motherfucker's
to
multi
me.
do you know
dumb.
what a multi-cell
I'm sorry.
organism is?
It's too
You can
early
literally
for me to
Google
be
this.
like cussing motherfuckers out. I can't stand this type of
Humans
ignorance.
are multi-cell organisms.
I cannot stand this
Duh!
type of
That's
A,
what I
sing,
said,
a
ignorance.
you dumb
single
fuck.
cell
Holy
a
shit.
single cell organism is anything that's that's like a little fungi in the water. It's
We're
not
not
anything.
fungi.
How does that?
We are
I'm
not
not saying
fungi
we
or
are. I'm not
bacteria. What
saying
type
we
of cell
are.
are we? What type of
I'm
cell are we?
asking. We're multi-celled organisms.
No, what is the type, right? Because there's bacteria. What
Multi-cell.
else? No. There's bacteria. What else? Other cell types are there? So why do you keep on acting like we're
We're a
bacteria? We're
variety of
not bacteria.
we are a variety of germs and bacteria and
What
cells.
I
the
agree,
fuck?
hankering
I'm
for
I'm
rebuking. His
asking.
brain is a single cell brain.
I'm patiently asking you. Can you
What
name
the
one
fuck?
single-celled organism that
What the
became
fuck?
a multi-cell organism? That's all I'm asking. One
Oh my
example.
goodness.
No,
One
no,
tangible
like
I
no,
example.
just
like we're
explained this.
yeah, we've explained it. I don't know how many times. Here's
Okay.
Venus. Venus,
Now,
hold
can
on,
you give
stop.
one?
Be quiet, be quiet. Venus, I have to admonish you for being late. So I just want to say that you were late today. I'm disappointed in you, but I will say that you are usually
Thinker.
on time. I will say you are usually on time, but we are happy to have you here.
Yeah, don't do it again. I'm gonna write you up.
Don't,
Not
hold
the
on.
fuck,
Don't listen to
not the
Maddie.
latest.
Hold on. Don't listen to Maddie. Maddie don't got no power here. But
I'm gonna write you
I'm
up.
just saying, like, she just trying to make shit worse because she didn't take hers. She didn't take
Thicker.
hers
Why are
very
you?
well. But so I just want to say,
Don't do
like,
that.
Maddie, this is not about you. Why are you talking right now?
What do you mean?
Maddie,
Hello?
Maddie,
You're
I'm
literally
talking to
talking
Venus.
about
Will you
me.
stop? Will you stop? Let me talk to Venus. Go on mute.
Hi, Thinker.
Hi, Venus. How are you?
I'm good. I'm so sorry for being late.
That's okay, Venus. You know what I told them? I said, she's not going to say, you were late, you be late. She's going to say, I'm so sorry. Oh, no. And it's going to be just that. It's just going to be just that. Venus is just going to, she ain't going to argue back. She just going to say, I'm sorry. Thank you for being Venus. I appreciate you so much.
That's okay. I heard us talking about abiogenesis.
Yes, I know this is your wheelhouse. Go ahead, have at it.
Well, the problem with our understanding of abiogenesis is that there's so many possible reaction pathways that multicellular organisms could have evolved from. So we don't know which specific one it was, but there's many different possibilities that we can run through that have been demonstrated in nature.
Let's go. Let's do it. Give me one
But
single
do
cell
you
organism
but do you
that becomes
understand?
multi-cell.
Okay,
Did you
but
not
do you,
just fucking listen? Because Venus
I
not gonna
did.
keep talking to you if you're not gonna listen. She not gonna talk
I
to you if
did.
you're not gonna listen.
but are
Hold
Listen
you
to
on,
what
hey,
she's
capable
saying.
of
hold on. Go ahead.
but are you capable of understanding the different chemical pathways, or am I going to be wasting my breath? Do you have an understanding of okay, what's the difference between a prokaryotic and eukaryotic cell? If you can tell me that, I'm happy to run through it with you.
A prokaryotic cell essentially makes all of its own functions. It
Sorry?
reproduces itself. A prokaryotic is a single cell organism. It makes all of its own functions by
Yeah, but
itself.
what's the difference between it and a eukaryotic cell?
I don't know. You tell me.
But then if you don't know that, then I'm not sure what kind of conversation we're going to
I
have.
just asked you a basic question. How can you jump to eukaryotic and
But I'm not
what?
jumping
That
to
doesn't make sense.
anything. That's the foundation of abiogenesis, the difference between you and prokaryotic cells. If you don't
What does that
understand
have to
that,
do?
then
What does that have to do with a single cell becoming multi-cell?
She
because
just told you.
because dude, that's the foundation. If you don't understand what a eukaryotic cell is and a prokaryotic cell is, how are you going to understand how one turns into the other? Like if
Why
you
would I need
haven't
to
made the
understand if
effort,
you can't give me a
look,
real
sir,
example? If you can
sir,
give me a
if I
tangible
give you the
example, that
example,
doesn't
it's going to
matter.
go over your head.
You can't just name an animal or anything. You
So
can't
we
name
had
anything.
okay. So we had cyanobacteria that evolved into the first protocell. Do you understand what that means? Do you know what a cyanobacteria is?
A
Okay,
sign.
so you're wasting people's
What?
time.
Give
He up
me
here
a
playing.
living
You're wasting our
creature.
time,
Give
dude.
me a living creature
I
that
already
became
told you
that started from a
protobacteria
single
is
cell.
protobacteria are the framework for the eukaryotic cells. Can you give me an example of a eukaryotic cell?
Can you give me a living organism?
Oh, yeah, no, you're a waste of time. There's no
I'm
point,
asking
love.
you a living animal, something.
You're a waste of time.
Give
Just
me
stop.
some a bird, a frog,
No,
anything.
you need to understand the difference. Just give me an example. Come on, this is easy. An example of a
Venus, I'm gonna
eukaryotic
tell you
cell.
what he's trying to do, okay? He's trying to say that because you cannot name the specific single-celled organism that turned into a multi-cell organism, you have to have as much
Bingo.
faith. Be quiet. You have to have as much faith for abiogenesis as he does that humans were made from dirt. But he's
Oh,
totally ignoring the fact that we are discussing critical thought and we are discussing logic as it applies to these biblical claims. He's ignoring the fact that we have more testable, observable evidence.
What's the
Stop,
observable? I
stop,
just
stop, stop,
asked you.
stop, stop. As a damn, he just fucked up my thought. Like, he's ignoring that we have more logical reasons, right, to lean towards the evolution of humans from the ape family. For example, the fact that we share 98% of DNA sequencing with the family of apes. We have our body shapes, our 5 fingers on each hand, 10 toes on each hand, our skeleton body. Like we have more information towards that than we do humans having anything in common with dirt. And the only thing they want to lean on is faith. And he's saying that there's faith in both. Okay, I'll give you that. There's faith in both, because where you don't know something, you have to just lean on I don't know when it comes to science, right? You don't make up an answer and fill it in with God. When it comes to Christians on the faith side, they say, I don't have the answer, so God. But they don't have any logical reasoning leading up to why anyone should believe that humans were made from dirt other than faith. That's the argument, Venus.
The difference is that, like you said, we very obviously have evidence of abiogenesis, but there's not even like the nucleobases that we need to form RNA, then DNA, is something that we don't find just rolling around in the, in the mud. Like this stuff originated from outer space and we can find it on meteorites. Why is your God sprinkling the building blocks for life on rocks? Doesn't make any sense. And then when we go to the actual evidence, right, we can look at the Miller-Urey experiment, which if you're if you follow the Science Institute, you think has problems, but it doesn't. It's been debunked. All the the objections to the Miller-Urey experiment. It's just one of the many pathways. You have the RNA, the different organelles coming together through clay chambers underground and deep sea hydrothermal vents. Like we have evidence of this, and we don't have any evidence of people being made from mud. So via Occam's razor, we have less presuppositions, and our worldview is more reasonable and requires less faith than yours.
And then he's going to keep
Okay.
on saying to
So
name the
how does it?
hold on,
Hold
who
on.
keeps
Let
hold
Maddie
on.
respond.
He's going to keep on saying, hey, name the cell that goes multicellular. Even though I said one, and then he said, I literally said one, and he's like, no, not a human one, not a human one, any other one. Even though I said one, but he cannot name what type of dirt we came from. So don't let him
Okay.
ask
Actually, I
no more
found
Can I
one.
questions,
say
please.
something?
He can't
Actually,
answer.
Wait, hold on. Let Maddie finish, then Nelly, then you, who keeps score.
He can't ask us no more questions about us
I
telling
have to.
him, hey, be quiet. Fuck. Can you shut up? You're 32. Fuck. He can't ask us no more questions about us pinpointing when we just told him it was multiple different ways it could have came from. Venus just said that. Multiple different evolutions they could have done. So we really can't pinpoint it. He better not ask us that no more if he can't say what type of dirt Adam came from. He better not. And y'all better not let him ask it again. Please.
I found, since he said not human, so I found just a simple Google search where a single cell organism evolved into a multicellular organism in a laboratory setting. I can't pronounce it though. It's CHLAMYDOMONAS, and the last word is impossible for me. Brain
Yeah, one
hearted,
of
huh?
one of the nerds put it in the chat, I think.
Yeah, and that's a single cell organism, and it evolved into a multicellular organism in a laboratory setting, and it goes deeper into other things. So you are terribly wrong, my friend.
I think he's asking. I think he's
Wow.
asking what was the first one, and we don't know the first one. That's what he's saying. So he's saying because we don't know the first one, then we have to have faith, like they have to have faith that Adam was made from dirt. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, well, he's an idiot.
Again, if he can't tell me
God
what
bless you,
dirt,
thinker. You
hey, if
explained
you
it
can't tell
perfectly.
me the first dirt we came
I just
from,
understand
shut
critical
up.
thought. I just understand the process of thought. Go ahead and
So can
respond.
we
Hold
agree?
on, wait. Go ahead and respond. And no, I don't agree. I agree that we don't know. I agree that we say we don't know. We do not apply faith and say therefore God. That's what you are doing. Venus, go ahead and respond, and then Venus is going to respond. Who keeps score?
All
It's your
right.
turn.
Okay, I got three different things going at me. I'm trying to remember what the first thing I was being told. Okay, so one, you just you just named a germ becoming a multi-cell germ. Okay, cool. I was asking for something more tangible as a living being thing.
You
Okay,
said
that's
bacteria.
fine. And then I think Venus was saying something about some of this stuff came from space, yada yada. What I'm asking for is how did creation, any type of living thing start? Where did that start? Is what I'm asking. A living thing must come from something, right? You can't just have uncreated, unliving becoming living. So I'm asking, how did that happen for you guys?
You just
Ba-
asked
based
Hold
us.
on
on, hold
based
on.
on
It's Venus'
observable,
turn. It's Venus' turn
based
to
Come
ba-
on.
respond after him.
based on observable proof.
Venus, are you there? If not, we'll go to Maddie.
You just asked us to name a cell. I name a cell. Nelly names a cell. Now you are shifting to where was the first, like, what was the first cell that went multicellular?
Oh my
Is that what's going on right
no.
now?
You're naming germs. I'm asking you for something that's a living thing, like an actual being. You're naming a germ that became another germ and became
But
another germ, became
Algae?
another germ.
Algae?
I want y'all to hold on. I want y'all to make sure that y'all are applying the topic of critical thinking and logic to this, right? Because he's asking. He basically said that nothing can come from something not living. I mean, something living cannot come from something not
Hmm.
living. He just said that. Except dirt doesn't live, and he's claiming that a living being came from the thing not living called dirt.
Creator. Correct.
No,
Maddie,
dirt.
there we go. Follow the logic. Like remember, stick to the topic of critical thinking and logic. That's the point.
There is no critical thinking here. So I'm struggling. I'm
But
trying to figure out.
you have to show why critical thinking is important, right? So you have to apply critical thinking to the shit that he says, right? That's the whole point of topic 2.
So it's faith. Both of us were using different faiths, right? Your faith in
No,
science, my faith in God. Yeah.
no, no,
I mean, you
no.
have no observable proof.
You can observe it. Nelly just told you one that went cell was single cell and
14 million
multi-cell.
years?
That's
Nobody who
literally observing something.
14
Hold on.
who
Walk
saw
us
it
through
in
the logic
14
that it's God. Walk us through the logic that therefore God.
I mean, I was trying to give an example of
No, no.
blood
We know
types.
we walk us through the okay, go walk through that logic with Maddie. Apply logic and critical thought to what you are saying.
Which one, Adam or what?
Oh, therefore God, because we don't know through what the very first single-celled organism was. Therefore God. Walk us through that logic.
Yes, so human beings are the only functioning, conscious uh, beings of agency, meaning we can literally conquer the lands, we can have guilt, we can have shame, we can have all these types of feelings and emotions that most animals usually can't even comprehend or understand. We have philosophy, we have art, we have these highly intellectual things that no other being has, that there must be a a creator.
No,
It can't just be from cells and germs and organisms, single cell organisms just evolving into this. It makes no sense.
I'm
It
sorry.
doesn't.
You think animals aren't conscious? They
I didn't
aren't
say
conscious
that.
beings.
I said
That's what you said. Which
highly
that
level intellectual moralistic beings.
no, you said that we are the only conscious. That was your first
I just
statement.
added five different titles to that.
Yeah, but we aren't the only conscious beings, and
I
other
didn't
animals
say just
experience
conscious.
emotions.
I
Hey,
didn't say just con-
hold on. Other animals experience emotions. Like things get mad. They grieve. Like elephants will grieve their lost ones. Like we're not. The only thing that makes us different is we can think about the fact that we think, and then our thumbs. We have thumbs. Like, and not all of us are
that's
super
perfect.
intelligent, like you're saying. We're
That's
not so set
perfect.
apart. We're not that set apart. from our like our ape counterparts. We're not that so apart at all. Like that's low key kind of crazy that you would say that.
I mean,
But
it's like you're actually disrespecting your own intellect by saying you're an ape. You're so much more
Wow.
than that. So why
did I
can't you
just
believe?
say I'm an ape?
Mm.
No, you just said we're not far from them. You
We're
literally just said that.
not. We're
Look
not.
at,
We
My
aren't
own
far
We're
from
answer.
not.
Neanderthals either,
oh
but that
boy.
doesn't mean she's a Neanderthal. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Go ahead, Venus.
The thing is, we understand the reason why humans are able to think like this. We can look to the structure of the brain and we can understand evolutionarily why we developed the traits like imagining and philosophy and stuff, which stemmed from the imagination. It was to consider possibilities of predators that could be attacking us. Our reasoning is what put us above all these other animals, and we were just lucky enough to develop it. It doesn't mean
How
that
did
magic did it. And we do understand the first cell. I already told you it was cyanobacteria. Those are one of the possibilities of cells that evolved. There were many different kinds of cells that branched off into many different families. That's why we have so many different species. We do understand what the first cell most likely looked like.
how does writing a symphony help with evolutionary survival?
Well, I already told you that it stemmed from our imagination. Imagination is the thing that helped us survive in nature by having strategy with hunting and having strategy with
But
avoiding
writing a
prey.
symphony?
And from us getting an imagination because we need to strategize to survive, other things stemmed off from that, like music. Even birds have music. Like, dude, many different animals have
What?
music. Are you dense? Do birds not sing every fucking morning? Is that not music?
You're talking about chirping. Okay, fine. I'm talking about high level stuff here, and you're talking about birds chirping. Can
I
they write
already
a
told
symphony?
you, it all comes from
Can they
somewhere.
paint? Can, can they paint the Mona Lisa? Can they build the Hagia Sophia?
Okay, but
Like,
can
what are we
you do
talking
that?
about?
Can you do any of
some
that?
monkey, some
Humans did
monkeys
it. What is
can.
that? Why are you making this a personal attack?
Because
Humans
the
did it.
point is that all you have is the baseline of that. You don't write philosophies. You don't write music. I don't know about that part,
I
but
could. I could.
okay, yeah, but that's the point. You have the
I have
baseline.
agency.
You okay, but just listen. You have the tool that helped us survive. We all do. That is our imagination. And it's up to you what you do with that. But the point is, we have the imagination and we know it's from our need to survive. Evolution doesn't evolve with a purpose, it evolves for maximum diversity. That's what happens. It doesn't say, oh, we need to survive, therefore we need philosophy for survival. That's just not how it works. You honestly need to do some more research. And aside from that, us not understanding shit will never prove your God. Because I can just say a magical unicorn did it. Oh, no, it wasn't evolution. We don't understand that. Therefore, galaxy farting pixies made it. Like that's the equivalent of the argument that you have, just a god of the gaps.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like even the answer that you gave does not lead to. You don't know what the first single-celled organism is. Therefore, God. It doesn't. Especially not applying logic and critical thought. Like you just said, oh, we're amazing beings. Therefore, God. Somebody had to do it. That was your argument.
What's God made out of? What was there before God? That's
What
my
kind of
question.
question is that?
Oh, it's a
all,
logical one.
all
What
life,
was there
all
before
life had
God?
to come from an uncreated being. There had to be something uncreated to create everything. Otherwise, for example, if even gravity was a smidge, if the protons and the neutrons were even a smidge stronger, everything would implode. If it was a smidge weaker, everything would just burst apart and cease to exist. Something is holding all of this together in the perfect form.
Can
And things like 1 + 1 = 2 would not be rational in a
can,
world
I,
without an intelligent creator.
can
Period.
can I ask you a
can
Period.
I burst
question?
your bubble real quick
Hold
here?
on, hold on, y'all. Nelly hasn't been able to speak, and this was actually his conversation. So make sure we make room for him to be able to respond.
I just want to ask the God that you believe in. I'm assuming is Yahweh, right?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. You do know there was a time on this earth that Yahweh did not exist.
When was that?
Oh, why don't you research that?
I mean, you could just tell me.
No, I can't just tell you because you're coming up here spitting nonsense and you
How is that
haven't studied.
nonsense?
You haven't studied none of this. There was a time that Yahweh did not. There were other gods before Yahweh that were produced by humans too, as well.
Okay, Mr. Nelson, you're misunderstanding me. It's not about naming him God or being Yahweh or Yah. I'm asking you, without an intelligent creator, how does everything, like math, for example, have rationale? How
There
does that
is,
exist?
oh God, let me say this. There is no evidence for what you're saying, sir. You just have to
Okay,
believe it.
what?
And hold on. And the only reason you believe it is because some other human told you this.
See, you're jumping into the whole faith and biblical. I'm trying to keep it logical. How
That is
does
logical.
lo I'm asking you, how does stuff like math and science hold any truth if there isn't an intelligent design? How do we know 1 + 1 = 2 without God?
Logic.
Mm, yeah.
Right. And those are human concepts. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like,
But it's true
let me ask you a
every time.
question. Let me ask you a question. So, this intelligent being that you believe is holding everything together to keep it all from blowing the fuck up is the same intelligent being that created the sun, so that it would give the humans it created from dirt skin cancer, and made it to where they depended on the sun to live.
Wait. Wait, say it again. You asked me about skin cancer?
So this same intelligent being that you are saying is holding everything together so that it does not blow up is the same intelligent being that created the sun, that gives humans skin cancer, the same humans it created from dirt, and made them to where they depend on the sun to live. So the same thing that they depend on to live is the same thing that can give them skin cancer and kill them.
So now you're changing changing the topic to did God create evil?
No, no,
That's a
no.
whole
I'm
different
saying it's
topic.
this. You're calling it intelligent design. This is what I mean when I say you guys don't use critical thinking or you just speak and you don't think about the words that you say. You are calling it intelligent design. Therefore, God. That if the design is so intelligent that this being has to be the one holding it together so it does not blow up, within this same intelligent design, the sun that it created that humans have to depend on to live is the same thing that kills them. That's
Okay, yeah,
intelligent
sure.
design.
I mean, yeah, somebody had to create the sun, and yeah, of course.
Is that
Okay, then let me.
hold on, wait. Is that intelligent design? Is that intelligent design for
Which part?
the sun to be the thing that gives human life but also kills them,
Yes, to give him life. Yes, I don't know about the killing part. I've
kills
never
them.
died.
This motherfucker said I never died. I like this is not like this is what I'm talking about.
You said the sun kills people. What does that mean?
She said it gives them skin cancer. I'm gonna
I
put this
know, but
in the
Not to mention, we are in a fucking heat wave right now. Like, do not type in caps in the comments, y'all. That'll get you muted. If I see it and I have to mute you, I can only mute you for the entire live. But if a mod does it, if a mod sees you, you'll be muted 5 minutes. If you keep doing it, you'll be muted the entire live. If you do it intentionally because we announce the rule, you will be immediately blocked. But do not use caps. That is for mods and people who have a vision impairment. Who is responding? Was it Maddie?
Yeah, it was me. Um, we're gonna say that this is a creator and he did this perfect thing just like you're saying. I'm gonna use our phones for example. If Steve Jobs is making a phone and he noticed the phone keeps blacking out every time you put it on the charger. Does he keep making more phones like that or does he perfect the phone and then make more correct phones?
I'm not following this analogy.
Right. I'm referring to the God. The God would be Steve Jobs. We're the phones, right? The phone is blacking out. Does Steve Jobs, if he's a good creator, perfect the phone and make sure all the other phones don't do this? Or does he keep creating phones that could potentially black out every time you charge it?
Oh, you're going into scripture now.
I'm not going
See,
into scripture. This is
you are.
logic. Please stop. What scripture did I just use? What
So you're
scripture?
using a scripture on why human beings aren't flawed, essentially, right?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. That's not what I'm doing. I'm not using that. I'm using logic. I'm not using scripture. Please stop saying that. Nobody up here has used scripture yet.
No, you're asking me something that I can only answer through scripture is what I meant. Sorry. Go
No,
ahead. Go
because
ahead.
I'm not asking you anything to deal with scripture. Why would you answer me back in scripture? Nothing I
Because you
am
just
saying has anything to do with scripture. I'm going to ask you again. If Steve Jobs is creating a phone and every time you charge the phone, it blacks out, does he fix the phone and then make sure no other phones don't do this, or does he keep creating these messed up phones? What would he do if he's a good creator?
he'll do option A or option one, where he
Right.
makes sure not they don't block. Yeah.
Right. So why, if we have an intelligent creator, is he making humans with defects and he's not fixing it? He's making humans that can get sun cancer. He's making humans that can develop cancer in their bodies. He's making humans that are missing a chromosome. Why is he not fixing it and instead producing defects, if you will, like defective humans, non-perfect humans? Why is he not fixing it if he's intelligent? He's
Maddie, this is what I
creating
said.
beings. Right, hold on. He's
What you're
creating
asking
beings
me
that
is going,
suffer.
what you're asking me, Maddie, is
Mhm.
literally
Then
an
fucking
answer I
do
can
it. Then
only
answer with
give
the
you
Bible. Then answer
that's
with the.
written.
Then do it. Answer her question. If you can only answer
Okay.
with the Bible, fucking do it. Like we're not scared of the Bible. Nobody asked you to come
Okay.
up here and talk about science anyway.
Okay. I appreciate you. Okay. So essentially suffering existed because of the disobeyment we made in the garden, meaning
Disobeyment?
we
What
weren't
the fuck? Hold on. What is this?
disobeying,
What's a
disobeying,
Disobedient.
disobeying. Sorry.
Disobedient.
Sorry, I misspoke. I misspoke. So
if I wait?
disobeying.
If I
We
do not see
disobeyed.
a TikTok username as disobeyment, I swear I'm gonna cry. I
All
swear
right,
I'm
let
gonna
me
cry.
finish. Let me finish. So when we disobeyed and we ate from the tree that was forbidden, it
Mhm.
banished it cursed the land. It literally cursed the land, meaning now we were doomed to illnesses, suffering, and I don't know if I can say this word, but DIE, right?
Okay, Thinker, please let me respond to this. Hold on. I want to
Hold on,
respond to it
hold
because
on.
I
You
know
can
how to do it.
respond. You can say death. You can say die, murder, kill, everything. But what's the one we can't say, y'all?
I
But
know
you
like
can't
suffered
say
Self
a
kill.
life.
unaliving. Self unaliving. But you can say everything else.
Can I
Okay.
respond after Maddie? I have a
Yeah,
really
yeah.
good point.
You want to know what's funny? This is how I know you don't read your Bible. What sin was already on the earth before they ate the tree. The tree is called the knowledge of good and evil. The knowledge, it was already there. In the book, it says your God created the evil and the bad. Their eyes were not open to this. They did not bring this in. This is how I know you don't read. This is literally when you first start reading, you see God creates evil and bad or calamity. It depends on which one you're reading. It already says that exists. We ate from the tree, which is the knowledge of good and evil, that gave us the knowledge that the evil or good existed in the first place. It did not all of a sudden send sickness onto us. That sickness and those germs that would make us sick were already there. The ability for us to develop cancer was already there because God created it. You don't
N-
you don't
th-
read. You don't read.
No, 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 no. Look, look, look. You messed up the details. What
No,
you're
I
saying
didn't.
in the first part is correct. The first part you said was correct about how we weren't essentially like the sin didn't enter through just eating the apple or the apple like there never being one. What I'm saying is eating the apple or the fruit. I don't think it's an apple. It never says it's an apple, but the fruit that was eaten cursed the land. That's literally what it says. It says it
No.
cursed the land. It doesn't just say, oh, you ate the apple and this. She specifically
Where does
said
it
you will
say?
die. You
What
can
does
look it
it
up.
say?
Genesis
Yeah,
3.
yeah, yeah. I want you to read it. I want you to read it for me, please.
You want me to
Yeah,
pull it up?
show us where it says it cursed the land, therefore diseases.
Yeah, I want to
Can
see
you show
that.
us that?
If it can,
Okay.
Because
because
it explicitly says what he did when he cursed the land. And mind you, he curses the land multiple times throughout this book. So if he was cursing the land for all times because of sin, he wouldn't have to keep fucking doing that shit as a
he
punishment.
didn't. God didn't curse the land. Adam eating from the tree cursed it. It
No, your
wasn't God
God
no,
doing it.
literally says that he will curse the land.
No, he
Yes,
cursed
he does.
Satan
No.
and he punished the woman.
Oh
He
my
didn't
God.
curse Adam.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
in Genesis. You
All
can
right.
read the.
Okay. Okay. He says, because of you, the land is cursed. He literally says that to Adam.
Yes, perfect.
Right, right. And he does it multiple times throughout this story. So if the land is cursed because of Adam and sin, why the fuck does your God have to keep cursing it over and over again as a punishment?
He's not.
Yes, he
The
does.
land is cursed. The
Nope.
land is
That's what
cursed.
you don't know this book. You don't
This
know this
guy's an
book.
idiot.
But
Death, and
show us
illness
in the Bible.
entered.
Show us in the text where he says that he's cursed the land, therefore diseases now.
You
right.
just
That he
said it
plagued us
yourself.
with
No,
diseases. No,
no. You don't even understand what cursing the land means. Like it has to do with agriculture. If the land is cursed, then you will not prosper in agriculture. If you are obedient, then the land is fruitful and you will prosper with agriculture. It has nothing to do with diseases.
Oh my.
well, get us the scripture if it has something
You
to
Yep,
do
get us
with
the
diseases,
scripture.
please.
that,
That's what we're
okay.
asking.
All
We're
right, give
asking
me
you
a
to back it
second.
up,
Give me a
and you're
second.
failing to do it.
I feel like my question kind of like feeds into this, but I'll just wait till he finds that scripture that doesn't exist.
I want
And then
to
think of
when y'all get done with this, I want to run through a train of thought, critical thought with him on this story. When y'all are done with him,
yes, ma'am.
who changed their name to disobeyment? Who did it? Thank you, thank you. Is that Ken? Yes, thank you, little bro. Thank you. I needed it.
And the crazy part is, he's arguing that it's logical and that it's okay for something that happened thousands of years ago to be affecting the innocent children that are being born now. That's something they didn't choose. It's not like God is pulling their spirit up and is testing to see if each one of these kids chooses fruit or chooses to listen. No, he's just automatically applying this curse to all of these kids for no reason. Well,
They'll
for the
never
reason
answer
being
that.
1,000 years ago.
Thinker, can I get you to pull up Genesis 3:11?
I mean, I know it pretty much what it says.
No, yeah, because I can't do both. I can't pull it up while I'm on here.
Yeah, are you saying that? Hold on, Genesis
It's
3.
just
Hold on, Genesis 3:11. Um, who who told you that you were naked?
Dinka, I want to hear it.
Maybe he's
dash
talking about
17.
Genesis 2,
Dash
thinker.
17.
Who told
Thinker,
you that
go.
you were naked? Have you eaten from the tree which I commanded you not to eat? There you go. That's
Keep
Genesis
going. Keep
3:11.
going. Keep going. No,
No,
no.
I'm not
He
gonna
says the
read all
cursing.
this shit. What we asked you for was where it says the ground is cursed, therefore diseases.
17. Go to
Where
17.
he said
Go
that
to
he
17.
got because you have listened to the voice of your wife and have eaten of the tree which I commanded you, you shall not eat. Cursed is the ground because of you. In toil you shall eat of it. Eat of it, that is of the ground, all the days of your life. Thorns and thistles. It
There
shall
you
bring.
go.
Stop. What the fuck are thorns and thistles?
What?
What
They're
are
obviously the
thorns
same
and
thing.
thistles?
They're plants that can hurt you. What do you mean?
Plants, right?
Right. Yeah.
Vegetation, agriculture,
Right.
right?
Right.
Not
Not sickness.
fucking diseases.
If the land is cursed, where does disease come from?
You think
You
Diseases
disease?
don't
tell
always
us.
come from the land.
You tell
I'm
us.
sorry. Are you
The
arguing that a
land is
missing
cursed.
chromosome comes from what we're eating? That we're missing
No, the
chromosomes because
land is
we're eating
cursed.
something.
Can I ask my
Illness
question?
illness comes from a cursed land.
This is sad.
Right.
This
How
is
what
how does
curse
that
on
not
the
make
fucking
land
any
is
sad.
making
sense?
us miss chromosomes? Once the land
Hold
has
Oh
on.
been
my
touched,
Venus
it's gonna
Venus
live
God.
has to
on.
ask her question. Like, this is fucking sad.
So, okay, let's just say, yeah, it gave us diseases, blah, blah, blah. It fucked us up. What about the animals? Why do they get things like Down syndrome and other genetic illnesses
STDs.
and STD?
Cursed is
Stop.
the land.
Why do
Cursed
they
is the
have
land.
no? But they never ate. But they never ate from. Okay, what about sea creatures then?
Cursed
They're not
is the
on. No
land.
love.
Everything is
Hey,
cursed.
hey. No, but you said the land. Your God made the land and the ocean separately. So what about the sea creatures that
What?
are getting?
Oh my.
Can you do? You, are those ears painted on with AI, or are you gonna listen? I'm sorry. I'm actually just please listen. The point is, what about sea creatures? They're not eating anything from the land to be cursed. Why do they get illnesses? Why do they miss chromosomes sometimes? Why? How did the original sin extend to them?
So my answer won't satisfy you. So you probably have your own answer. I mean, what's your answer?
I don't have one. I think that it's natural and that there was no fruit that cursed everyone. Do you have one or no?
Venus,
So
his
so
answer is
so it's just it's
cursed
just a
is the
random
land.
bad dice roll
No,
in the
stop trying to
genetic
shift the
gene pool.
burden. Do you think I'm that dumb that I'm going to accept your burden shift? Do you have an answer
I mean,
or no?
I'm asking you, what's your answer? But my
I
answer
don't
is not going
have
to be so
one. Do you
difficult.
not have one either?
Oh, both of us are working on faith.
I
Beautiful.
guess we both don't have an answer. Gee
I
whiz.
hate this nigga, bro.
Beautiful. Well, we're back to square one. I
Okay,
have my faith,
shit.
you have your faith. Yours
I'm
is
trying
Okay.
science,
to
mine is a creator.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
trying
just
to
dishonest
understand.
as fuck.
Are you saying that Adam, because he ate the fruit, Adam cursed the earth by doing that,
By
or
eating
did
from the
God
fruit.
curse the earth?
No. By Adam eating it. God only cursed the serpent and Eve. He told her your childbearing will be painful, but he did not curse Adam because he didn't know. He didn't know. He was still innocent when he ate the fruit. He had no
Okay,
idea. His wife
so
fed it to him.
so God didn't curse the earth, right?
No. That was the consequence of eating from the tree.
What does the words "because you have listened" mean?
Yeah, there you go. Because you have listened to your wife and eaten from the tree of which I told you not to eat. Cursed is the land. Not I curse you. Cursed
Okay,
is the land.
let's run with that. Let's run with that for a sec. Okay. Now I want you to go to Genesis 8:21 after the flood, because it says after the
Perfect.
flood, God says He will not do it again. Never again will I curse the ground because of humans.
Is that what it's? You want me to pull it up or? I'm listening to
Read
you.
it.
Okay, so he said. Okay, well, okay. Genesis what? What is it?
Genesis 8:21.
This is how you know it's a lack of knowledge. Because when someone says "because you have listened," it's saying because you did this thing. Like, Nelly shouldn't even have to go to Genesis 8 because it's in the fucking text. Because you have done this thing. And
He
That's in
probably doesn't
he's like,
3:17.
understand.
men innocent.
Okay.
Men know no better. That's what he's saying is like,
Yeah.
what?
Do we not understand
I'm
cause and
sorry.
reaction?
I know it's triggering, but it's what it is.
It's
But
not
Mr. Nelson,
triggering.
I
It's
read it.
ignorant as fuck.
No, I'm
Okay,
triggered at this ignorance.
Mr. Nelson, I
So
read it, and it's speaking on the flood and the aftermath of the flood. He's
it does
saying he
no no
will
no no
never.
no 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 no
He said
no.
he will never curse the land again,
What do
meaning
you
he won't
think
flood
he's talking about?
the flood.
Okay, doesn't matter. Did he say I would never curse the ground because of humans again?
Perfect. Yeah, that's what the rainbow
Okay.
comes from.
Okay. So now I go back to 3:17.
Hold on, Nelly, ask him what does again mean.
How do you go to Genesis and then you jump you
Now,
from the
But the
fall
ground was
to
already
the
what
flood,
does
cursed.
the word
post
again?
flood?
What does the word again mean?
What do you mean?
What does again mean? Like we're
Like
asking the
he just said
question.
it was after the flood. What are you talking about?
No, what does
It
again
was
mean?
after the flood. He's not
No,
gonna
hey,
he's not gonna
are we
flood the
asking you
world again.
that? Are we asking you that? What does again
It
mean?
doesn't say
Again,
flood
mean
the
I'm
world.
not.
He said curse the ground again.
Oh my God. So we're gonna ignore the context.
Oh my goodness.
I'm going to get some
It
coffee. Y'all
happened
can keep
after the
talking to this
flood.
dumb
Are we
motherfucker
gonna
if y'all
ignore the
want to.
context?
I can't
Seriously?
I can't handle too much
I mean,
ignorance.
you're
You don't
arguing in
remember
bad
your
faith.
reasoning?
You're
That line
arguing
of
in bad
reasoning you
faith.
had?
You're arguing in bad faith. Come on.
Oh.
Come on
We're
now.
What?
arguing in bad faith. Oh Lord.
It happened
Oh
after the flood. He's saying, I'm not going to flood the land again. You could
But
read it.
can't
It's
no.
right
wasn't the
there.
ground already
So,
fucking cursed? Why is he cursing it again?
well, I think
Because
the
of
point. Hold
evil,
on, hold on,
the
hold
evil
on, hold
heart of the
on,
people.
hold on, sir,
This is a
sir. Slow
world.
down, slow down. I think what you're missing is this. Do you realize that you're giving Adam or Eve the power that your God supposedly has? They were able to curse the ground by eating a piece of fruit.
Yes,
But yet your
because they
God
separate.
says he'll never curse the ground again. But he does it anyway after that. But anyway.
What? But okay, at least try and argue in good faith. Because at this point, like the arguments you're
You
making,
don't
just
even know your Bible
you're
to be
tying
set,
two
telling
different
nobody to
contexts
argue in
that
good
have
faith.
nothing
You're
to do
not
with each other.
even knowledgeable in your own faith. Please.
Okay, let me ask you this then. Let me ask you a question then. How many? I asked this earlier. You didn't give me an answer. How many blood types are there on the earth?
How
Why
many
are you
what?
going back to this?
Blood types. Blood types.
Yeah,
Who
I'll
gives a
answer it.
shit?
Like,
How many
I'm
yeah,
trying to
like
blood
get to.
why?
types
I'm
there
trying to make
are?
a point. I'm trying to make a point. How many
What?
blood
Okay.
types?
Six,
If your
seven.
answer, hey, if your point is not going to be these blood types come from dirt, I don't want to hear it.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. It is. It is. It is. It is. It's
Oh,
gonna be
okay,
tied
yeah.
to that.
Let's hear
How
this
many blood
ignorance.
types are there on the earth?
I don't know. Enlighten me. Let's go.
Venus?
No, I want you. No, we want you to give us
Six,
all the
seven.
information. Like
Six,
we don't know.
seven.
No, it's eight.
Yeah,
You can
thank
Six,
you.
verify it.
Now
seven.
keep
Google it.
going. I'm telling you, like, don't answer me
It's
questions. Just
eight
literally
total
explain.
human blood types. In
Right.
1901, there was an Austrian scientist who discovered blood types. He discovered that there were differences in blood makeup, genetics.
Mhm.
And so,
Blush, blood makeup and contour, or blush?
no, blood.
Oh,
He
okay.
realized, yeah, he realized there was Austrian scientists who realized there was difference in blood makeup. So
Right.
from 1901 all the way up until
One used
around
Fenty and one used Too Faced.
up until 1940s when eugenics became very popular during everybody knows this during the Germans and all that. In eugenics, they finally found out by doing studies that there was a total of eight unique human blood types.
Okay. Right.
Only
What does
eight
this
Huh?
have to
all
do with the
across the world.
dirt? What does this have to do with the
So,
dirt?
so after the flood, there was only eight humans on Noah's Ark. That is not
Oh
a
my God.
coincidence.
But
That is
they're
not a
related,
coincidence.
you
What
dumb
are you
fuck. So
arguing?
they
Hold
have the
on.
That
same
is
blood
not a
type. You're
Are
coincidence.
you
so
arguing
stupid,
that
it's funny.
somehow these humans on this boat A had O positive, O negative, AB,
Bingo.
A negative?
Bingo.
You, what the? That's not how Oh my god, that's not how genetics work.
Okay.
Where do
That's
blood
not
types come from?
Sweetheart,
physically
Where do
fucking
blood types
possible.
sweetheart,
come
they
from?
were
Where do
related.
blood
You
types
can't.
come from?
No,
Where do blood
listen.
types come from?
You
No,
can't
they
have.
come.
Where do
Oh
blood
my.
types come from?
Sorry, can I just let me just say this?
Where do blood
They
types
were
come from?
okay. They were related. Okay,
That
certain
doesn't
blood
matter. Where do
types.
blood types come from?
Okay,
Yes, it
but you
does.
can't. Okay, so certain blood types you have to get from your parents. Okay, you share
Bingo.
similar blood type. Yeah, so why would they all have different blood types if they're all related?
They're not related. What are you talking about? They're related.
Yes, they
No,
are.
so who do you think got on the? Oh my fucking
Wait, wait,
god!
who do you think got on the boat? You
You
tell
don't
me. Who do
think?
you think got on the ark? I know you
Wait,
guys don't know this. I know you don't know
But
this.
Wasn't
Venus,
I
it
know
we're
you
Noah and
don't know
his
this.
arguing in
kids?
bad faith. We're arguing in bad faith, Venus. Let's remember this.
There are eight. There were only eight human blood types. It doesn't
But
come
was it
from
not
nothing.
Noah and his kids?
His wife.
Venus, listen to what I'm telling you. Please
No,
listen.
no, no. I'm not
Oh,
There is
gonna listen
eight
to you.
blood types, right? It doesn't come from nothing. It comes from
right.
uh, it comes from family. It comes from father and mother. It can only come from other humans. Blood types don't come out of thin air.
So you're
And for
arguing that his parent Noah and his wife
Noah,
somehow had the
his wife,
ability. Hold
his
on,
three
hey, hold on.
sons, and their
I'm gonna
three.
go through it. Hold on, I'm gonna go through it. You're arguing that somehow these two beings who can only have one blood type made up the
What?
other six blood types
What?
because they're a family. I don't think you know that they're a
What are you
family.
talking about? No,
Noah,
the wives
who was
aren't
on the
even.
ark? Who was on the ark? Who were the people on the ark?
Thank you. Okay, it was Noah, his wife, his three sons, and their three wives. That's eight people right there. They were the only ones who survived the flood. And after them, they're our patriarchs and our matriarchs. And after them, every human came from those eight blood types.
How
That
could
is no
hey, hold on,
coincidence.
wait.
That is not a
Let me ask you
coincidence.
this. How could they have a different how could Noah's son have a Noah's kids have completely different blood types from Noah and his wife? Genetically, how can this happen? Genetically. And what does
It's the
this have
same.
to do with the dirt? Because that's what I asked you. I asked you how
It's
does
the,
these blood types come from dirt? What does
see,
this
now
have to
you're
do with
running away. Now you're running away to dirt.
You
no,
know
no,
Just
no,
what?
no, no, no. I asked my first question first. How is it
it,
genetically possible or physically possible that his sons would have a different blood type from him and his wife? How?
what? What do you mean
How?
different blood types?
Because the blood types come from the parents. How would they have the different
Right.
blood
It's
types?
the same way everyone has different fingerprints. It's the same exact thing.
It's not how blood
Everyone
types
has.
work. That's not
Can I
how
add
blood
Oh
types
my
work.
something?
goodness.
Can I
Oh
can
my
I just
goodness.
like put can
Where
we
do blood
just
types
like
come from?
okay,
Where do blood
dude,
types come from?
this is stupid because let's just say there's eight blood types. There's more than eight, by the way.
No, they're
But
not.
the
No, they're not.
Hindu, no, there is. There's eight main ones,
No.
but there's more
Nope.
than just eight. Can you like shut up? The point
I mean, that's
is
false
that
though. You
there's
can't say
no
that.
just. I wish I'm not moderator on here. I was about to mute.
But you
But
can't give false
no,
information.
stop. Just stop. Okay. You can Google this yourself. So what? Let's just say there's eight blood types. The Hindu goddess Shiva has eight arms, and Hinduism is before Christianity. Does that make Hinduism right? Because you found an eight and an eight? Are you really that like dense? This is eight, and this is eight, therefore this true. Like, come on.
But also, I asked him to tie this
Really?
back to the dirt. This did not tie it back to the dirt. I literally said, "Don't explain it to me if it doesn't come from the dirt." I
The
literally
dirt
said
is
that.
Adam. The dirt is Adam, right?
Right. How
I'm
many
talking about
blood?
patriarchs. I'm talking about the people we come from. What I'm saying to you
Exactly.
is, how could something written over 4,000 years ago accurately detail the number eight of the people on the ark, and somehow in 1945, 4,000 years later, they guessed that was only eight blood types? How is that coincidental? How?
Hey, where does
That's my
RH
all I'm
negative
asking.
come
How?
from? Is RH negative in
How?
this eight? Is RH negative in this eight?
Oh,
Do you realize when the Bible writes a number like eight, there was eight people on the
Hey,
ark?
are you
They're
fucking listening? Hold on.
listen.
Where does
No, I gotta make a
RH
point.
negative come from? Where does RH negative come from?
Okay, now you're going somewhere else. And so
No,
listen to what
this
I'm
is on the
saying.
blood types. No, this is on the blood types. You're trying to go somewhere else.
I'm
Where
talking
does
about
RH
AO,
negative come
O
from?
positive, B positive, B minus, A positive, and AB minus. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, that's
You're talking about some other
RH.
stuff.
RH
oh.
negative is a blood type. Are you okay?
She said RH negative
Let,
is a what?
let me say this, and then I can't talk to this cat no
Thinker,
more.
hold on,
I'm gonna
Thinker.
say this. You said, slow down, horse. You said that it was eight different types of blood types because it was eight different people on Noah's Ark, and that's how we got the blood types. Now, this that means they had eight different blood types to do this. Now, I'm going off what you said. Now, I'm on online, and I'm seeing here, and I just wanted to pick out some, so I picked out an O blood type. Now it says an O child genotype OO is only possible if both parents are BO. So that means two of the people on Noah's Ark would have had to be BO to create O. So
He don't fucking
they
listen.
couldn't have had different blood types.
Nelly, we already went through
You
this.
got you gotta
He don't
understand
care. He don't care. He
where
keeps on
you gotta
pivoting and
understand
saying,
where do
"Well, it's the
blood
same
types
thing
come
as when
from?
the scientists figured
Where
it
do
out
any
in
of the blood types?
19." He's gonna keep saying it's the same thing. He don't care. We literally just asked him, "How the fuck is this even possible?" Because I'm O negative. I got that from my mom. And that's like the. I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, you get your blood type from your parents. I got O
Well,
negative from
I'm
my
going off
mother.
what he
Bingo.
said. He said there were
Noah and his
8
wife.
different types. Hold on, horse. You said it was 8 different types, blood types on that deal. So in order to create the O child, genotype OO, 2 of the parents would have had to been BO. So that just terminates your claim right there.
No, oh my goodness.
You can't have
Okay.
a different blood type other
This
than
has to be
yours. So where are you
willful.
spawning these different blood types? Because
This just has to be
all of
like
these people have to have
intentional.
it. You're muffled. You're muffled.
Y'all want to hear something funny or something
Yeah,
interesting, not funny?
please.
In the Hebrew text, in Genesis 7:2, when it talks about taking the 7 pairs of every clean animal, male and female, it uses ish and ish to, which means man and his wife. And so, considering the fact that humans are in the animal kingdom, is a very real possibility that the author was not saying that it was just Noah and his sons on there, but Noah, his sons, and the husband and wife of every animal species of the ground, and that includes humans. And then it talks about the animals in the sky in Genesis 7:3, and it uses for male and female there, it uses Zachar for just male, like the biological classification, and Nakha for female. So it classifies it just gender wise when it's talking about the birds in the air. But when it's talking about the animals of the ground, it calls it husband and wife. There's a very real possibility that it was more humans on that ark and not just Noah and his 8. It's just translated in English as just Noah and his 8.
Then you would have to explain what the other blood type, why there's no, why there's only 8 blood types. You have to, that burden of proof is on you.
There's more than 8. There's more than 8.
First of all, let's make
Thank
something
you
So,
for
so
clear.
yourself.
where do the other
He
blood
said
types
you
come
would
from?
have.
Where do the other blood types
We
come from?
gonna slow down, horse. We gonna make something very clear. We were using logic based on the story because no one up here, no, no one up here believes that that shit even happened because there's no evidence of that. We're just using logic on the story, so don't think that we believe it was a flood because
Okay,
there
let me ask
wasn't.
you this, Mr. Nelson. How much of the world is water? How much of our earth is water?
Oh my God! Put it like this. I'll make it
Let me,
real
it's a
simple
simple
for you.
question.
No, I'm
It's a
going to
simple
make it
question.
real simple for you. You could take every ounce of water on this planet and rain for the next 200 years, and you couldn't flood this motherfucker. If that makes
Okay,
sense.
I got you. So how much of our earth is water?
Oh my God. Why does
I'm
that
asking.
even
The sea.
matter?
How much of the world of the earth is sea? It's water. How much of it?
Oh my God. Why does
I
it
need a
matter?
percentage. Just a
Tell
percentage. I'm just
me, why
asking.
does it
I'm just
matter?
asking. I'm
You
just
Why
can't.
curious
does it matter?
because you told me you don't believe in the flood, which is fine. I'm
It's
trying to
not
figure out.
possible, dickhead. We wouldn't have trees. Stop asking us
Oh
That's
about the
shit.
water,
Venus. That's
man. It's
fine.
not
Venus. That's
possible.
fine.
We
I'm
wouldn't
asking a
have
simple question
trees.
for the
We wouldn't
audience.
have
Why
trees
do
and
we
we
have?
wouldn't have freshwater fish. We wouldn't have any fucking plant species. We wouldn't even have underwater plant species. It's just not possible.
Okay,
And
we're
your
saying.
bestie in chat is talking about plankton found on mountains. Like I can't believe you're this old and you don't know how fucking mountains are formed. Like
I
you
asked a simple question.
He
I'm
needs to
not
go
trying to be
back and
disrespectful.
study
I'm
I
Earth.
can't
asking a
believe
simple
this.
question. How
You need
much
to
of
go
the
back and
earth
study Earth.
is
You're just talking.
sea?
Be quiet. You just talking. You need to go
I'm
back and
asking a
study Earth.
question.
Hold on. Do you know it was a point in time before us and all this that it rained for over 1 million years. Did you know that? And it didn't flood the earth then.
Do you have any tangible proof it rained for 1 million years?
So here's what I'm saying to you, sir. If it rained for over 1 million years and it didn't flood the earth, what makes you think 40 days and 40 nights is gonna flood this motherfucker?
I asked you for tangible proof that it rained for 1 million years.
Oh
Do you
my
have proof
God.
of this?
I'm done with this cat.
Do you have
He's
any
Hold on,
tangible
idiot.
proof
before
it
y'all are done,
rained
I
for a
just want to.
million
How
years?
did Noah and his family members get rid of all of the dead bodies and fossil fuels, like, and to start cultivating the ground again? Like after the ground was flooded, that had to fuck up vegetation and agriculture. Like he cursed, like that was basically cursing the ground. Um, so how did they do that all over the earth? How did they fix all of that? Like,
Fix all of what?
and then logically, don't you think that this was like a worse punishment for Noah and his family to have to stay back and recultivate the earth?
What? Okay, now you're asking questions that. What are we talking about here? Are we talking about? So you think everybody should be gone?
Can you get your microphone out of your pants? Like, I don't know what happens, but
Like logically, okay, after the flood, right? The earth has flooded. All of the vegetation is dead. The ground is soaked. It's mush, right? They have to
Right.
recultivate the earth, right? Start agriculture all back over again, right? They have to get rid of all these dead bodies of animals and humans, right? How did these 8 people do that?
Okay. Is my mic actually better though?
Mhm.
Okay. So you're making a little bit of an assumption here, right?
I'm making
When
a
God
what?
flooded the earth,
I'm sorry.
you're making a bit of an
What
assumption.
assumption?
Assumption.
What's the assumption that there were dead bodies?
You're assu you No, you're assuming that um the rest of the land, right? Because our planet is what, 73% water, 72%. You're assuming that the rest of the land is also drenched in water. That's what you're assuming. It's not.
Wait, there was land
It's
that
not.
did not flood on the earth?
We're talking about yes, we're talking about God flooding the earth, right?
Right. So was there land on the earth that did not flood?
There were parts he didn't flood, yes.
Hold on. He flooded the earth, but
Right.
there were parts of the earth that did not flood.
Essentially, yes. It's where everybody that was corrupted lived,
the
essentially.
devil
Like it was
is the father of lies.
Hold on. What happened to those humans that they survived?
no, nobody could survive. If anybody was
So
able to
what? So how
survive,
did those
he would
humans?
know.
So were there no humans living where the earth was not flooded?
I mean, they had to be high places where they probably couldn't reach. But even if anywhere they reached, though, he would know where they were. So he flooded the whole world, and everyone
I'm
pretty
sorry.
much is
I'm sorry.
out.
Did he
And
flood
the
the whole
mush,
world or not? Because you're saying that there are parts. You're saying there are parts of the world he did not flood, but then you're saying he flooded the whole
essentially,
world.
when I say okay, essentially, I'm saying anywhere he could find all the corrupt people that existed on the earth, pretty much.
Mm,
So
mm,
What?
it
mm,
doesn't. I mean, when it says it flooded the whole world, we don't know exactly how, like, where or how much. It's assumed that it's everywhere, right? Which is fine.
mm.
You can assume that. My
Who
assumption
told
here
you
is
Right.
this? The Holy
it's
Ghost.
enough.
What?
My
It
assumption here is
says
that
that
it's
the water covered even the highest mountain. Like,
Also, doesn't the Hebrew word mean the whole
Hold
earth,
on,
if I'm
y'all.
not
Don't cut each
mistaken?
other off.
okay,
Remember
okay,
to
sorry.
let each
okay,
other
okay,
speak.
okay, okay. You're right. It's scripture, so we'll go with the whole world. Okay, it's covered the whole world, right? So once the sea levels, I mean, obviously you can control it. Once the sea levels decrease and go lower, all the mush you're talking about essentially just, I mean, you can control even the sun, so it'll all dry up. So after it dries up, all they do is they go to the land wherever God uh, pretty much inserts them, and that's where they begin their life, right
Wait,
there.
hold on. You have dead bodies dead
The bodies
animals.
don't matter.
I'm
They
sorry. I'm
decay.
sorry. You have dead. How long do you think it would take?
The
Will
mush
you
you
fucking let me ask the question? How long do you think that it would take for all these dead bodies of humans and animals to decay while Noah and his family are living after the flood? And then you have wet land that they have to recultivate. They have to wait for it to dry up. How long are you saying this took? This lasted for them to even start recultivating the ground?
all valid questions. Um, so I have to. I'll be straight up with you on that part. I would have to verify some of the detail. But I'm sure it took some time. I mean, the decaying, I don't think took a lot of time. I mean, it's just, I mean, the bodies are just going to decay.
What
The
did they
like
eat?
the wet lands is I don't know how long that would have taken. I mean that is a valid
Hold
question you're
on,
asking.
y'all. One thing I cannot stand is to see a woman say that I'm mean when a man is disrespecting me and cutting me off. Like, you pick me
I
bitches.
apologize for that.
Stop. You pick me bitches get on my goddamn nerves. Like, if y'all would open your mouths more and tell men to stop disrespecting you, we wouldn't be fucking dealing with the shit we're dealing with today. Stop laying the fuck down and allowing men to disrespect you. Sorry, go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, what did they eat in that time?
Uh, I mean
Because the whole,
they had animals on the ark. I know that.
but they couldn't eat those animals. They had to reproduce, right?
Right, they would have to, yeah, they would have to reproduce. So, like I said, I would literally have to go back and read that section if it even has the details on how they built themselves up.
It doesn't.
But
I mean,
like I said, this is,
they were told to take provisions on the boat, but I'm talking about after when they
I
get
mean
on
that's a valid
this land
question.
with
This
all
is
the bodies and all the salted earth, because all of the earth would be salted at that point. Like, I don't know if you know much about like agriculture,
yeah,
but
salt water and yeah, I get what you're saying. I mean, these are valid questions y'all are asking. I mean, this is all divine ordained. You know, it's kind of like telling somebody who created who created the world, how are you doing this, or what's going on, and what's this detail? So I can't
No,
really
this
just,
is you are claiming this is
I,
history.
I can't
You
just
are
answer
claiming
this for
this
you.
is history,
Mhm.
and you said I need to verify.
I mean, I
How are you?
brought up the
I'm
blood
sorry. Why
types.
are
I
you still
mean,
doing it? Why are you still talking while I'm talking? You claim this is history, and you said I need to verify. How are you going to verify how long it took for the bodies to decay after this flood, before Noah and their families could start recultivating the ground? How are you going to verify that?
like I said, I'm going to go back into the scriptures and see if it even states those details. If it doesn't state those details, then it's just not even significant enough of a question to actually. I mean, it's
What?
just not.
Wait,
It
because the Bible doesn't answer it, it's not a significant question.
personally, no.
That's such a weird standard.
I get what you're saying, but it's not a detail that changes anything. Like,
It
what is it?
does,
What
though.
exactly does it
That's
Of
why
change?
we
course
use
it
What does it
does.
logic.
change?
They
It
would be
does.
What does it
That's
dead.
change?
why it's illogical, right? For to say that 8 humans after the flood was able to live amongst bodies that drowned in water that was 23,000 feet in the sky. And I'm being hyperbolic there. I don't know how high up it was, but
Well, yeah, that's Everest. Yeah.
so, like, it's illogical, right, to say that 8 humans lived amongst all of this deceased bodies, deceased animals, and then, right, the ground being flooded, all the vegetation being destroyed. Like, what the hell were they able to eat? How are they able to not get sick with the decomposing bodies? Where are the fossils? The remains? Like, it's illogical. It makes you ask even more logical questions to determine whether or not this thing is true. And the fact that you're saying, oh, because the Bible doesn't state it, it's not important anyway. And that's what a lot of people do with faith. And that's why the question is asking is applying critical thinking or logic to biblical or spiritual claims of sin or evil. You all just throw out like if there's no answer in your book, you just throw out the question that you have and you just go, "Oh, I'm not allowed to ask that. Oh, it's divine information. I don't need to know that." Maddie, go ahead.
I mean, I was gonna let him respond to y'all because I was gonna take it back to
All right. Yeah.
I'm
with
ready
the
to move on
response
from
of the
his
thing.
ass.
oh, okay,
No,
well I'll just
I
go
was just gonna
ahead.
say you're asking valid questions. And like I said, personally, for me, an important detail would be how many people was on the ark, and it's stated there's eight, which is enough. I mean, that's the type of detail I would like. But if you're wondering how they survived after, when God Himself is the one leading them, I personally never question that. But I mean, if it's a valid question for you, I understand.
I'm gonna take it back to the 8 people and the blood types real quick. How many blood types are there in your head? Who keeps? How many blood types are there?
According to science, it's eight.
No, it's not. Can you please go look that up and then come back? Because then I'm gonna talk to you about that. It's
I
not just
tried to
8.
tell him, Maddie, there's 300 and I have a screenshot of it, but I'd like to see it.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
is not
no.
300 blood
Yes, it
types.
is. Okay, yes, it is. Because I looked it up as well just to make sure I'm right before I say this. Now, this is why your whole argument with the 8 people creating all the known blood types is gonna fall apart. If you're arguing the 8 common, sure. That would be giving all these parents both had one of them had AO, one of them had BO. And they successfully produced 3 children with the all with the different blood types other than their own. And then the 3 wives would have the different blood types. Well, 2 of them would have the different blood types. If that would be only for the main 8. That leaves the rest of the hundreds of blood types that exist. And that is not possible. It is literally impossible for those 8 beings, given they all had the main 8 blood types. It is impossible for them to create the hundreds of ones we have today. It is literally impossible. There is not just 8, there is hundreds of blood types. It is impossible for the 8 main common ones that you are talking about. It is impossible for them to then create the rest because they do not have they would not have everything you needed to create the rest of the blood types. It's impossible. And you can go look it up yourself. You can do the Punnett squares yourself. You can figure all the genetic stuff out yourself, but it is impossible for that to happen. There is no way that can happen.
And I just want to say this real quick, and I'm not addressing him no more about this. For the 2 people that call me a liar, for those that want to look it up, it's called the Carnan Pluval episode, and it happened about 232 to 234 million years ago. It rained for about 1 to 2 million years. This is what led up to the rise of the dinosaurs, for people that want to know. And if it could not flood the earth with that, your 40 days and 40 nights story is out the fucking window.
I swear, y'all be ageist than a motherfucker in this chat. As if you all do not expect or pray to your God every fucking night to wake you up so that you can one day be a grandpa or a grandma. You are not going to be the age you are for fucking ever.
And that forehead on her profile
I was
picture
gonna.
got
God
20
damn it,
years.
Maddie.
That
Like, I
forehead on
swear.
that profile got 20 years alone.
I was gonna
Like,
say,
like
how
it
do you talk
makes
about
no
anybody? We
sense.
can show movies on that thing. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh my God, not projector here. Like, it makes no sense. Like, y'all pray to your God every day and ask your God to bless you to see another day. You come in here every fucking day and saying that your God is worthy of your worship because he wakes you up in the morning. And that is so that your ass can get old. And the way y'all talk about people who are older than you is so fucking disgusting.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's funny we're talking about history while ignoring history. Like, why don't the pyramids at Giza have flood damage all the way up to the top?
That was well after the flood. Come on now.
No, it was 180 years before.
What? You're an
You
actual
stupid.
ignoramus.
Do you
You
know
don't
when
know
the flood happened?
anything.
Yeah, 300 years ago.
And you're saying the pyramids of Giza existed when?
Uh, 2650 BC.
Mac, I don't think he know that the Earth's supposed to be 600 years old due to his religion. I don't think he tracking with that.
Now, this is actual history, right? So it's going to be confusing for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know that the pyramids were completed about 180 years before the global flood would have happened. So my question is, where's the damage? Why didn't the Egyptians have a record of a global flood at that time,
And how
or
the fuck were
have
they
no
record
records at all?
keeping?
Hold on,
Sorry,
Venus.
Mac.
Hold on.
Hmm. Wow.
Like, why is there no break in their history?
I'm
Yeah,
sorry. I, I,
same with
I I
China.
respectfully, I don't at all agree with that timeline that you just gave. I'm sorry.
I know.
Yeah, I mean, you can plead ignorance, but you can't disagree without showing me why.
Hold on.
The
None of y'all
Sudanese
don't
people
have
still build
small
their own
heads.
pyramids, almost identical to the Giza, but smaller as tombs.
Hold on for a
It did
second.
not
Hold on,
Hold
exist
on.
in
Risky.
Wait,
that
wait, wait,
era
wait,
you're
wait, wait,
talking
wait,
about.
wait, wait. I just want to say something right quick. Blessed Queen, like this is what I mean when when the whole purpose of this conversation is about intellectualism, right? Using logic, using critical thinking, using comprehension when it applies to your belief system. Saying none of y'all don't have small heads doesn't make any fucking sense. None at all. And like y'all come in here every damn day and show us that y'all just don't give a fuck about education. And it makes us think that your God is against you having an education. Because it's like y'all made that choice willfully. And you are afraid that if you are educated, that you are going to lose out on heaven or some shit. I'm sorry, Matt. Go ahead. Whoever was responding, I don't know who was responding.
Mac was
I was
talking
just,
to him.
Okay, go ahead, Matt.
I was just saying that you. I mean, if you're going to disagree, I need some kind of something to substantiate that disagreement.
so burden of proof is on me. Why?
Right,
Yeah.
because Mac's stuff is actually backed up in evidence.
Oh, archaeology. Right.
You're
Okay.
right, right. What's yours backed up in?
Right. Right.
Right.
Okay.
What's yours backed
Because
up in?
Mine is intangible proof of the people that still live there and still build their own
Hmm.
pyramids in Nubia, Sudan, all these places. They still have pyramids that they build.
what is that proof of?
It's not at the size of the Giza. So I mean, believing it happened maybe 1,000 years ago or so, or even 2,000 years ago is more feasible than saying it happened. What 5,000 is your estimate? What was your estimate?
Yeah, about
Five.
4,500.
Yeah,
Solid.
I don't align with that. I think the Giza is more
So this is just
three, maybe
your
three
not
thousand,
your
twenty
lack
five
of
hundred.
knowledge.
Wow.
This is just
What's that?
you. This is just your like argument from ignorance. Maybe personal
Yeah,
incredulity. You don't understand how
yeah.
it could have happened back then, so it could not have. Even
No,
though
I just don't agree with that timeline
even
that you
though it's the
gave.
consensus of archaeologists and geologists and pretty much anybody who's examined them, historians.
He's saying because nobody's building it today that it's not possible, I guess.
No, I'm saying people are still building it today. I'm
Right,
Why
but
does
you
saying
that
said
move
they're
the
not
much
time?
building it
Why
to
does
closer,
that
that?
much closer.
size.
Why
You
does
said they're
that
not
move
building
the?
it to that size. That's what you said.
But even still, why does that change the timeline?
I'm saying it's much closer because the people are still committing to this. People are still doing this.
That does not hold. It makes no sense. There's no causal connection between your statements. Like, how does
Me?
people doing something mean that the people who did it in the past must have done it more recently? It doesn't make
I,
sense.
I was
I
just
mean,
about to ask
they
if
would
I
still
build a
have to be
house
the heritage.
today, does that change the time of the first house built? Like, I was just about to ask that. That
No,
Yeah.
but
doesn't change the
the
time.
heritage and culture should have some kind of shift, but there is no shift. It's the same structure. It's the same platform. I mean,
Let me.
it's more like even the
This is
Machu
such a
Picchu, for
bad
example. It
argument,
looks
dude.
very similar to the
This is so
pyramids.
bad.
This is terrible. Let me ask you a question. Does geological evidence exist?
Sure.
Okay, well then you can shut the fuck up now because
Okay, okay.
that's
All right,
your
that's fine.
evidence.
That's fine. Yeah.
I
All
mean,
right,
You
y'all.
want to get it?
Are y'all done with
You
him?
want to get into the dinosaurs?
wow.
Yeah, we're done. Christians don't believe dinosaurs exist, so you can just bye.
Oh,
All right. Thank you so much for coming up. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Hmm.
Back to the drawing board.
Go verify the flood.
I think that was one of the most dishonest cunts I've ever spoken to in my life.
Yeah. Somebody
He's
said, "Is he
definitely
flat
up
Earth?"
there.
I wouldn't doubt for a second that he's a flurf, but I didn't want to ask because that is a big old can of worms.
If you
Not
are
worth getting into. Sorry.
if you are friendly and you're in the guest request, please remember to put a nerd emoji in the comments to let me know that you're in there on purpose, so I do not leave you in the request. If you are a super nerd, you get priority. If you are a fan club member, you get priority over non-fan club members. So please use the nerd emoji.
I mean, that was just ignorant. Then only saying that there's only 8 blood types was absolutely fucking crazy. When literally, when you look it up, the immediate answer is no, there aren't only 8 blood types.
Like, imagine
What?
building your worldview around a coincidence. Like
Right?
something you can't demonstrate is more than a coincidence.
That you can't
somebody's
even
trying to be
prove.
funny.
Like, you literally cannot prove that Noah, his wife, and his 3 sons and their 3 wives luckily had the main 8. But then again, we still couldn't get all the ones we have now from that main 8. Like, it's
I
literally
tried it with him. I
impossible.
said to him, the Hindu goddess has 8 arms. And there's 8 there's 8 blood types. I
I,
guess
I, I'm
Hinduism's true now.
I'm trying to figure out is that supposed to scare us? They're lining up your points with 666 666 666.
No, that we want them to
Oh,
do
those
that.
are friendlies doing
Yeah,
that.
that's friendlies doing
Yeah,
that.
we like to
Oh, okay.
it freak
It
out the
scares
Christians.
Christians.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm 777. I don't know what the fuck
That,
that
that's
means, but okay.
that's why
And
they'll scrounge around in their purse to make it 667.
Yeah. Yeah.
what's killing me is this is the last thing I'm gonna say before we introduce a new guest. What's killing me is there was Christians in the chat with him that have the full ability to go off this app and still listen and look up how many blood types there are, still saying that he was right that those 8 blood types created all of these. And then when Venus is saying look it up, they're like, "Oh, I did." You
Sure.
looked it up and it told you that there's only 8 blood types.
It actually
That's
says
so
there's
Probably,
fucking
millions.
stupid.
It says there's millions.
they
Thank
pro-
you.
they
And you
probably looked it
cannot
up
do
on
that.
like they probably looked it up on like Answers in Genesis or something.
But
Like, you
to be
cannot do
fair,
that
it
with the
does
main
say
8.
that even the minor blood types fall within the main 8, and only because like if it's one of the minor blood types, they will get classified as O negative or A negative. But
Mm.
there's millions of blood types.
You literally cannot do it with just 8. Like, you can't do it. And
I
that's
mean,
a
O
whole lot
positive,
of
A
like,
negative.
that's a whole lot of like, given again that they all have these 8 different blood types. Like, we're giving that to them. And then we're also giving it to them that they could successfully reproduce without the gene pool drying up. We're also giving it that.
Yeah.
Omateo I don't have a reason not to be honest. I don't have a fucking God. And then if I'm wrong about something, I can accept that shit and learn. Unfortunately, a God
Oh, sorry.
stops you from doing that. What were you finna say, Matt?
Oh, sorry. I thought you were wrapped up. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to bed.
Okay, have a good one.
All right, I'll see you tomorrow.
All right.
Bye.
Bye,
All
Matt.
right, Matt.
Omoteo. Omoteo. All right, moving on.
And then the fact he said that to you, he's still arguing that these 8 people could give all of these blood types.
Yahim,
Yeah,
how old are you?
I'm 25.
Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
No, I believe in God.
All right, there's 2 topics on the board. Go ahead and pick one and start with Venus.
Topic one, why are we expecting Bronze Age and Greco-Roman information to guide us today? What do you mean by Bronze Age and Greco-Roman information?
The way, Thinker, do you want to expand on your original thought, or would you like me to run with my interpretation of the prompt?
I mean, it's just the Bible, the biblical antiquities, like
Yeah, go ahead
I'm
and
sorry.
run
Stop.
with
I'm sorry.
your
Can I please finish
interpretation.
speaking? I don't know what it is about men who like. I know you hear my voice, and my voice is loud, especially in front of a microphone. It's antiquities. I'm talking about the Bible, the people in the Bible, the stories in the Bible, the culture in the Bible. They are using that information to guide us today.
Okay. Yeah,
Do you
sorry, I
understand that,
just
Yahim?
was speaking because she asked me.
She did not ask you. She asked me to explain it. You
I mean,
asked
I
her. I'm
don't.
sorry. Hello? She did not ask you. She asked me to explain it because you asked a question. She asked me because I'm the host and I'm the one who formed the question.
All right. Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. There's a whole lot of information in the Bible that can be used. There's, I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't. Learning from the past has always been human nature.
Yeah, I understand that. But there's learning from the past, then there's making the exact same mistakes that they did. Do you think that instead of learning from their mistakes and improving their systems of morals and knowledge, that we should instead falter to the exact same standards as them?
Well, if you read the Bible, you'll know that humanity has a type of fault where it just keeps going back around again in a big circle into the same problems over and over.
I agree.
And
It's
it
why.
usually comes in
Hold
through
on,
like
Venus, let him
every
finish.
like couple thousand years. Uh, Usually when populations rise, more people, more corruption, more problems. Everyone seems to want to do whatever they want to do. Then there's some huge cataclysmic issue, society crumbles and falls, and then it's a small group of people again. Then they have morals and values, and they have something structurally that they live by, and society grows and it prospers. Then it starts to become too many people, and they start again doing whatever they want to do and thinking that they can be whatever they want to be, and things get tumultuous and there's problems and there's wars and it crumbles all again. And this has happened for thousands of years in all kinds of empires and in all kinds of societies, and today there's nothing new. It's still the same as it's always been. So the Bible has many teachings about all of these empires and all of the people in the Bible that didn't believe back then and that thought they could do and be whatever they wanted. They still died. Like, it doesn't change the fact, it doesn't make your life any better to like rebel against God. You just end up dying just like everyone else. The only difference is that after you die and society becomes small again, believing in God and in structure and in morals and values causes society to grow and flourish like it would in the beginning. So we're just towards like a end of a cycle right now where people are starting to just kind of want to branch out and be and do whatever they want, and chaos comes with that.
Okay, so my question for you is, would you rather live under the same laws that the Israelites did or the laws of the country that you're in right now?
Well, just going off of like being born in the country I'm in right now, it's easier for the laws that I've been raised under. But if I had a choice, I would like to at least try to live in an area with those laws to truly like get a feel for
That's not really what I
how I could
asked
live.
you. Sorry, I feel like you're misunderstanding my question. Would you like to live in a society where it's perfectly legal to enslave people and to stone women? You would prefer that over the country that you're in now? You think it would be pleasant to just try living in a society that sanctions slavery?
Well, the slavery in the Bible, um, like their law was you can enslave someone and you'd bring them into your house for 7 years. And after those 7 years, they'd go free and you'd give them money. And whatever they did when they were your slave, let's say they like farmed your cattle, they now know how to farm cattle and they now have money in their pocket and they're free now after 7 years. So they could
Cool.
take
So
the
what happened
money
if they were a
and
woman? What
you
happened if they were
can
a
go
woman?
and buy your
Sir,
own cattle. I'm
sir,
sorry, I'm not
you're
finished.
monologuing. Can you
I've
just
already let
please?
you finish.
No, I just asked you a simple question and you started monologuing for ages and you speak very, very slow. So at some point I have to stop you because you're not
Well, it
understanding
seems like you don't really
fundamentally.
know what you're even
Yahim,
arguing about.
Yahim, can we just keep this honest? We don't have to do this. The Bible contains two different kinds of slavery. The slavery you're talking about, where they're released after 7 years, is only for the Israelites and only for male Israelites. There's a verse that says if you sell your daughter into slavery, she cannot leave. Would you like to live in a society where people think it's okay to sell their daughters into slavery forever against their
What
will?
verse is
Is that
that?
okay? So
Yeah,
you
see, you
have
can't
so
just
you
make things up.
no, I'm not making it up, Yahim. Does
No, the thing
anyone
is, if women got stoned,
hold
men
on?
got
Hold
stoned as well.
Oh, fucking God. Okay.
And if women were to want to travel to like another city, men would go with them and there'd be bandits or lions or something, and they'd die
What the
protecting
fuck?
the caravan and the women.
Yahim!
So yeah, the
Yahim!
women they
What's
didn't
going
like
on?
have so much
Yahim!
freedom, but
Binka,
that was
he's being
because
so
the
fucking
the
dishonest. It's
law
so
back then was
Hold
irritating.
like
on.
extremely
Hold on for a second. Please be
savage.
quiet for a second.
The world was
Stop
rough.
talking for a second. I know they're going to say things that you don't agree with. You have to respond when they're done. Yahim, please stop monologuing.
Okay.
Please be concise. Get to the point. Okay. We have multiple. We have
Binka,
other
give me
people.
strength.
We have other people that want to come in. So I need you to talk faster. Say more than one word per second, and be concise. Okay. If you keep monologuing, I am going to give her permission to cut you off. I'm trying to respect you and allow you to get your thoughts out, but we cannot wait 2 minutes every time you answer something. Actually, it's longer than 2 minutes. Like you take 5 minutes to answer something. Okay, can you speed up for us?
Okay, yeah, I'll try to speed up. It's just the Bronze Age and Greco-Roman times were like thousands of years, and the
We
Bible
understand
is
that. We're
not
not
like a
asking you
small
to
book.
answer thousands of years in one answer, and you're wasting time. Like just even saying that. Please answer her question. Be concise. Venus, can you state what it is that you want to know?
I want to know whether Yahim would be okay with living in a society where women are stoned if they're not virgins on their wedding night, and women are allowed to be sold into smack slavery, and people are allowed to be owned as slaves for life. Not indentured servants, because that's a different thing, but slaves for life. Is he, if he would want to live in a society where all those things are sanctioned?
Okay, well, I'll try to keep it quick. If I were to live in this society, indentured servitude is a real thing. Slavery forever would be for a nation that tried to attack us and kill us and murder my family. So, yeah, sure, they can be a slave for life. My daughter would be protected in my household, and I would make sure that the man she marries has a good job. Um, as far as being stoned, men and women were both stoned back then, so it's not really a sex kind of thing. I guess that answers your question.
Can,
No, it doesn't.
I want to read something right quick. This is from Pete Hegseth. When we asked the question whether slavery in the South was biblical slavery, the answer must consequently be yes and no. Was the South a nation in covenant with the Lord Jesus Christ? Had it undertaken formally to conform all its laws, including its laws on slavery, to the laws of Scripture? The answer is clearly no. The South was not a Christian utopia. If, however, we ask whether the South contained many conscientious Christians, both slave-owning and enslaved, who endeavor to follow the requirements of Scripture set down in the New Testament for believers in slaveholding societies, then the answer is yes. This is from the third article from Reverend Doug Wilson in the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, who said that biblical slavery is not wrong. He said that slavery in the South with African Americans. He said in the South, even though he admits that it did not follow biblical, because while the institution may have been flawed, both the slave owners and the enslaved African Americans endeavor to follow Scripture. So he says that slavery is not wrong as long as it follows the biblical guidelines. And they are actively trying to bring slavery back and repeal women's right to vote. And so when you say that you would rather live in those times because the people at that time, the people who were held in slavery for life at that time were the ones that were trying to kill the Israelites. If you're going by the Bible, that is not true. And so you are saying that as long as the slave owners followed what the Bible says, then African Americans being enslaved for life was okay, and you prefer that for people of other nations. But this is what Venus is asking you, because she said that you did not answer her question.
Okay, well, like you just said, out of your own facts that you read, the slavery in America was not anywhere near biblical slavery. It was an extreme, hateful and demonic thing that had nothing to do with biblical slavery. And if you're talking about slavery for life, then that would mean that the white people would be the slaves because they're not Israelites. So that doesn't even make sense.
All right, so what would be the distinction between the transatlantic slavery and the slavery in the Bible?
Extreme distinction would be men weren't ass raped, little babies weren't fed to crocodiles, women weren't raped and forced to bear seed.
Okay, but the feeding children to crocodiles has nothing to do with slavery. I'm talking about the specific conditions of the slavery and the kind of slavery. That was something else,
Well, you
and that
wanted
was
to know the
horrible.
difference. Those are just the small little talking points. I mean, you can go into the transatlantic slave trade and spend a week talking about it, but it's definitely nothing like the biblical slavery.
Yahim,
And if you want to know about like the real dark side of biblical,
Yahim, You are talking about the treatment of the slaves. She's asking for the distinction between the institution of the system, not how the slaves were treated. That's a different conversation.
Okay, well, the institution of the slavery in America was to destroy an entire population, an entire race. The institution of slavery in the Bible
Not asking you
is to
why. She's not
have is
asking
to
you.
have
She's not asking
workers
you
and
intention.
serfs.
She's not asking you intention. She is asking you for the structural differences between the systems, the structure of the slave
The
system.
structure. Could you explain? Because I think I'm explaining it pretty well. I think
You're
you're
not.
searching
You
for
don't know the
something that
difference.
just might not be there.
For example, in ancient Israel, the Israelites could only be indentured servants. They could not be bought or sold or treated as slaves, and they were let go during Jubilee. They could not be enslaved for life. Foreigners in ancient Israel could be bought, brought back to Israel. The children of foreigners who lived in Israel could be turned into lifetime slaves, and they were not manumitted. And it did not have to be for war. They could travel to other lands as long as they went and got their slaves from foreign nations. They could turn them into lifetime slaves. That is the
No, the
structure. I'm
Bible.
sorry, let me finish. That is the structure of the slave systems in ancient Israel. You had indentured servitude and lifetime slavery of foreigners.
Okay, so the Bible says to treat foreigners as you would
We are
treat
not
yourself.
talking
So
about
that's not
treatment.
true.
We are not
The slaves in the Bible
stop
were
talking right now.
slaves of war.
Stop. I'm gonna
No,
mute
you
you.
don't. You
I'm
don't.
gonna fucking mute you. I am not talking about treatment right now. That is a different conversation. We are talking about the structure of the system. Israelites, not lifetime slaves. Foreigners, lifetime slaves. What is the difference between that and the structure of the slave system during the transatlantic slave trade? Not the treatment of the slaves. You have to come off mute and please answer that question. We will get to the treatment conversation. Come off mute.
Yeah, hello. All right, so I mean the difference in the structure you stated already. The Israelites were able to be indentured, and the nations that were captured during a war were not. That's the difference. The white people aren't Israelites. They didn't even use the Bible at the time when they were trying to enslave. They used it later as a tool, but at first, like they didn't even use it. They just took people and killed a whole lot more and forced children to be brought up as slaves, and then
Yahim?
they institutionalized with the Bible later. Like it wasn't even needed at first.
Yahim,
He's not gonna be able to answer this
I've
question.
got a checklist. I knew he wouldn't be able to list anything, so I made one that are similarities between the transatlantic slave trade and the indentured servitude in Israel. Were you allowed to own someone for life during the transatlantic slave trade, Yahim?
Yeah,
Could you pass down their children as slaves?
yeah.
Could you beat them as long as they didn't die without knocking out a tooth or eye?
You could kill them.
No, you. Okay, so if you knocked out a slave's eye or tooth, you had to give them up.
No, no. You could kill them by the hundreds. You can kill an entire generation.
It's okay to be ignorant on it. But
Do you
Yahim, the
not
point
realize that
is,
they fed children to
okay, Yahim,
dogs?
but that's not that has nothing to do with the actual
It has everything to
institution.
do with
Can you
it.
please not speak over me? Because you were allowed to like in Israel, Israel had one of the most brutal kinds of slavery. You were allowed to own them for life in the Bible. We can see that in Leviticus 25, verse 46. It says you can bequeath them to your children. You can beat them as long as they don't die. We can see that in Exodus 21, verse 20 to 26. And you own them for life. It says that your daughters shall not be permitted to leave if you sell them into sex slavery. And also, if you enslave foreigners, they're not allowed to leave on the year of Jubilee. If you trick your fellow Israelite into being a slave and put a stamp through their ear and say, I love my wife and kids, they're also not allowed to leave. Yahim, this is why we correlated it to the transatlantic slave trade, because they share these same gruesome similarities. So we're asking you if you would be okay with living in a country that thinks it's okay to own people for life, pass them down to your kids, and beat them as long as they don't die. Is that a place that you would want to live in? Because that's what the fuck was going on in antiquity. In the Bronze
I
Age,
could
sorry,
I could
antiquity.
I could bet literally anything and everything that slavery in America was a million times worse than living
That's
in
not my
Israel.
question.
And if you're gonna talk bad about the Israelite slaves, you're talking bad about your own people.
I'm not a fucking
Yahim, that
Israelite, and neither are you. But if you want to play make believe and pretend to be one, that's on you. But don't try to pull us into that bullshit.
No, thank you. We're not Israelites. Yahim, my question is if you would be okay with living in a society where these things are okay. It's not that difficult of a question to answer.
I already answered your question about 3 times now.
Okay. So is that yes, you would be okay with living in it or no?
Versus what, slavery?
No,
Then yes.
versus now, where slavery is outlawed in
Versus
some
now what,
places.
in
Versus
2026 in
what year do
America?
you think we're in?
Well, I don't know where you are at. Maybe you're in London,
Oh.
maybe you're in Ireland, maybe you're in
Either
What?
Spain.
way,
Wait, is
slavery
the year
is
I'm
different?
saying 2026 in America? Yes?
Is the year different in other countries?
I mean, well, we're talking about the past, so obviously years matter in this conversation.
But
You're an imbecile.
I think I'm more intelligent than you realize.
she said, what year do you think we in? He said, I don't know where you're at. What?
Look, I think I'll give this one more try. Okay, I'm in Australia. It's the year 2026. It is, however, a Wednesday. It might be different in America. The year's still the same though. Tragic.
Okay.
It's Wednesday.
So you're in Australia.
Yeah,
They've got
love.
indigenous people
Give it a
there,
break. Give it a break, mate.
but I
The
don't think
question
they
here is
had Jim
that
Crow slavery
Yahim,
there
Yahim, the Aboriginals, the indigenous Australians went through their
Slavery
own
was
kind of
over during
slavery.
Jim Crow.
The
What does
question is, there is still slavery too, which is so
Yeah,
fucked up.
most
I can't even
likely
believe it.
because there are
But
dark-skinned
no,
people
Yahim, that
there.
wasn't addressed to you. The
No,
question that you
he
still
called
have.
it Jim Crow slavery. I was saying slavery was over during Jim Crow.
I was just about to come on mute
Like
and say he
what?
keeps on bringing up stuff that happened after our slavery happened in America and not during. Like
Yahim is very
I'm confused.
uneducated. I
And
hope he's
if
capable
I'm
of
not
answering his question.
mistaken, the newsletter that comes from the babies being thrown to the crocodiles was after slavery. Because then that's when they started they were just losing their minds. They were already losing their minds at first. Then afterwards, that's the picnics where they would hang people and yeah, all of that. That's like when that went on. It was afterwards. So again, you keep on talking about treatment and then you're also talking about stuff that happened afterwards and not like the actual structure. I don't know what you got going on, to be honest.
Yahim isn't
I just
very
Yeah,
good
stopped
at
I
listening.
know you
timelines,
don't.
Maddie.
You
Yahim
you
isn't
don't
very
even
good
think
at
that
years.
happened.
And
You think
Yahim,
that it came in a
Yahim,
newsletter
Yahim,
years later,
Yahim,
and that's when it happened for the
What the
first
fuck are you
time.
talking
Yahim.
about?
Please
Yahim,
stop. Can we
please.
get back to the question I asked because he's trying really hard to pivot? Like, she wasn't telling you that. That you still haven't answered my question. What would she be? She's telling us. Like, the
This is
question
a
that you still haven't.
conversation, and if you're
Oh
gonna
my
say
fucking
us,
god!
I'm
Oh
in
my
the
god!
lobby with
Yahim,
you.
it is our conversation, and I'm trying to get you to answer a question, and you're doing too much. Like, I don't know how you
I've
can whine.
answered it about 3
Yahim,
times
stop! No,
now,
you
and you're doing too
haven't.
much. Just
Yahim,
understand
Yahim,
that I've answered it
Yahim.
3 times. If you were given a choice, you
Who
probably
is
know
your
the
mother?
answer.
Sorry, who is
I'm
your
gonna mute
father?
you because like she's
Like,
like goddamn.
I don't know why he does this. Like, I don't feel like yelling right now. Like, if I start yelling, I'm actually just gonna crash out. So I'm gonna keep it cool.
Hold on,
If
he's
I
he's
raise,
he's white telling us that we are Israelites.
oh my god, no way, no, he
Wait,
can't
I
be.
thought
Somebody,
Yahi was black.
yeah, somebody in the comments said that he was white. Like,
I don't know about that. I don't think he doesn't have any pictures on his profile.
um, okay, go
But
ahead. I was gonna say that is in fucking insane, but go ahead.
Yahi, are
my
you black?
question,
I'm sorry, Venus.
it's okay. I'm losing faith in him by the minute. Yahim, it's a pretty simple question. You
Girl,
live
you
in a
still got it?
country. You live in a country, Yahim, where slavery is illegal. I hope. Would you rather it be legal? Live? Would you rather live somewhere where slavery is legal?
No.
Okay. It was legal during the time of the Israelites. So, would you agree with me that it is unwise to derive our morality from the people that lived during the Bronze Age?
Why you got to think about that after you just said you?
I just took a minute to just take a breath because there's literally so much more than just one small piece of a
Can you
society
answer her
Yeah.
question?
question, okay?
So her
All right,
question
I do
was, so
not want to
would you
live
say,
in
her
a
question
society
was,
with
so
slavery.
would you
Would I
say,
choose
will
to
you
live in
fucking
Israel?
stop?
The answer
Shut
is
the
yes.
fuck up. God damn, y'all are so irritating. Shit.
The answer is yes.
Shut the fuck up. You don't even know what the fuck the question is. The question was, then it would you say that it makes no sense
Don't
for
be
us
so
to
fucking
shut
rude,
up?
bitch.
You're a bitch. The question is, then would you say, you scary motherfucker? God
He
damn.
just he just so full of shit. Like after he just said he don't want to live in an area that has legal slavery, it takes him that long to answer. And then the first thing he fucking does is sigh. You know the answer is no. Why are you being so fucking dishonest? You know you don't want to live in a place like that. And you know that's why we shouldn't follow this shit anymore. It's not that
Like,
fucking
why can't
hard.
they just like you? Oh my god, you hear us speaking, you hear us calling out to you. Just shut up. Like, zip your lips.
Like he was irritating. Then his voice, you say that and I'm Israelite and you Israelite and it would
Come
be
on,
white
man.
people that would be slaves. That wasn't right. That's how he responded. Like, God damn.
Please don't do it again, Thinker. You
Oh
sounded too close.
man.
I was getting irritated
Oh
about a second.
man.
Thinker got it spot on. That's exactly what he sounded like too.
Like, when we first started the conversation, I was so irritated. I actually had to fall onto Thinker for her to give me strength.
No, no, I heard.
I
My
was like,
boyfriend walked in and he was
I was like,
giggling.
just stop me. Please stop me. Just mute me or
Like, goodness gracious. Lewis? 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 Pretty you? Pretty, are you there? I know Unc is in there on accident. Vilho, Tulip, are y'all in the box on purpose? All right, y'all. Thank y'all so much for being here. If you've not grabbed your heart me and you are a supporter and not a hater, go ahead and do that. I would only prefer that supporters grab a heart me. I do not like seeing the nerd badge next to motherfuckers talking shit. If you have not following us on YouTube, please make sure that you do that so that you can catch any replays. We will not be live Thursday or this weekend. I don't know. Mama Bash might do lives. I don't know while we're all together. But I won't be live again after tonight until next Sunday. But you can catch replays on my YouTube at Arch Thinker or just type in Think Beyond Dogma. Make sure that you subscribe. We are almost at our 10,000 subscriber goal, and I appreciate y'all for that. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing your belief, or if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. When you come up here, if you will respect the rules of the live and not talk while other people are talking, actively listen and participate in the conversation that we are having. Answer questions. Both sides are trying to get their points across and they're trying to get some sense of understanding. At least I know from the side of the hosts that are here, trying to get an understanding of why a person believes or think what they believe. Think what they know. I don't know if the other side is. I don't know what your intention is in participating in these conversations. But if you are able to do that in a civil way, then the conversation will be civil. I'm not going to respect disrespect. Don't ever expect me to do that. So if you come up here disrespecting, I'm going to treat you the way you're teaching me to treat you. It's just as simple as that. There's 652 people in the room. We are here till 6 a.m. as long as the conversations keep going. But when they slow down, we're going to end it for the night. But it's been interesting so far. Like the level of the need for logic and critical thought seems to be. I think they think they're using logic and critical thought, but the actual need for it when it comes to their faith is non-existent. They're like, they throw it out when it gets to the point to where it may not provide an answer or it may debunk something they once believed. They then say it's not important. Like logic is not important or critical thought is not important. Although they start off with the belief that it is important and that they do use it.
I agree. I think they do think it's logical, even though it literally doesn't make any sense. I think that's how deep this brainwashing goes. The illogical becomes logical. Like, literally, the stories from this book are so outlandish and crazy. Noah's Ark is absolutely crazy. Do y'all know how big that fucking boat has to be for them to fit all those animals on there and those animals' food? Because the animals can't just eat each other. Like, if they eat each other, how are those animals going to repopulate that got ate? And then the waste management. How did they remove all of that poop? How did they do that? Like, where?
Well, that's what they ate, Maddie.
How were the animals even eating enough to poop? What was the animal space like? How did they handle climates? Because you have polar bears, they need to be in a cold climates. Like these animals need cold climates. Also, bigger question: why the fuck did Noah let a roach and a rat on the boat? Why did he let mosquitoes on the boat? Why would he do that? And then what about the animals who have short time frames, like flies? Different type of bugs have different like lifespans. Did I say time frames? They have different lifespans, right? They only last like a week or two. How the fuck did these bugs last that long on this goddamn boat? And what about the animals that survive on these bugs like fly? like not flies, frogs. How the fuck are you finna stop a frog from eating one of the last flies on the earth? Riddle me that. Riddle me. Who's watching that frog? Who is watching that frog? How are you stopping this lion from fucking everybody up when he get mad? How are you stopping that? What are you doing when this elephant decides you're not finna come up in that pen and scoop up his shit? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? You gonna fight the elephant in this clothes? What was the boat made out of? Just wood? Who was rowing the boat? Who like what? How did they see a bird? What land was the bird on for them to even be able to see that motherfucker? Where did that bird come from?
Another thing that's overlooked is when they say Noah brought two kinds of different animals, a kind isn't actually a taxonomic category. There's species, there's family, there's domain, there's phylum. There's no such thing as a kind of animal. The Bible gets the kinds of cattle wrong. They mean different species of cattle. It's not possible to have two of every single species fit on that boat. Like some people think, oh, if he wanted to bring like, different kinds of cattle, he would have just bought two cows. That's not how it works. There's different kinds of cheetahs and there's different animals, the different species that have actually come to life. Like recently, like there's different species that are discovered all the time. It's not, I don't understand how Noah would have taken them from their natural habitat and expected them to keep evolving to the species that we see now. Like the taxonomy is completely like in the bin.
Exactly.
Trey Zizzle. Trey Sizzle. All right, y'all.
Even
The guest box is open. Um, do not slow down. I do not feel like begging y'all to come up here and talk to us tonight.
And then
There's
oh, I'm sorry.
656 people in the room. The topic tonight is why are we expecting Bronze Age and Greco-Roman information to guide us today in 2026? Again, there are things that are happening in our political landscape where there are Christian nationalists who are trying to take our society in America back to these Bronze Age ideals. Again, I was reading from Pete Hegseth's interview, and he said the abolitionists maintained that slave owning was inherently immoral under any circumstance. But in this matter, the Christians who owned slaves in the South were on firm scriptural ground. So he's saying that slavery is scriptural. As long as it's done by the Bible, it's not wrong. As long as you do not kidnap someone, is what he says. May a Christian own slaves, even when this makes him a part of a larger pagan system, which is not fully scriptural or perhaps not scriptural at all, provided he owns them in conformity to Christ's laws for such situations. The Bible is clear that Christians may own slaves. Y'all think that this is far away or that it is a game, and that these conversations are just, for our ego. It is not. I think a lot of people who believe in this God, who share a faith with these Christian nationalists, do not see their God because you don't read your book. And then the second topic is applying critical thinking and logic to biblical or spiritual claims a sin or evil. The purpose of that conversation is to discuss whether critical thinking or how critical thinking or logic is used when reading the scriptures, when trying to understand what the text is saying, and whether or not the person reading it is applying those two concepts, the importance of them, and the impact of the lack of those things being present when discussing these stories. That's the purpose of the topic tonight. If you are a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist, 18 and up, we are here till 6 a.m. as long as people are requesting. Hey, Trish.
Hey, Thick, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm taking a break from crocheting. I have a question or concern
Mm-hmm.
or both. When it comes to number one, if I heard it correctly, because I can't really see it, what we need that the book or understanding the Bronze Age people in 2026. When you were talking about, no, I think it was number two, the logic part of it. But when you were talking about how what Peak had said had stated, I currently live in Texas, right? And I know that one of the things that is heavily being pushed is taking the Bible and making it a permanent curriculum in the public schools. Now, my grandtrolls are homeschooled, so they won't be affected by that, but Texas is huge, right? So they'll be forced to read scripture in class. Um, and Texas is a huge melting pot, right? So you have the Muslims and you have the Hindu and you have all the people that go whose children attend these schools that will be forced to learn scripture, regardless of what their religious affiliation or ideology is within their family. And then when you think logically, when in terms of slavery and bringing it into 2026 and the things, the laws that they're attempting to pass right now, as someone who is labeled quote unquote disabled, right? The things that they want to do, institutionalize, the attempt to make homelessness a crime. And what do we think that they're going to do with these people? Even what they're doing in the prison systems, they're attempting to create slaves in essence right now, like today, like in the now, the strange fruit that are popping up all over the place that are mysteriously being considered self-harm. All of these things is happening today. And if you don't think logically in the Bible where it talks about the value of a woman or lack thereof, right? I forget what scripture you guys mentioned, but where it talked about how they put a price tag on girls versus boys, women versus men, and all the way down to babies. Right, there's a price on that. And then to watch the different videos pop up where you have these Christian women saying, I don't have a problem with, not being allowed to vote and not having full autonomy and the push to force pregnancy, to carry pregnancies to term, and how that affects us in real time. And I can speak only to experience. And I mean, I could go on, but the logic of it, it's not making sense. How do you not see the correlation between then and what they are now attempting to implement today? I don't understand that part.
Yeah, I agree. That's why we're trying to have conversations with them. I don't know the answer to that. Like they would have to come up and explain to us why they think it's different. That's why I had the question up. What's the difference between white evangelical Christian nationalism and black evangelical Christianity? And we didn't get anybody to come up and talk about that. So, I mean, unfortunately, I can't answer why they don't see the difference unless, they come and help us understand that. I don't know why they can't see it.
Because their God is blinding them. That is my answer. I feel like when I was in the faith, I couldn't really see how bad it was to like maybe I want to say 2 months after I first heard Thinker. I'm not gonna lie, because when I first heard Thinker, I she started making too much sense, and I turned her off, and I went in my mama room and I prayed a little bit. I couldn't pray Thinker.
Did it cut out or is it my
It's
hearing?
mine. I'm sorry. I hope don't know Christians think they could pray Thinker away. It don't work. I tried, y'all. But literally, you're blinded. And then not only are you blinded, when you first get a peek of what you're actually doing or what you're actually supporting, the believers around you will then turn around and help close your eyes back with the God. They'll make 1,000 excuses. They'll say, "Well, we don't hold to this. We only look at this." Like it's always a whole bunch of redirection from what Thinker. Don't be sad I tried to pray you away. I'm sorry.
But is it
Wait,
not in
what
for a
is
penny, in
it?
for a
What is it
pound?
that you asked your God to do? I'm trying to figure out. Like, when you try to pray me away, what did you ask your God to do to me?
I didn't ask the God to do nothing to you. See, me and my mama didn't wish harm on nobody. We weren't those type of Christians. We prayed that no unholy words or thoughts would come to my mind from what I heard, and that um maybe my mom asked that the God not be mad at me that I sat there and I listened to you for longer than I should have. Cause I was up in there for a little minute. I didn't even say nothing in the comments. I was just listening. And my mom asked the God to guide me on the right path and to keep me on the straight and narrow. We never prayed for nothing bad. I wasn't that type of Christian.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, God damn.
We did try to pray you away though, girl. We prayed for
That's
you never
crazy.
to appear back on this For You page, but you
I mean,
did.
damn, that, like, listen to those words. Listen to those words. Y'all prayed that I would never appear on the For You page again. Like,
No,
that's
on
crazy.
mine. Not at all. See, look, you're applying things to my mama prayer.
That's
Look.
what you
She
just
said you
said.
wasn't supposed to appear back on my For You
You
page,
didn't
not
say
on this
that.
one. No, no, no.
That's what you said. But I mean, here's the crazy thing, right? Like, all you had to do was block me. You didn't have to go and pray. Like, for me not to be on your For You page, all you had to do was block me.
Why would I block you and you was making sense?
No, no,
I
no, no.
wasn't
You went.
illogical.
No, no, no. I mean, your mom was logical, right? Like,
I
praying that
mean,
I don't show up on your FYP when all you had to do was block me. I don't understand the logic behind that. I get what you're saying, and Christians don't think logically, but sometimes Christians can
uh,
say and do like harmful things, like praying that I don't show up on the FYP anymore. Like, that could mean a bunch of things, right?
my mama said yeah, my mama didn't want me to hear you no more, but then you came back and I heard you, and I thought I did like a whole bunch of stuff with my algorithm that you would never come back. Okay, I made my
Except blocking me.
algorithm. Why would I block you? You made sense. We just went through this. I don't block people who make sense.
But
You
you were
made
trying to
sense.
pray me away, so the common sense thing would have been to just block me
Why would I block somebody that makes more
because
sense
you
than the
didn't
faith I
want to
believe
hear
in?
me anymore.
Right, but why would I block you though?
Because you
That's
didn't want to
stupid.
hear
Why would
me
I
anymore.
block you?
You sound like the Christians that sit in this live and are like mad that I'm live. Like, when all they have, like, I just literally blocked somebody who was in the live saying, I'm out of here. I'm unfollowing everyone. I'm a real one. I'm signing off for the night. And I just blocked her ass because we don't need to know that. First off, I don't know who you are. Second off, like, we don't need to know that how much you don't like what you're hearing. Like, you have the same fingers that I have to be able to hit block. So I just helped her out and I blocked her so that she doesn't have to see us anymore. And I think that that's the more logical thing to do. I don't think people, like, you don't have to pray to a God to not listen to me, you know? Just don't listen, just
Yeah.
block.
Yeah. Let me address something. I'm about to be 20. This story is from when I was 17. Do not ask me how old I was. Of course, I'm going to listen to my mom. If I still need to know
I thought you
something
were
today, I will
18
call
when
my
you came
mother.
in here.
I was 17 when I first heard you. 18 was the time I got on the stage. I was 17 when I first heard you. That's why I went to my mother, because some ignorant motherfucker gonna say, how old am I? I don't know how old you think I am, but I'm young. The fuck? Now, I went to my mother
Don't
and
worry,
prayed because
you're
that's
the
what I
youngest.
did.
You the
That's what
youngest.
I did as a 17-year-old who heard something that went against I have been taught my whole life. How the fuck old are you that you don't
Yeah, but
have comprehension skills? The fuck?
yeah, but I'm saying, like, okay, I understand you going to your mom, right? But I don't understand your mom not saying, hey, just block her. I don't understand
Think
that.
I don't think you understand the cognitive dissonance that's going on in my household. If you make sense, we're not going to block you. We're just going to hope we don't listen to you again and that you don't come back. That's just how
That
it was.
makes
Even when I
sense.
told my mom, hey, when I told my mom what you said, she didn't say, oh, you were wrong. She didn't say, oh, Thicker was wrong. Don't listen to that. She said, Oh, really? Let's just pray. Like, we didn't say you were wrong. When I came up in there, I didn't say you was wrong. I said, Mama, she making a lot of sense, but like, it's this, and this. She said, I'm just sitting there listening. She was like, let's just pray about it. I was like, okay. And then we prayed. Why would we block you and you're making perfectly good sense? I forgot what the topic. What was you talking about? I remember it later on because I remember it all the time. But
I think this is a good story. I really do, and I'm glad that you shared it because I think it's something that believers who sit in my live need to hear. Right? It doesn't make any sense for y'all to sit in here and you're not here to participate in the discussions. You're here in the comments to just hate, say hateful things, you know, because you don't like me or you don't like the host. Like all you got to do is block. Like there's no need to pray that we don't show up on your FYP. Just block. Right, that's it. There's this video that this guy made on TikTok, and I sent it to Fee. But if my frustration sounded like and looked like anybody, it is this guy. The shit was hilarious, but this is me in a nutshell, and what I be trying to say to believers.
Religious nuts have got to go. I don't care about anybody's individual relationship with their God, their gods, whatever belief system they have. I want you to be strictly in your faith, however faithful you need to be. But what you do, ain't got shit to do with me. Who you pray to don't put money in my bank account. I don't give a damn if you grew up on the Bible. I don't give a damn if your grandfather was a Baptist preacher. I don't give a fuck if you grew up in a mosque. I don't give a fuck. Leave me alone. I want you to pray every day for yourself, happiness and health of your family, the wealth and the prosperity. I want you to get what you want, but leave me the fuck out of it. Well, Jesus wouldn't want you to do that. Oh, you're being blasphemous. How dare you say these things? God put me right here, right now to say these motherfucking things. If he didn't want me to be here, I'd have dropped dead ages ago. It's nonsensical for you to decide your religious beliefs are more important than the fact I want to live. You want to live. Leave me the fuck alone. You cannot convince me this day and age that your religious beliefs are the only thing that fucking matters. You wake up every day, dear God, can you please oppress everybody so they believe like me? No one else should have their own thoughts. Mine are the only ones. Grow up. Go to your church. Support your community. Love your family. Do what's right. You go to heaven. You go to nirvana. You'll reincarnate. Nigga, you get your 95 virgins. Don't be a dickhead. If you walk up on me and in the name of Jesus you shouldn't do this, I'm gonna check you in the throat. 2 times in the motherfucking throat. Move on some goddamn well. Oh, don't ring a bell or something with Santa Claus at the Salvation Army since you give a fuck about God so much. Go do some real charity. Do you mean to tell me that that's all you can do? Oh, I love God so much that I hate all of his other creation. I love God so much that his creation must do what I say. They must listen to me. Move on. Move the fuck on. Who are you? Oh, Jesus talks to me every day. Well, nigga, you got a high phone bill.
Nigga, you got a high phone bill. Leave me the fuck alone. That's what our conversations are about. Stop trying to put your belief system in our government, in our laws, in our schools, in our TikTok comments, and our TikTok DMs, on our street corners. Go pray to your God, worship your God. Leave us the fuck alone. Simple.
amen. Amen. They were asking me in the chat what made me stop telling my mother. Honestly, guys, the next time I saw a thinker, I was in college.
Wait, your mama came up
Um,
here and talked to me.
yeah, I know.
She told me to
The,
keep you in check. Your mama's cool.
yeah, I mean, yeah, now, please, we already went through this, but
She said that I've had a good a good impact on you, a good influence.
I think,
yeah,
huh?
because
Yeah.
I'm smart.
Since we
Yeah.
doing families, one day you got to talk to my sister. She's a children's youth pastor.
Oh God, no, 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 no,
Honestly,
no,
I'm not
no.
gonna be. Look, I love her, but we're not that close. If you yell at her for saying something crazy, I'm not gonna be upset. Like God, I would do it if I wasn't younger than her. Because if I do it, I'm disrespectful. If I tell her something, I'm disrespectful. So I would love one day. If perchance she stumbles upon me on this live.
Yeah, the
Just let me
last
know and I got you.
I stopped telling my mom because I went to college, and guys, I couldn't be more of a radical, raging leftist if I tried. Like, there's so many things that bothered me. And then I always saw TikToks. I was like, you can't really be a feminist if you believe in the Bible. And then I started kind of looking, and I started seeing exactly what the fuck they were talking about. And then I've also never been a person where somebody else's non-belief bothers me. I don't give a fuck what you believe in. That don't got nothing to do with me. Me and my family never tried to pressure God on anybody outside of our family that was already believers. Like, we did not do that. So when I came to college, I had friends who were non-believers. Um, the whole reason I even got Maddie's hours in the first place was because I told Thinker I would be out at these protests and I would be arguing with these Christians. Guys, I was arguing with them as a Christian. Like, this was friendly fire in the worst fucking form. And I would be talking about them like a dog. I did not give a fuck. I was out there mad as hell with a whole bunch of non-believers. And I remember I had really been thinking about it a lot. Like, that the God doesn't align with me anymore. And then Thinker came back up on my For You page, and I actually sat and listened. I was like, you know what? Why don't I just follow Thinker? I low key think it was, I can't remember, it was one of my college breaks, is when I started watching, and I literally stayed up like from the moment Thinker went live. I stayed up all night with Thinker. I can't do that right now though. My job be kicking my ass. But when I was unemployed, I would stay up all night listening to Thinker. And then I finally got the courage to come up. I was nervous as fuck. My hands was shaking so hard because this is like, me coming up on Thinker was me finally letting go. I think that was the end for me. I hadn't prayed in a long time. So me
Oh,
coming up was
TT.
like the end. So it was
Oh.
really important. I actually marked the day on my calendar, but Thinker wasn't live the day it made 1 year. But me coming up was literally like me letting go, and I'm like, okay, yeah, like, I'm done. There's no reason for me to still be sitting here and saying like I'm gonna see. Like, I don't see anything appealing about staying. It doesn't match me as a person. Like, I don't believe that women should be able to preach. Who the fuck are you to say a woman can't preach? Some women preachers are better than the men's. Hell, I don't give a fuck. Like, it was so intense for me, and it was like a long time. And that was like one of the parts of me kind of like finally just thinking for myself because I'm away from my mom. My boyfriend doesn't push any of his thoughts on me. Like, this is me. I don't have nobody in my ear telling me, oh, well, let's just pray it away, or, well, maybe you should just pray. I didn't have anybody doing that. So this is just all me thoughts. And myself came down to the conclusion that this is not for me anymore. It doesn't match what I think, doesn't match the way I want to live, doesn't match logic. I already thought the story of Noah was fucking weird. I hated the story of Noah. I also hated the story of Adam and Eve really, really fucking bad. So me coming up on Thinker was just like me being like, okay, I'm done. I low key deconstructed while I was a Christian. Thinker gonna argue I'm not fully deconstructed because the way me and her be bickering, but y'all, that's not true. I was
It ain't got
deconstructed.
shit to do with the bickering. It ain't got.
No, it's
It's
the
it.
bickering, but
No,
it's
it ain't.
okay.
No, it ain't.
It's okay.
She's still blinded. She's still blinded, but we
Guys,
got
my
her.
eyes are
But
open.
we got
Why?
her. We got her. Hush, little baby, don't say a word. Think it's gonna help you fly like a bird. You come in here and you talk a lot, but that's why you got your Maddie spot. Do 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 Do, 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 do.
See,
And
look at y'all being negative
Venusi
and
What
shit
is
in the
here
happened?
for you
comments.
too. Venusi will help you deconstruct.
Oh my
There
Put
is
your
God.
no arc.
No,
There
ma'am.
is no
No,
mountain
ma'am.
on the
mute her.
arc.
No, ma'am.
Venusi
No,
will
Put your
help
ma'am.
Vanussi
you,
in your
will help
No, no,
pants.
you.
ma'am. No.
Put your Vanussi in your
Oh
pants.
my
Don't pull it
gosh.
back out.
Whoa.
Oh,
Put it in your pants. But yeah, and
But it
then
wants to help you too.
the reason my mom thank you is because she noticed like I have a personality and I have my own mind. So that's why it's like a thank you thing because look, y'all don't believe me, but I swear I used to always be in the background. Like I wasn't really like vocal to anybody around me how I really felt, including my friends, because I come from a very stupid area. That's just the best way to say it. We're all dumb as fuck. We don't think critically. We're all misogynistic as hell. Uh if it's not appeasing a man, it's not good. That's genuinely all of us in that fucking area. So I didn't really have nobody to talk to about the way I feel. Like if they're not misogynistic, they're transphobic. I've never been transphobic or homophobic in my fucking life. And it's either if they're not one of those, like if they weren't all of them, they're two of them. And if they're not two of them, they're one of them. But like even fucking one is just was just too fucking much for me. So coming into this community and finding out it was people who had thoughts like me, doubts like me, were questioning the book like me, and then of course seeing the Christians up here, the Christians I saw coming up here were genuinely some of the worst fucking people I've ever seen in my life. Like I've never ran into Christians like that. But then the crazy part is, when I thought about it, I'm surrounded by people like that. They're just not saying the quiet part out loud like the Christians that come on this stage are. They're holding it in. But the truth is, 90% of them are thinking this exact same fucking way. And that really just opened my eyes. Like, like this is really what I'm in. This is what my mom has taught me. Like, and I just came to the conclusion, like, this is just not me. This won't be a part of my life. I'm not teaching it to my kids. And I always used to get into it with my mama because when I was a Christian, I told her, don't teach the Bible to my kids. Like, don't preach to my kids. Don't do none of that. I don't even want my kids going to church. We used to always argue about that. She's like, well, why you don't want to go to church? You don't want to do that? I'm like, no. See, I'm already like, I was already so pushed off from it. I'm like, no, if they want to do that, that's their own business. But yeah, that was my whole thing with it. It really does. It's bad. Like, and I want our community to get away from it. Maybe that's why I'm so fucking mean to them when they come up here. But honestly, I feel like we coddle them too fucking much. Like, and that's why it's still fucking going on. It's because we're coddling this bullshit and saying, well, they've been in it their whole life. Well, yeah, now we have the fucking internet and you can look up this shit and you can actually go research for yourself. This isn't the fucking 1900s. It's not like we don't have access to internet anymore. I don't want to coddle them. I want to be fucking mean. I want to call you a dumbass because you should know better. Like, there's no reason why you should be letting this shit still blind you. It's not like it fucking helps us. It ain't did shit. We still out here suffering. Praying don't get us out the hood. Praying don't stop us from unaliving each other. That shit's not fucking helping us. Why the fuck are you sitting here believing in it? It was forced on us in the first place and it's holding us back. Why the fuck are you still there? Get out of it. Like, what the fuck?
may I say something real quick?
Yeah.
First, I want to say, Maddie, thank you for sharing that. Because at 53, I'm still trying to find my autonomy, my voice, and it's always refreshing to hear a young person stand in their truth with that type of conviction. I applaud you 100%, and thank you for sharing that. But I wanted to say something, then I have one more question, and I'll bonk out. Um, why they still staying in it is in my opinion, the same reason why you lurked in the comments and said nothing, because it's not as easy to turn it loose as it may seem, right? Like I'm still deconstructing, like I said earlier, attempting to find my voice because the indoctrination is 53 years strong, right? So the deconstruction, it comes in it's layers to it. It's not just, we're not just putting the Bible down. We're putting down whole systems and ways of thinking, and in many cases, um, removing ourselves from what we have learned from our culture, the culture of our personal families, and then the culture of the community, and then the culture of Black people as a whole, and that's a lot. So it's not as easy for some as it for some of us to just say, you know what, let me just put it all the way down. Because even when you, for me, when I think I put it all down, I find myself thinking maybe I should, instead of say pray now, I'll say meditate. But what's the damn difference, Trish? Because who, pray tell, are you talking to, really? But finding that internal strength to say, I'm just gonna just drop it because it's not beneficial. It's the lie we tell, which goes into the question that I asked. You know, a lot of times when I see the people come up on the panel, they like to go to creation, and we had to have started somewhere. Um, I don't. Do you think that they do that because they don't know the correlation of the benefits of this book in the now, so they go searching for the impossible? Right? But it also keeps the dialogue entangled in fuckery as opposed to addressing the actual question.
I'm sorry. Who are you asking that question to?
I'm not sure who I'm supposed to be speaking to. Anyone can answer that question though, for sure. That will go to the logical entailment. The question on the logical entailment is, I guess, kind of no, number one. But do you think that that could be? I'll ask Maddie. Do you think that people go to the whole creation story, go take it all the way back to the garden and attempt to take it beyond the garden because they really don't have an answer to the question that's actually the topic on the screen?
I think we do. I think that's why they're taking it back. They don't have an answer. So you have to I think when they come up here, that's their first time thinking about the answer too. So what you do? You're trying to go in scripture and say, well, this is why. It's because of this, so we have to do this. Like this is also their first time probably thinking about it this way and trying to come up with a reason. That's why we have a lot of backtracking, a lot of dodging, a lot of pivoting and asking questions we didn't fucking ask, or completely ignoring our questions to say what they're trying to say, because this is their first time even thinking about this shit too.
I also think that it's their way of saying, "Hey, I worship this God because creation." Right? That's they're kind of stuck in the loop of why they worship the God, and it's because of creation or because of salvation. Right? So they can only talk about the two stories that convince them to become a believer. They don't. Most of them do not read the rest of the book. Like the middle doesn't matter to them, and so they can't actually apply what they believe in and their faith to objective reality. So it's kind of like understanding baby talk, right? Understanding
Yeah.
how toddlers talk and realizing that when you speak to a toddler, you have to observe the entire body language to understand what the toddler is saying. When you're talking to a believer, it's you have to do the same thing.
You know what's funny? My oldest daughter is the last of my children who is holding tight to Christianity. And when you said that, it reminded me of how she reads books. Because she has a voracious reading appetite. And oddly enough, she graduated number 3 in her class. My youngest graduated number 2. But what she does is she'll see the book and it looks appealing. The cover, the beginning, it looks appealing. So she'll read the first page and then she'll skip to the end, read the last chapter, And that determines whether or not it's a good book and if she should continue.
That's interesting. I think skip it to the end would ruin it for me. But also, while I'm watching shows, I have to Google. I have like questions like I need to know what's gonna happen next with a specific character before I decide to finish watching the show. So I understand. But when with reading a book, I think it would ruin the whole book for me.
In
But
any
that I
concept in
get why
my
she
head,
does that though.
I apologize.
No, I
In
was
any
saying I get why
concept,
she does it.
yes, ma'am. In any concept in my head, the way that my brain works, I have to start at the beginning and I can't skip anything or it's it's out of order for me. So I have to go from step one, understand step one, get to step two, so on and so forth, before I can get to the end because the end won't make sense unless I go through what if I miss a point and then it'll confuse the end for me. So
I think
the
she's
way
trying to see, like the ending would tell her what the mind of the author is, and kind of where, like the intention and where the story is going, and if that's going to interest her, right? Like there's certain things that we look for when we're reading a book, and we can kind
Mhm.
of tell if we're going to be wasting our time. And so I get why she skips to the end because she's looking for specific things in the mind of the author, kind of like what I do when I'm watching a show. If I see a character, like I'm understanding a character and something illogical happens or that character says something out of place, I'll stop the show and I'll Google to see like what happens with that character or why that thing happened in that instance. And then I'll make a decision on whether or not this shit even makes sense to me to go forward. Like, am I going to be wasting my time? And I'll either stop watching the show, get disinterested in it. And I don't know why the fuck I said disinterested. I will get uninterested in the show and start watching something else. That's just how I am. I
Right.
Yeah.
I think what's confusing because what got my daughter back because my daughter's last name is Muhammad, so that speaks volumes, right? Because when I had her, I was still in the Nation of Islam, but she joined the church because she started going to church with my older sister, who's a Seventh-day Adventist, and she happened to go to a Revelation seminar, and all they did was study Revelation. That's what got her. And so that's why I brought up the book analogy because she reads the last chapter and she sees it's a pretty book. The pretty book is her auntie. My nana got this, my nana got that, but she doesn't know the story of what her nana's going through in the house that she has and all the things, right? But somehow this revelation story, which is weird to me because the book of Revelations is confusing, and as a child it has to be scary. You got dragons and all the things, but she also likes dragon books and vampire books. Anywho, she likes the ending, but to my knowledge, she, like you said, she hasn't read the center, but she gonna tell you to pray and she gonna tell you to do the things based on what Nana told her. But what she knows of the book is technically only Revelation. Yes, it's
I
technically
saw a
Revelation.
video today of a pastor. Well, I don't know if it was a pastor. I forgot it, but he was saying that he was talking to Christians, and he was saying, those of you that are upset at all of these deconstruction lives popping up on TikTok, why are you upset? Because Jesus was a deconstructionist. And he said that Jesus was the first deconstructionist. Now I'm sitting there, like at first I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about? And mind you, I had to take a step back and listen to the whole video. Although I do not agree with him that Jesus was a deconstructionist, I understand what he's doing because he was saying to them, you should be deconstructing too if you call yourself a Christian, a follower of Christ. And he was pointing out all the things that we are deconstructing from, and that we're talking about how, the church is taking money from people and not actually helping, the violence that's coming from people who call themselves, followers of Christ, like the things that he's telling them that they need to be deconstructing from, the beliefs that they need to be deconstructing from, the messaging is the same. Right. And so I had to ask myself, is it really important for him to see Jesus the way I see Jesus if the messaging is the same? And in that moment, for me, it was not, right? Not in that moment. But if I were ever able to sit down and talk to this person, I could move the conversation a little bit further and say, yes, we have the same goal, but do you realize that you're in this conversation here, you're the only one who shares a goal with the thing that you're saying to deconstruct from. I mean, share something with the thing that you're deconstructing from. You share the God, you share the book, which gives it what they're doing at credibility as well. And so you're kind of working against what you're saying people need to deconstruct from. Does that make sense? And so I think that it could be beneficial that him, you know, um, uh, helping Christians understand why deconstruction is happening and should take place, and being within that that community, they're more likely to listen to him and let down their guards when it comes to deconstruction, because that's what needs to happen, especially in the Black community. And this was a Black guy. So him having that conversation could be beneficial to the deconstruction space in the future, because it lets down the guard and they're no longer scared of deconstruction. They're more willing to engage with it so that we can have the important conversations that we need to have regarding the text, the church institution, and the combining of the government working along with it. Does that make sense? So,
It makes
yeah,
sense.
I thought it was
I have a
interesting.
question though.
Mhm.
Because when I hear you say he's telling them what to, it sounds like he was telling them what to deconstruct from. So he's
No, he
putting a
didn't tell him
cap.
what to deconstruct from.
Okay, so
Mm-mm.
I thought I heard you listing specific
No, he
things.
was saying that he was saying that we talk about the church being greedy, not helping people.
Okay.
Yeah, like he was saying, like, why are you mad at deconstructionists? He was like, they're talking about the same things Jesus was talking about. He was saying Jesus was the first deconstruction. He was like, Jesus was the deconstructionist of all deconstructionists. And so, like, that lets down their guard, right?
Mhm.
If they're like, oh, that's true, because a lot of them already think Jesus was a social justice warrior, a
Right.
radical, right? And so a lot of them are scared of this whole deconstruction conversation, so they won't participate in it. And so I think it's kind of like we tell white people who have they're have credibility or influence in the white community in the evangelical churches. We tell them, like, don't necessarily leave, because you need to be the one there to correct shit. If you just totally take yourself out of the space, then who's there to you know, correct shit? Does that make sense?
It
So,
does.
yeah. And so if
I,
he is saying to them, hey, Jesus was a deconstructionist, and that lets down their guard and they start to understand what deconstruction is and they start to see that through the eyes of their Jesus, that opens an opportunity for conversation. But as long as they are afraid and they have their guards up, we can't have the conversations that we need to have to say, hey, do you see what's happening with white Christian nationalism and the God in the Bible that you give credit and authority to, even though you are saying the same things we're saying? You're saying genocide is wrong. You're saying rape is wrong. You're saying sexism is wrong. We are saying the same things, but you are on your brothers and sisters with these people.
yes.
Yeah.
I think what for me, what the way that I was as a Christian was, okay, the pastor said okay, deconstruction is not a bad thing. And because I'm uber literal, and back then I had to get my guidance, like what should I be looking for? I would go and ask Pastor, so what should I be listening to and what should I not listen to? Um, to get to receive that quote unquote cap, that ceiling on what I should receive and what should, so that I'm making sure I'm not stepping out of the path that I'm supposed to be on, so to speak. And I know that there are a lot of Christians that I've come across that think that way or thought that way. Whereas, okay, pastor said this, now I need to get the complete understanding of what the pastor is asking me to do. Because the way that we grow up, misogyny being what it is, a woman is supposed to ask questions at home, right? So you ask, if you don't have a husband, then you set up an appointment, at least the church I was, to go sit down with the pastor to make sure that I have clarity on what you're saying, right? Because you didn't give me a full picture. You just said go to deconstruction, but the Bible said be ye unequally yoked, and you're not supposed to commiserate with unbelievers and all the things. So tell me now, I need you to fully tell me what to do. So it does open up the door, but you will have those who are uber literal like myself. And I find myself when I'm listening to the Christians, when they come up, I can see me and how I was and some of the things that I'm still deconstructing from and how they respond to certain things. Got to be uber literal. Well, does it really say this? And does it really say that? You're not understanding. You have to have this and you have to have that. That's because somebody told them that's how it has to be. And you're going to have those that are going to be, like Maddie, and say, nah, I'm not blocking that out because it's making too much sense. And then you're going to have those that's going to grip tighter to the book, like people clutch their pearls when certain of us walk by them. You feel me? That says, nope, you can't have my Bible, my God. So I'm going to listen to you. I'm going to hear you out. But my pastor said I'm only supposed to pay attention to this part, that part, and the other part. The rest of it, I'm tuning out. You're going to think I'm listening because I have to be polite because pastor told me to.
I'm confused. What are you saying? Like,
I'm saying yes, it will open the door for some to come in and hear, but then you will have those who will clutch pearls and say, I need to first make sure that pastor's telling me exactly what is okay to take from what's being stated and what should I not pay attention to,
right,
because they
but so
need.
why? But why are you saying that though? Like, we know that not everybody's going to deconstruct, right? Like, we don't have an expectation for everybody to deconstruct, right?
Yes,
Right.
yes. Everybody, I agree that everybody won't deconstruct. I guess I was saying that because when you said the past, and in my head, I'm like, so does that mean that they're gonna come in and actually listen with a full open heart? I guess that's what I'm saying.
It's not even about them listening with a full open heart. We can't, like, I don't even think that some people deconstructing are listening with a full open heart. Like, some people that are deconstructing are in here because they like to see the crash outs, right? Like, they just don't, they've deconstructed and they don't think that, anything else is important. And they're still not grasping the gravity of what's happening within the political landscape and how that's going to affect our day to day lives. Like, I get a lot of atheists who come into my comments and talk about how it don't make any sense that we're having these conversations. That, like, going back and forth with believers is a waste of time. The stories
Mhm.
aren't true, so why even talk about them, right? Just because someone has deconstructed doesn't mean that they're listening to these conversations with an open heart either. And so I think just like being able to get them to the table to have the conversations for people who are listening, um, who are interested in what's right and what's true. Right. I don't think we
Mhm.
should be focused on whether the person is like checking their heart posture before they have a conversation with us. Like, that's not the point. But to increase the amount of believers who are willing to have the conversation uh, regarding deconstructing, that's the point. Not to get everybody deconstructing and everybody have the same heart posture. Because I think if we're focused on that, then we've turned ourselves into exactly what the Christians are already doing.
Right. When I say heart posture, I'm more so speaking being honest with the conversation.
Well,
But you are right.
it's
I get
hard to
what you're
be
saying.
honest with the conversation when you first are, engaging in something that you once saw as uh, something that you should take caution against, especially like when you're defending a belief system, right? That's something that you learn. I don't think any of us just automatically was like, "Oh, this is fake." We asked 1,001 questions, researched for hours on hours, trying to hold on to our faith. Like I went out with claws. I didn't just give it up. And
Right.
so, yeah. Um, so I don't expect them to. I fully expect even someone coming in here willing to have the conversation to be a Christian if they are a Christian. It's just taking down the guard of engagement, not them coming in here wanting to deconstruct. That's not what I'm saying. Right? Right now they are afraid to engage in the deconstruction conversation at all because especially like in the Black community, questioning God is a no-no,
Hmm.
right? It's seen as evil. It's the devil. So they are afraid to engage in the conversation at all. So what I'm saying is him making that video and him saying that Jesus was the ultimate deconstructor, he's basically putting in their minds like it's okay to step outside. It's okay to step out of line, right? It's okay to ask a question. It's okay to change what you once believed. That's what Jesus did. Jesus challenged, what he said in the video was Jesus challenged the religious systems of the day. And he said, why aren't you? Right? And so it just it makes it easier for them to say, oh, okay, it's okay to participate in these conversations. That doesn't mean that they're not gonna try to hang on to their what they currently believe.
Yeah. I appreciate that. It's perspective. It just kind of like highlights my naivety in wanting everybody to be okay. And it's not so much even for me the deconstruction from the religion, but deconstructing or letting go of having to be having to need a thing, whatever that thing is, to exist and understand that you can be your own more free moral agent and still be a good person.
Yeah, and I think a lot of them think that the goal in here. I can only speak about why my life exists. I can't speak about any other deconstructionist why they go live. My goal in here is not to make the decision for anybody about what they believe, right? And say you shouldn't believe in a God, right? Or you shouldn't be a Christian. That isn't my goal. My goal in here is one to increase critical thinking as it pertains to the biblical text and these stories or moral standards, ethical standards, uh, society structures that we are basing our lives on today, applying critical thinking to that and logic and asking now, like, what impact does this have on us today in 2026, right? But how is like this thinking, does this thinking harm us or help us, right? And if it is harmful, what do you as the believer want to be a part of spreading that ideal, right? And if you say I'm not a part of it, then why looking away and not saying anything, knowing that this teaching is harmful or this belief, holding this belief is harmful? Why are you willing to do that if you say that you don't want to cause harm to anybody? Right? They may like literally think that just because they're not the ones doing it, that they're harmless, and they don't see that you know. Promoting the same book, the same God, giving that authority is also helping the ones that's promoting the harmful ideal from the same God in the same book is helping them commit the harm that they're committing, although you're silent. They may not see that. And participating in these conversations may open that up for the people listening and sometimes for the people participating in the conversation itself. But my goal is not to tell anybody that they don't need a God or they shouldn't have a God just because I don't.
Yeah, I've heard you say that many, many, many times, and I agree that, but I think that not just the God, but I think it's just opening the eyes to cause us to think critically, like think beyond self. Think beyond self and what you're experiencing, Trish, and what you have experienced, and see it as a whole. It hasn't been helpful. All the prayers you stated, you prayed with this person, and where two or more are gathered, there I am in the midst. But yet these people are still going through what they're going through, as did you. And are you being honest? It's just allowing me to kind of open my head more and more to understand uh, with better clarity. So I appreciate it.
You're
Thank
welcome. Did you
you.
have anything else?
No, ma'am, that was it. I appreciate you.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming up.
Yes.
All
You're going
right,
to have to
guys.
push the button. Think of my vision is not doing the thing anymore.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We have 672 people in the room. If you have not hit your heart me, if you are a supporter, please do that. That helps, keeps us in our ranking and on the FYP. We're going to be gone for a couple of days, not back till next Sunday. So please help us protect our ranking. If you're not following us on YouTube, please make sure that you are doing that at Think Beyond Dogma. That will help us get to our 10,000 subscriber goal. We had 8,550 subscribers on YouTube. Thank y'all for that. You must be 18 and up to participate in the conversations. A believer in the God of the Bible, someone deconstructing your belief, or an atheist. BH, I don't know what your name means. How do I say your name? Are you there? This is a believer that's been talking a lot of shit in the comments. Are you there, believer? All right. Okay, if that believer starts talking shit in the comments again, mute him for the rest of the live. Like I hate when y'all are in the chat talking shit, and then when you come up on stage, the cat gets your tongue, or the Holy Spirit snatches your tongue up. That tells me that you shouldn't be in here at all, and you don't know how to hit block. If you are a subscriber and you are in the box on purpose, please remember to put a nerd emoji in the chat so that I know to pull you up. Other than that, I'm going to think you're in the accident.
I have a question for any believers that are here. It's going to number 2. Oh, we got an earth that's going to come up. It's going to number 2. Why don't y'all understand that the demonizing of critical thinking and logic is a cult characteristic? Do you guys not realize in most of these cults that go out with a huge tragedy, one of the main things they do is demonize your ability to think outside of the box and apply logic? That's one of the main things they do to y'all. Why can't y'all understand that that's a cult characteristic and that you're low key in a cult?
Hey, Laura.
Hello, how are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I want to say happy belated birthday, by the way. I didn't
Thank
have a
you.
chance to say happy birthday
Thank you.
before. I hope you spend your next few days having a lot of fun, and I hope all the year to be very generous to you. And I want to say something, and if it gets emotional,
Can you pick one
it's
of the
Maddie's fault.
can you pick one of
'Cause,
the? I'm sorry, Laura. Can you pick one of the topics, please?
yes,
Because
the
you're not
first
a
one.
subscriber. You got to choose a topic.
Yeah, the first one, and I'm going to address it also by saying the things that I want to say. I I think that the question that you put over here, saying like I don't think that we should do this anymore, and I'm getting extremely emotional. I'm pretty much horrified after everything that I've been hearing for already year and a half almost on your panel, on few other panels as well. I've been listening to you like lately almost all the time because I realized how much you helped me expand my awareness and help me to see how much this world that we are living in, and this is so crazy, it's shaped by this Bronze Age Greco-Roman culture, tradition, walls, whatever. Like literally this book, it's been so harmful and it's been abused over and over again, and this is the reason why, like someone mentioned earlier, going into cycles, this is the very reason why we're going into these cycles, constantly destroying each other, and these things needs to stop. I agree with you that we should, like, we cannot straight away throw away the book and say, oh, okay, this is all mythology, this is all a fairy tale, because this book is the very thing that we need to use to show people that we need to go away from. But we still need to strip it out from the authority and the power it has, from literally from like to take it to the core, and that will be something very difficult considering everything that I'm hearing over here. It's terrifying.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Did you have anything else?
Uh, I wanted also quickly to say that I mean, I wish I had more financial opportunity to send you one of those big gifts over here, but I wanted to give you a gift of gratitude, so I sent you for the first time a message, and whenever you're in a mood, I wrote a song for you. So
Oh,
I tried
you can
to
sing
kind
this
of
song.
recycle those. Oh, I used AI. The lyrics
Your
are
phone
mine.
is messing up,
The
Laura.
melody is.
Your internet is going in and out.
Can you hear me? Really? Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, I wrote the lyrics, but melody is through one AI app. You're going to see it anyway if you go through your messages. It's for you. I hope you like it.
You said you put it where?
I texted a message in TikTok. It's over there.
Oh, okay. All right, I'll check it out. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, that's everything. No worries. I want to give you some kind of these irritating Christian questions. I kind of recycled them and tried to make a fun song out of the crash out that obviously happened and inevitably happened. But yeah,
Okay.
I mean, even if you're crashing out over Christians, I'm like, you helped me, like, you came in my life when I was like pretty much falling into delusion, and I was indoctrinating myself, which is extremely sad because I was doing this thing because I was victim of a narcissist who stripped me away from everything that I was, and I thought that I lost that version of Laura, and I lost confidence. I lost hope. I lost many parts of me that I thought that I'm not able to build up back again. But when I saw you, like, you terrified me, to be honest, the first time I heard you, because like literally you appeared on my FYP shouting. But I was like, the energy that you got, the volume of your voice. If someone makes you shout like this, rolling like a lion, that means that you have something fucking important to say. No one roars like this if speaks nonsense. You get what I mean? And I'm like, listen, you need to like Maddie, you know, you need to stay over here. It might be irritating. It might be like it might disturb you, but listen to that woman. She has something. You really gotta do it. And yeah, I kind of shaked a few times listening to you. I shaked jumping for the first time over here on the panel. I'm still shaking because you really helped me a lot, you know. And seeing you crashing out on Christian, especially Christian narcissistic men, the very thing that destroyed me, gave me hope. I can take my power back, and I'm doing it. I mentioned to you like last time, like I literally am feeling it because this is the confidence that I had before,
Well, thank you for sharing
and I
that.
want it back.
Yeah, exactly. Well, thank you so much for sharing
Thank you
that.
too.
All right. Did you have anything else?
Thank you for everything, Tinker.
You're so
That's all.
welcome. Thank
Take me
you.
down.
Thank you for your support as well. All right. Have a good night.
No worries. Bye.
Bye. W. Laura in the
You too.
chat. I see all fan club members who are probably in there on accident. Riptide, are you in there on purpose? Philosopher, are you in there on purpose? AG,
Don't
are
bring
you?
philosopher up.
AG, are you in the request on purpose or on accident? It is 18 plus tonight because it is Maddie's hour.
Mind you, I've been told Joshua was 18 plus. Why is he doing this to me?
They.
I feel like he picking.
Why is they? Why are they?
I'm sorry. Why are they doing this to me?
Hey, AG.
Hey, Thinker. Hey, Maddie. Hey, Venus.
Hey, AG.
Hi.
Hey, well, Thinker, I got a little bit of a bone to pick with you first.
Damn.
What?
Yeah. I mean, some of these,
What is up with that box? Like, I can't hear anybody that doesn't. I can't. Your internet's going in and out. Y'all might need to
me
start picking
now.
a different box.
You
Y'all,
hear
we
me
got.
now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Years ago,
I can't hear you.
your pet.
Go down and pick a different box and see if that. Like, I don't know what it is right there.
Oh,
I can't hear you.
okay.
Wasn't Venus in that box beforehand? Who was right there? I think it was Venus. Oh, no, it
No, it
wasn't
wasn't.
Venus. It was the one that thinks we came from dirt. He done fucked up the box.
Oh, he was quite peculiar. Just straight lying. Like he was actually just lying about everything.
It's not connecting now, AG. I don't know why. Wherever you are, your internet is not good. It's not connecting.
Venus, what time is it over there?
Over here it is 5:46 p.m.
Selena, can you send me the address to the house?
Yeah, I got you.
Thank you.
Hi, how you doing, Selena? It's nice to hear you speak. Sometimes I don't hear you speak sometimes, so
Really?
yeah. When you be up here, you low key be quiet, and then or you'll come off mute and you'll be like, "Stop talking over the host."
It's because she's
Yeah.
asleep.
It
No,
literally
oh, my
sound like
husband's
it sounds like you woke up and grabbed your phone and was instantly pissed off.
No, my husband be sleeping, and then So sometimes I really can't say what I want to say, so I have to jump out of the bed, go into the other room, and then it's a process. It's a process. So I've already walked through the house by the time they by the time I say something to people.
All right, is this box better?
Yes.
Yeah. So a couple of days ago, you made mention of something that you don't like,
Mhm.
and I've been hearing it ever since.
Oh, my bad.
And you want to know what it is?
The vocal fry. Yeah.
Yes. Oh my God. I've been in a few lives, and I've been hearing that, and I'm like, wow, like it's been there, but I guess it just wasn't brought to my attention until then. So
Give me
now I'm like, ugh, I can't stand it.
just a second. Y'all make sure that we aren't muting people because we don't like what they say. Um, make sure that we're only muting people because of them not following the rules of the line. So if they say something stupid, like don't mute them, okay? That goes for TikTok and YouTube. Um, yeah, go ahead, AG. Yeah,
Yeah.
I
And then
apologize about that.
oh, no worries, no worries. And then for topic number one, I think that a lot of believers and some people don't know what the Bronze Age is. They don't understand what was going on during that time. And I don't know if it's because of lack of education or just lack of awareness of it, but those times were horrible. And I'm noticing that this administration and the commander in sleep, he's really trying to get us back there. Like for me, I love entertainment. And it seems like he's addicted to the Roman times where the Colosseum had all these events because he loves to go to these events and sleep. It started with like the MMA stuff and then the basketball stuff. So I'm looking at it a little bit of that way. And then also they have now this Department of Faith. And who knows what they're putting in his head and is just running away with it. Because I'm not gonna say I'm scared, but I am unsure on the possibilities that they're gonna use this book to do to us. And it is like it's what's in the book. We've known how this book was forced on us and what it has done to our people. And now we have the highest office of the land going off of it. And a lot of people aren't taking it serious. They're not, especially our people, aren't taking this for real. They're taking this as a joke. And they're signing their life away to a deity that they don't know. And the indoctrination teaches them, oh, you start from the middle of the book and just forget the whole beginning. And I've always wondered why. But now I see why, because if you read it from the beginning, it starts off making no sense. And then you start seeing how evil this God is, that he doesn't care about his people, even though he calls them his favorite people. And the way that he tricks his followers, the people that like him, the stuff that he does, he blinds them. He sends a lying spirit to them. He's like a brat. If you don't worship him, he's going to hurt you. He's going to do this. But then when you get to the middle of the book, then they try to play with your mind. Oh no, he hurt you in the beginning, but now it's all good. Now he loves you. He loves you so much that he unalived his favorite child, his only child, because he loves you so much. But that doesn't make sense. And then you get to the end of the book, which they don't really get to. It's like a whole musical fairy tale where there's dragon, there's people walking on the sun, there's a huge battle, but they don't get the fine details because they don't read the book. They just listen to what someone has taught them, and it's really sad.
The
So I'm sorry.
the
Go ahead.
interesting thing is that they're always talking about needing to have like this secret coder, Holy Spirit, in order to understand what the text is saying. So the book is a bunch of mythologies, historical fiction, but there is like a message being given to people, right? It is war guides written in the form of a mythological story. Um, the Persians have their mythologies that they use today for for war as well, right? It's like it's a place where they keep um, like secret knowledge or secret information with embedded within these stories. So like it is a lot of it is illogical when trying to apply it to everyday life, but it's good information to have when applying it to politics, right? When applying it to the
Exactly.
government. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
because if
it's,
you're trying to roll over people and you are the ones in power, then yeah. Because what I'm no
you went out.
they read it,
We
it moves.
you cut out. Your internet went out again.
Venus, I told you to put your Venusi up. It's blocking the signal.
Oh my god, I'm sorry.
AG, AG.
Yeah,
Yeah, your internet went out again.
I'm here. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. How about now? Oh, okay. Yeah, I was gonna say because when they you pointed it out that when they read it, they see themselves as these characters because they want to be God's favorite. So they see themselves as David. They see themselves as, unfortunately, Job, because that's who they want to be. They want to be God's favorites, and they feel like if they align with that, that's who they are. Like even tonight, we've heard someone say that, yeah, we're the Israelites, but we're not. So they're willing to allow any type of harm to be done if they feel like they're a chosen one, and they're being real selfish.
Yeah,
So
like
yeah,
getting messages from the God that you are worthy and that He's with you from thunder. Like they would rather hang on to that than actually pay attention to how, or even ask themselves, how is their God engaging with our objective reality, right? Like, how is this affecting life? And I think they see their devil because they do see how fucked up things are. Right? They see the harm in the world. They even see the harm within their religion, within their churches, but it's the devil. Like they see their devil, but they don't see their God outside of themselves, outside of their immediate life, and maybe their smaller community of their family and their chosen community of church members that they hang out with. Um, and I think it's because they have this belief that their God is good, therefore their God can't be involved in the overall objective reality of mankind because it's so fucked up. So they don't want to lose that connection that they believe they have with this God who cares so much about their day to day. Every hair on their head, their God knows. But they see their devil. I think that's what they would rather see it that way, I think.
I agree, because to them, they're stuck in the mind frame that he's all good, no matter what he does. And you can point out scripture to them, and the first thing they'll say is, "Well, where is that?" And you'll show it to them. They'll read it, and then they'll try and justify it. And then they fall back to, "Oh, well, he's sovereign. He can do whatever he wants." But you just showed them where he's not all good. But that doesn't matter to them whatsoever. But yeah, I mean, I appreciate talking to y'all, but the 95% of the time I'm teleporting, And I'm being safe though. I have both hands straight, and I'm using talk to text, which I get in trouble for caps every now and then. And yes, people, I get muted too for caps. But yeah, so I'm just gonna leave it there and enjoy your next few days. And I appreciate you so much.
Thank you, AG. Have a good night.
So you too. All right, y'all. Bye.
Bye. I have a legit question, and I think about it a lot when I do these lives. I wonder because I'm a determinist, so I think that people, are either going to be lucky enough to have the mindset or the opportunity to change their mindset so that they don't feel like they need sufficient evidence before they believe something, or they're just not going to have that opportunity. I honestly don't know. Like, do you think that it's possible for some people to actually change their mind, or is it like all predetermined?
I'm sorry. I'm confused. Is all what predetermined? Change your mind about what?
Like, in terms of like their belief system, do you reckon it's just like like luck of the deck? Like, if you're lucky enough to open your mind, you are. And other than that,
I don't
like,
know. I have no idea.
I think about it a lot, and it's like I'm lucky that I've never had the desire to do anything bad. But what if some people get a bad hand and they have these desires? Is it their fault?
I, I I don't know what you're asking as far as like if they do something bad, are they responsible for it? When you say dealt a bad hand, that includes a outside player.
I mean, like, deterministically. Like,
I don't know what you
do
mean
y'all
by
get what
that.
I'm
Yeah,
saying? You
it's like
guys in
you're
chat
saying
get what I'm
you're
saying?
right. You're talking about like predestination. Like it's
Yeah,
yeah. I don't believe in predestination. Like that's like saying a person don't have the ability to make a decision for themselves. So
but what if every single prior decision and every situation they've ever been in ultimately led to this one decision, and they like can't
that's like saying
choose
because a
otherwise?
person chooses to kill someone is because they had an abusive father, a drunk for a mother, they were raised in a bad neighborhood, nobody ever loved them, therefore they shouldn't be held responsible for
No, no,
making the
not
decision to
that.
kill someone.
No, not
What are
that.
you asking then?
But
Like I'm confused.
rather like let me think about it for a minute. Because it's like I think about it a lot, but for some reason it's not coming out right.
Like when you say
It's
they are dealt a bad hand and they make bad decisions, should they be held accountable? Like it's like
it's kind
I don't. Other than you saying that they, had parents who didn't love them, who beat them all the time, who barely fed them.
no, not
Uh,
necessarily that. It doesn't. It could even be that they had a good upbringing and they lived a great life, but they
but
every single
I'm saying it would work in either way, right? Whether they had a good life or not. You're saying because of their parents and their upbringing, if they make a bad decision, it's you blame the circumstances and not the person for making that bad decision. Therefore, they're innocent.
not necessarily, but rather, do you think that it would be possible for them to have chosen otherwise?
I don't see why not.
All right. That's
Because if
interesting.
you're saying it's not possible, then you're saying exactly what I'm saying. You're saying, you're
Yeah, I
saying,
agree.
yeah, you're saying blame the circumstances, not them.
Yeah, I see that. Like, I feel like because of that reason, we have to, lean more towards people having some sort of decision. Because if we don't, then like, there's no such thing as like prison anymore, and you can't blame anyone for anything. But I feel like down to the root of it, I just feel like I'm
I don't
I'm
think
grateful that
determinism is saying that it takes your choice away. I think determinism is saying that because of your circumstances, you are presented with saying that you're only presented with one option.
yeah,
Yeah, it's
yeah,
saying
I
the
see that.
options that you have in front of you. are a result of those circumstances. And so
I'm also sorry.
at any, any moment, you are deciding between option A, B, C, or D, or sometimes option A and B. Like, you are the one making the decision.
I'm also asking if that concept that we're making that decision is actual, as in we could have made the other decision, or if it's more so an illusion because we will always end up making one ultimate decision. So my question is like, was that option ever really an option? Or was I always going to pick this?
I think that's a philosophical conversation, and I don't even see how, like, I don't see the
No.
point in having that conversation. Because again, unless you're trying
No.
to say that people should not be held accountable for the choices that they make.
No, I agree. It's just philosophical, dwelling, dabbling. What the fuck is the word? Philosophical
Like, what are
babbling.
you
Yeah.
trying to figure out?
Dibble
Like, are you trying to
dabbles.
say that people should not be held accountable?
No, no, I'm not saying that. Of course, the end goal is people will always be held accountable. But I'm more so wondering if their decision was one that was like um an actual decision or if it was an illusion.
And I'm saying, what's the purpose of that conversation is what I'm asking. Like, the
Just
practical
just
that.
curiosity.
Mm,
Just curiosity is all.
mm. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, thinker. We don't do not thinker. Yeah, Venus. We don't do Phil Bros. So you just go away. Yeah.
I'll just crawl back into my Plato's cave
No, I
and
just
just
don't
look at
see
the
the
shadows.
the reason. I don't understand the reason to sit and talk about that if it doesn't have any practical use. Like, right? Like, it's.
That's
I don't.
understandable.
Yeah, I don't understand, especially when you can't know for sure. But I mean, I understand why some people do it because they're interested in things like that. I just don't see a reason for it.
It's more so because I was sort of connecting it to the idea of whether like believers are capable of like eventually opening their mind or
I
if
mean, I
they're
was a believer one time,
yeah, I was
and
a believer too. Yeah.
you opened your mind.
But do you think I was always gonna open my mind like I
I
was
don't know.
from the beginning?
I don't know.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Absolutely.
I don't have any way of knowing that. A person can make a statement and say you were determined, but how are they gonna prove that? Like, to me, that's a waste of a conversation because you can't prove that. That's just a matter of opinion. I have no idea.
That's indeed true. Who knows? We might as well give it a try and spread the knowledge or whatnot.
Give what a try.
Like talking to the
I think y'all have the same, like, the way, like, from what you're saying right now, it sounds like you have the same goal as a Christian, and that is to convert someone.
no, not really. No, I don't. I've been thinking about it a lot, and I don't do these lives to convert Christians. I don't know if like anything I can say is something that can change their mind, but I hope to like give them information that maybe will, I don't know, spark some sort of doubt. Not spark doubt, but just maybe
Like, that's the thing. Like, doubt in what? Like, what are you trying to spark doubt in?
that's a great question.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it sounds like you have the same goal that a Christian has. Like, your goal is to spark doubt. Their goal is to spark faith, right? Uh,
Hmm,
and mine is just saying, hey, uh, think, think about what you believe in. How does it impact society, right? Like, do you think about your morals, your ethics, what you are backing, what are the practicality of it, the impact of your faith, right? Even for an atheist, that's why I don't necessarily like talking about Christians. Like, I go live to talk about the concepts, the text, the beliefs, and the practicality of it, the impact of it. Like
Yeah,
I zone the fuck out when we're talking about what Christians do and what they don't do and how they are. I'm not interested in those types of conversations. I get it, right? Like their behavior is part of the impact. Um, but whether or not they become atheists is not my concern.
I agree with that. I wouldn't say spark doubt in a way where I'm trying to change their lives or anything like that. Like, I honestly, I couldn't care less what someone's doing in the company of their own home as long as no one's being hurt and etc. But I feel like their thoughts and their beliefs inform their behavior. So I sort of try to understand that and maybe if they are contributing, anything harmful to society, to maybe delve into that,
Well, that's what
thinking.
yeah, and the only way to do that, right, is to talk about the belief. But if the conversation is about, I don't like the way Christians act or Christians don't think, right? Yeah, that's, I think the same thing, right? But what are we learning from that, or what are we getting from that particular conversation versus here is a belief that comes from the doctrine of Christianity or one of the doctrines of Christianity, and here is how this belief is or could possibly impact society. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I understand that. It's not just about trying to change them, it's about, you know, for yourself as well, your deconstruction, because it's a journey that never ends.
Right.
Oh my
So
God.
it's not them changing their mind about them having a God. It's them changing their mind about backing a claim that causes harm, right? The things that is impacting society. I don't give a fuck if a person believes in a God or not. Like that, if they come to that realization that, you know, having a God is not necessary, cool. But if a person needs to hold on to a God belief because they're scared of death, that, and they're not, you know, out here pushing it on other people and backing, justifying slavery or condemning homophobia, like perpetuating shit. I don't, that ain't got nothing to do with me. Like, there are Hindus that believe in a God, yet we are not having lives about them because they're not impacting our day to day life. They're not out here causing harm, right? So if the issue was a belief in a God, period, then we would be talking about all gods.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. Honestly, that was a good conversation because sometimes I get lost in the rhetoric and the whole, back and forth. I get lost in it and I sometimes forget why I'm doing this and why I started. Because I've been doing these lives for a long time. And you sometimes get caught in the, or trying to prove them wrong, trying to be right kind of thing. And you sometimes just, it becomes like your motivations change from what you would like them to be.
Yeah,
So
and keep
it's
in
always good
mind,
to
I'm not
remember.
saying that if that's something that the conversation that you want to have, I'm not saying that that's wrong. I'm saying that that's not why I go live in here, right? And that's not something I'm concerned with. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that it's wrong to have those conversations or to have that goal. Does that make sense? It just bores
Yeah,
me,
no, yeah,
like going
yeah.
back and forth with somebody about whether a God exists. I don't see the point in that when the issue is the actual concepts, the moral claims, the divine authority claims, the lack of, you know, lack of critical thinking, the low intellectualism. Those are bigger issues than, hey, a God don't exist. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah, I
those
do.
people. Once that you tell them that a God don't exist and they stop believing in a God, they still carry the same fucking beliefs. They just don't carry it because of the God.
The whole existence, I do like to, engaging in philosophy and exploring logical routes is something I really like doing. But sometimes it does feel a bit empty. And that's when I like to really get to the reasoning behind it all. But it is fun to like rhetorically dunk on like men that are like, a woman knows philosophy? God, you're wrong. Like it's really fun to do that sometimes. But yeah, I
No,
do
I
that
get
on my
it.
live.
I get it. It's not fun for me. I get irritated the fuck out of me to talk to. Like that shit is irritating as fuck. But again, like I'm I'm me and you're you, right? Like what is interesting to you is that you have every right to do that, right? And I understand there's just different kind of like there's different denominations of Christianity. There's different types of deconstruction lives. Right?
There is.
Atheists don't have a doctrine. Like we are not all the same. We don't think the same. We're just human beings with different likes, different interests. Like there's no one way to deconstruct. There's no one way to have the conversation. I just don't give a fuck if a God exists or not.
There's definitely different denominations of atheism. There's the Phil Bros, then you've got the people who are big on scripture, then you've got like the full blown scientists like Dr. Blitz and stuff. There's definitely denominations.
Yeah. And it's all part of a broader conversation. That's why I said, like, the outside of the circle deals with the unknown of creation and life after death. They're interesting conversations to have. You can do a lot with those conversations because nobody fucking knows. And it's just humans talking a lot and having a lot of opinions, in proving who's smarter. I don't like talking a lot, and I don't like a lot of people talking at the same time. So that irritates me for people to just be talking just to talk. And that's just me, right? I'm used to being in solitude. I'm used to silence. I actually enjoy it.
Are
And
you a Virgo?
no, girl, my birthday was a couple of days ago.
Oh my god, your birthday was like 3 days ago. You're a
Wait,
what season are we
are
That's
in?
you like a
Selena.
Cancer?
Selena, I can't mute her. I don't know.
Are you a Cancer? That makes a whole lot of sense as to why we interact with each other like that.
Yeah,
What are
but
you, Maddie? Are you a Gemini?
Absolutely not. I'm a Libra.
but
Interesting.
as I was saying, I don't like. I'm very intention focused, and so if I'm sitting around people, if the goal is socialization, cool. Talking about irrelevant shit. In my mind, that's what we're supposed to do because we're socializing. If the intent is work, then we should be talking about work. We should be working. You see what I'm saying? Like that's just the way my mind is. So if I set an intention to go live and to discuss the practical impact of belief on society, then that's what we should be doing. And if the live isn't doing that, then I get uninterested real fast. And that's how I'm just wired.
Maddie just likes arguing with people. I can see that. Yeah, definitely wired different.
I actually prefer not to. My blood pressure gets up. Okay,
Ah, interesting.
I get real mad real quick. I prefer talking to people with like sense to have a good, meaningful conversation. Once I gotta start cussing you out and calling you a dumbass and listening to stupid shit like us being made from mud and Noah's Ark being the place where all the blood types came from. Like shit like that actually like just pisses me off. And I'm a little bit combative. So that's like where the arguing comes from cuz like are you fucking okay?
That's how I am. I'm very no nonsense. The interesting thing though is that what interests me is how far of an imagination does that human have? So I do enjoy having those conversations with them because their imagination is beyond, like, I don't know what. And so it's interesting to see how the human puts together certain concepts and what they can create. Those conversations are interesting and fun to me. Yeah, they're wild. But when we get to the level of ignorance, like the first guest we had tonight, and just straight denying science, I don't have the patience for that shit. When you're doing that shit over and over and over again, especially when someone presents evidence to you and you deny that shit right there in your face, like this motherfucker not applying the word again to the question that Nelly asked him, completely ignoring the words because you've done this. That shit, I don't have the patience for shit like that.
No, and then we even asked him, what does again mean? He never answered,
What?
what does again mean? Like, bro.
And then when you asked him about the blood types of dirt, like if he was able to even take the conversation to, here's how I critically think about why it makes more sense to have faith in the Genesis narrative versus this abiogenesis, that would have been a conversation that interested me, but he couldn't even engage with that thought. He went to, humans are amazing. Humans have five fingers. We can paint. We can make music. Like, that's,
Philosophy.
yeah. Like, you think that was philosophy, or you saying that
No,
humans can
he
do
said we
philosophy?
came up with philosophy
Oh,
music.
okay. I was gonna say he wasn't like, I don't know what the fuck. He was very elementary in his thinking. Like, there's a difference between like, to me, I'm okay with a person not knowing something, right? With having a lack of knowledge. I'm okay with that. But when your ass is like willfully ignorant and arrogant with it at the same time and refuse to learn, like you can't accept facts and new knowledge, I can't fuck with you. I just don't have the fucking patience. Not knowing something is okay.
What would you say? Okay, sorry, just a quick question before the guest. I don't know how quick of a question it is, but when it comes to like, you know, increasing or improving that threshold of evidence so that you don't like get scammed by cults and stuff like that, what would you say like the beginning of improving that epistemology is, if you have an answer?
I don't have an answer. That's what I'm trying to learn. I don't know. But it takes having conversations with believers and going through critical thought exercises and logic just to see like where they fall off, what they push back on. I have no idea.
Already.
Yeah.
My
Sean,
three wishes.
somebody else may have the answer to that. Sean, all right, y'all. We have an hour and a half left.
It's like 2 hours and a half if you're trying to leave at 6.
Okay, 2.5 hours left. It has slowed down. If we go, I'll give it to 4 a.m. and see if we can get a conversation going. What?
You're
Urantian?
right.
Right?
Yes,
Urantia?
to be pronounced Eurasian.
Urantian.
Orangutan.
I
Urine.
Urantian. How old are you?
yes, I'm in my 40s already.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm a Christian.
Okay, which topic did you come up to discuss?
The topic about the Greco-Roman formation.
What are your thoughts?
That's because I've been discussing lately. There is a sequel to the Garden of Eden in a Greek tale. It's called the Golden Apple of the Hesperides Garden.
Mm-mm. No, no,
Please
no,
look
no,
it
no.
up.
The topic, no, that's not what we're talking about. That topic,
No.
nope. The topic says, why are we expecting Bronze Age and Greco-Roman information to guide us today in 2026?
Um, well, it's guiding the myth that I've told you about. Trust me, I wouldn't be lying.
I don't care to read that. There's no reason
No,
today in
that's
2026.
beautiful.
There's no reason today in 2026 any human should be thinking that humans are made from dirt or the rib of a man. We also
Yes, that.
know that women do not have pain through childbirth because of a God cursing them. Like it's illogical, right, for anybody to think that a human could have given birth without pain at all. That doesn't make any sense. And then if she like where did the pain receptors come from? Like did she not have pain receptors before? Adam was not cursed with pain. Did he have pain receptors? Why does he have pain if there was no pain before? It's illogical. And in 2026, we know that childbirth is painful because one, our body has pain receptors. Two, a woman vaginal canal has to open to the size of a human head to push that out, and that is painful. Her body is made of flesh. Like it's illogical for us to think that human beings were made without the ability to feel pain.
Interesting. You talked to me about the Adam and Eve. May I have a 30 second?
May you what? You're the one who
I have
brought
to.
Adam and Eve up.
Yeah. Thank you for following. Uh, well, the Greek myth is a myth that features a garden, a fruit, a lizard. There's male and female, but there's no naked couple out on a picnic. There's a problem with uh, too much of a sexual content of the Old
I
Testament.
don't think you understand the reason for the topic. I don't
Uh,
like. Yeah.
all right, I try my best. Sorry about that.
All right. No
Good luck next
worries.
time.
Okay.
It's a pit, don't leave me hanging.
What the fuck was he trying to say? I don't like. What is?
You know that character from Pingu, the one with the mustache? That's just like.
I've never seen that movie. Shay Love. Goodness gracious. All right, y'all. There's 700 people in the room. We have 2 hours left. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, the guest box is open. You must be a believer in the Christian God. We are not talking about Islam in here. So, and 18 up, 18 plus.
You guys are putting us to
I've never seen
sleep.
Pingu. I don't know what that is.
You haven't? Peep, peep, peep,
Mm-mm.
peep. Y'all ain't seen that?
Nope. Is that
Okay, I
a
watched it when I was a kid,
It
so
must be
maybe.
a kangaroo thing and like meat on the bobby type of thing. I don't know.
What? Did you say meat on the Barbie? Oh my
Whatever
god.
you be saying, bro. Like
Shrimp
what's the
on the Barbie.
yeah, shrimp
Just
on the
drunk.
bobby thing or some shit. I don't know.
Everyone watches Pink. No, you know what? Look, I'm 21 and I watched it when I was a kid. So maybe Maddie, you're too new gen for it.
I will bite your hey,
Damn.
don't provoke me, okay? We would be watching the same things. You're not that far off. I
All
literally
right, mate.
turned 20 in
Why don't you
two
put some
months.
shrimp on your Barbie?
I'm gonna put a shrimp up your ass. That's what I'm gonna do. That's
There's
what
no
I'm gonna
Barbie
do for
there.
you. You're gonna be the skewer I put on the Barbie, okay?
What
You're
the
gonna be the
fuck?
shrimp. You're gonna be the shrimp I put on the Barbie. We would literally be watching the same things. I just never heard of what you're talking about. Have you ever heard of Nihao Kai Lan?
What the fuck?
You never heard of Nihao Kai Lan?
No, that's like actually fucked. Like, what does that even mean? Like,
Wow
Pingu
Wow
is like
Wubbzy?
simple. What now?
Team Umizubi?
I know Umizoomi.
Okay.
All right, mate. What
Hey,
about
be
almost
quiet.
naked animals?
Wait. Oh my god, please. Is that what that's called? Where they like in an island resort and like it
Yeah,
was like a dog? I've been trying to figure out what that show was called for so long and I could not figure out what the fuck it was.
there you
Thank
go.
you for that. Total
That's
Drama
okay.
Island?
Yeah, who didn't watch that? Who didn't watch that?
I don't know. Apparently me since I'm like 2 years younger than you or some stupid shit.
What
I
the
don't know.
fuck? Oh my god, you just need to go on the Barbie, dude. You need to go to the servo, Vegemite on toast, meat pie, LARPing Australian.
I'm sorry. Excuse him. Excuse him.
Benjamite.
I'm so
Is that an
sorry.
Edomite?
Yeah, yes, it's my Edomite. I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
And your Vegemite on toast triggered him. I don't know. Thinker,
Hmm.
how are you feeling over there? Are you excited?
Not really. Excited for what?
You're a killing thinker. Come up and talk to us. She's falling asleep.
I'm not
She
falling
hasn't had
asleep.
any coffee.
I'm not falling asleep.
No, she's just bored because she hates small talk.
I know. She's dying inside while we're talking about fucking cartoons.
Wait, Thinker, were y'all allowed to watch cartoons when you were in your like some denominations don't allow their kids to look at cartoons.
Yeah, we watch cartoons.
What type of cartoons did you watch,
I
Thinker?
don't remember. I don't remember. It was a long time ago.
What?
Yeah.
You're not
The
that
only ones
old.
I can remember is Tom and Jerry. I don't remember. I
Oh.
honestly don't. Tom and Jerry and Bugs Bunny. And like at Christmas time, the Charlie Brown ones. And Sesame Street. That's all I can remember. Razor. But again, I didn't watch a lot of TV. I read a lot of books. Razor.
I'm sorry, it's an accident.
No worries. Have a good night.
That's disappointing.
Y'all are still hung up on the coffee. Don't worry about it. I'm trying to upgrade my English.
Good question. If we are made in Yahweh's image, why do the men need to get circumcised? Yes, this is great questions. Why did he create the pigs in the blanket? Why did he do that? If we
I
gotta
think
open the blanket.
I think that he made the foreskin just so that people could chop it off and sling it up to him in heaven like a slingshot.
What the fuck? He made the foreskins for Paul.
Like calamari rings. You know how you chew them and they're like rubbery.
Oh my gosh, I wanted to ask. It was a which I can't remember which one it was. He said like we're made in God's image. I wanted to ask him, does God have boobs? And if so, what size? Like what is he the median size? Is it is he the size F? What what cup size is Jesus? I would like to know this, please.
Jesus or God? Because like
Well,
we
God, my
know
bad.
that
Jesus
you need a
probably ain't have
butt.
none.
You need a butt to sit down, and you need feet to wander. So I know he's got a feet and he's got butt and he's got lungs and a mouth because he had to breathe life. So he's got that, but a chest, I don't know.
I mean, how could so are you saying we're just feet, lungs, and a mouth? We would obviously need he obviously needs to have breasts for us to have the breast if we're made in his image.
So,
like how are we made in the image of just feet, lungs, and legs?
I mean, you've got feet, lungs, and legs, don't you?
Yeah, but I also got some breast.
All right. Well, that's really nice.
Great answer, Venus. Great
That
answer.
sounds really cool. But what you're doing is a verbatim fallacy. Thank you.
Okay, bluebirds.
What is that like a? Why am I a blue bird? Are you calling me a bird?
No. And
Okay.
the quote is, so could God make a universe where bluebirds exist?
Oh my god, that debate was slim. How do you still remember that?
Oh
Oh
girl,
my
my
god.
my memory is top tier. I remember most of the conversations I watch people have.
I did say that. Wow. Bluebird. And she's like, what does that have to do with the debate, Venus? Like, oh my god, girl.
I'll be right back.
Okay, bye bye. Don't hurt yourself as you walk through your house.
Wow. The shade.
See, I don't even know what the fuck Selena just said. That's what I mean. I don't never hear Selena voice when she on the panel.
I said the shade.
Oh, it was no shade, you know. I don't want her to fall in the toilet or anything. I'll be pretty sad if
That's
we
how I
gotta have
hurt
Thinker on the
myself.
toilet.
That's how I hurt myself walking through my house.
Oh
Oh,
no.
you broke your toe on live. Oh my god.
Glorious
And
queen, that
someone,
shouldn't have happened to you though.
Selena Tomaine. Selena Toe Pain. I'll never forget that name.
Angie, please stop calling it Madison. It's not gonna stick. Let's leave it. Let's leave it right there, please.
Medusi. Oh my god. Medusi. Medusi.
Selena, can you block her for us, please?
Uh, Woody. Vaddy. Voodis. Madis. Madis.
What are you doing? Are you like trying to find
Manus.
a way to put Maddie, Venus, and Uzi
Uh-huh.
together?
Medusi.
Vamalusi.
Medusi.
Vamalusi.
See, it rolls off the tongue. Vidusi. No, because there's too much
Vamalusi.
Mavusi.
Vamalusi. Say it with me.
Ba.
Not a buh. Hey,
Va.
what the fuck is going on over there? Va.
Va.
Ma.
Ma.
Dussy. Vamadussy.
Vamadusi.
There you go.
Vamadusi. No, I like Medusi better. Venusi is way better.
Well, make sure you clean your Vanussi so it don't stink.
Wow. Why don't you clean your Medusi?
It is clean. I'm just saying, make sure you clean yours. I didn't say it was dirty. Like,
Okay, mine's clean. What about your Medusi?
whatever, bro. Keep yours in your pants. Whatever, guys. What is some logical questions you have about the story in the Bible?
Like, guys, this is your chance to ask me anything. Like, anything about philosophy.
Please, God, no. Um, I have one. Guys, was there really a boil on Job's ass? Like his I really wanted to know about that for real.
A golden hemorrhoid?
Yes.
Imagine, like, the fucking, what's it called? The Ark of the Covenant. That shit was so heavy. The people carrying it got hemorrhoids, and God is like, you gotta dip that shit in gold. Oh, that's marvelous.
Max said how the
Shut
kangaroo
up.
got to the front arc.
Shut up.
No, like great question. I'm trying to figure out how did the God like make all the animals behave and walk into single file. So you know what? I'm applying a lot of things right now. I'm assuming, guys, when I think of Noah's Ark, logically what I'm thinking of is basically a carnival cruise. But wooden a wooden carnival cruise. Then obviously the rooms is the different rooms for the animals. That's what I think of. So to me, the god has to line up all the animals and then put them in their assigned carnival cruise room. Um, Obviously, if they drink the water in the cruise room, they're charged 50 shekels or something. I don't know.
This fucking honestly, it is one of the most stupid things I've ever heard. Aside from the Tower of Babel, it's like why the fuck? Like you can't build a tower up to heaven. Like they've been to space. There was no heaven. So why did God just like break down this tower, even though He knew that shit wouldn't even get to like the height of Mount Everest? They wouldn't
I
even
mean,
go
it's
that far.
probably because he's the god of division. So like you see people of like all different color and races like actually getting along, and he probably got mad because he. I don't even think the god like likes his counterparts. He low key like God's like a bitch. He's like a spoiled child
He
that doesn't like
is
its other siblings. Like
a
that's literally what
petulant
he is.
child.
But he's like watching all of his little clay people get along and think they're gonna build a ladder up to the sky or a stairway up to heaven. And he's just like, you know what?
Fuck you.
Who?
Fuck you. Fuck
Hi
you.
Theo.
How does it go?
Hello, how's it going, guys?
How does it go? Fuck you and them kids.
Wait, what?
Venus, what the fuck is that? Theo.
No, someone knows what I'm talking about. Fuck you. I don't know.
Oh,
Don't worry,
wait.
guys.
Theo, your muffled friend.
Uh, uh,
Selena, please mute Venus right now. I'm trying to talk to Theo.
Where
Theo.
Venus?
Hi Theo, how you doing?
I'm fine. How about you, Maddie?
I'm
Okay.
doing good, Theo. Which one did you come up to talk about, friend?
Number one.
Okay, yes. What do you think?
Okay, so yeah, first of all, there's something believers have, which is faith coming from their pastors. They rely on the Bible, especially on some parts, and they think it's there to guide them. But it's been stagnant. The laws of God were stagnant. Meanwhile, it doesn't really change. But one of the things I've seen from Christians is that they say that God's law, God's word is perfect, but you can't be perfect without change. I mean, how come building plans, if they fail, you need to change them in order to become perfect and the building stands. But the thing is, they still are stuck believing in something that doesn't change, like the Bible, in which to my case they believe something that was changed and changed, but it still doesn't fit fit their narrative or context, and they expect us to believe it because they think some sort of authority would be watching over us. They think that they're scared. Yeah, they're scared.
Theo, that was beautiful. And I have to say, that is one of the first times you've come on the panel and I've been able to fully follow you all the way through. That was very beautiful. I agree with you 100%. Um, you made a lot of sense. Why are we still following this? And I agree, like to be perfect, I think is to change and to progress with the times. So you're right. They can't keep looking at this non-changing thing as the world is forever changing
I
and evolving.
disagree though, Maddie. I feel like perfect things don't need to change because
Shut the fuck
they're
up.
fitted.
My bad.
Brilliant rebuttal. I think that perfect things don't need to change because they're already well suited for their set outcome, so they don't really need to change.
but like the said outcome at that time though. Cause like that's like toilets. At one point hold on, but drive back on up. At one point, toilets was just a fucking hole in the ground, right? That was perfect for the time being. Like they didn't have shit but that to shit in, like quite literally. So, as time progressed, we start getting like, I don't know, maybe a bucket or something. I don't know the full progression of toilets, okay? But it probably went from like oh,
The history.
a
No,
hole in the
okay, I get your
ground.
point. Like,
Yeah. And then like
yeah.
eventually we get to the bidet that basically cleans your ass for you. So I feel like to be perfect is to be able to change with the times and what they require of you. Do you get what I'm saying?
Okay. I like that. But Thea, what did you mean by they expect you to follow something that doesn't change? Would a Christian expect the book to be changing?
I mean, because there are many versions. Like from Hebrew to English, it was changed. But now, even the NIV version that I use on Google, it never changes. Like it just stays the same. It stays stagnant. The words remain stagnant. The laws remain stagnant even after I think 70 AD of Matt Matthew, was it Matthew or Paul? Paul,
Yeah,
the
but it's sort of like if it's perfect, if the Christians believe that this is the divine word of God coming from this perfect God, would they be expecting God's divine and perfect law to change?
because from the Old Testament, he was sort of violent, but then now again he's calm, perfectly reasonable, but at the end of Revelations he become violent. God became violent. Like in Revelations you have all this world-ending disaster. And that's change. And like I said about the analogy earlier, if your plan if your plan fails, it's not that perfect enough, so you have to change it so that the plan works efficiently.
I get what you're saying, but on the character of this god, I wouldn't say that the character of this god has necessarily changed. Like, if I'm someone who is an angry person and I decide to be nice for one day and I go back to being angry, does that mean that I've changed as a person?
No, you were on a free week trial. You were on a free trial,
Exactly. 3 month rule.
I think. You cheated on your partner and they took you back and you've regressed to cheating again. That's basically what that is. But yeah, Theo, I do think I don't think the God ever stopped being angry. I think throughout even the Old Testament and New, like put together, I think he's always angry and jealous, kind of a dickhead. He's really rude to his believers too for some reason. Like he's like really fucking rude. I don't know what giant cosmic stick is up his ass, but he's fucking rude. Like the
He's
same
got the laws
way
of logic up there. He's got the laws of logic and the grounding of knowledge up there.
it's gravity is all up in his ass. Literally the way he talks to Job, that's literally how he deals with most of his believers. Like it's just
The
like
reason why it looks like he's less angry is because he just doesn't have enough powers. Like, he's in a different server. Like, he's on Earth. And he's like he's trapped in a human body, so he can't flood this whole place again. So that's why it seems like he's nicer. Instead, he's got to like flip tables and like send fucking bears. Like, he doesn't have like his full mod powers. He nerfed himself essentially. Is why he he seems nicer.
yeah, and then like not only is he a dickhead, he's now a human dickhead. Like
I was literally thinking of that word. I was like, he's a dickhead, but I didn't say it. I was literally thinking of that word.
yeah, he is. Like literally like Angie said,
14 minutes, y'all.
Oh, okay.
Shit.
Well, hey, how you doing? I'm happy you made it back through the house.
I've been
Um.
sitting here the whole time.
Oh. Well, excuse me.
You're so concerned about something you don't believe in. Well, sweetheart, it affects our lives. That's why we're concerned about it. Because y'all are trying to take away people's rights. So yes, the fuck people are gonna be concerned about it.
And
Especially
I'm
since you're trying to take away people's rights based off of faith. Like shit you can't even prove. You're trying to like ruin people's lives.
and I'm not concerned about him. I'm concerned about believers like you who don't know the effects this God and this religion has on our life today. I'm not concerned with him. He doesn't matter. You're the problem. You.
Yeah,
Shit.
and and the thing is, the Bible is full of violence that was supposedly acts of an all loving father, but the father is more abusive, and we're expected, and people fear what they don't know during that time, so they attributed it to deities, to gods who they control, so that they won't have to be scared, and it just passed on, and with enough faith, you can you can actually see some Christians losing their critical thinking analysis when it comes to the Bible. We have theologians, church fathers who use their own eisegesis to control the narrative. Like there was this subject in my college called context and narrative in the science and engineering, in which it was taught to me that if you know how to frame a context in a certain narrative, then you are powerful, because words are powerful. And the way they framed it was, they used church fathers eisegesis, theology, to try and frame the narrative so that it sounds powerful in their context. In their context, they use it to control, to enslave. I'm sorry if this will trigger some, but the KKK, the white people in those horrible mass, they use the Bible to frame their context that they were more superior. It was just that they are hungry, and they want you to be deceived by these people that holds the power. That's why context and narrative matters. It helps you frame your beliefs.
I would argue that you don't even have to that you don't even have to frame the things in this Bible a certain way. Like, if you believe you're the chosen people of God, you now have free range to do whatever the fuck you want to do with everyone else that's not the church, like the chosen people. You're free to enslave them. They didn't have to twist the scripture to say they can go enslave people. It literally says right there, if you're in a foreign fucking land, uh, I can just come pick you up. It literally says in the book, if I want, I don't know, if like if I rape a woman, I can just own her by paying 50 shekels to her father. It's right there in the book. It's literally verbatim, I'm better than you because I'm chosen. So if these people believe they're chosen, there's no need to frame the book. It's already been set up perfectly for them to rule and pick apart this world the way they need to make sure they stay on top. And that's important to know, because that's exactly why it has to go. Like, this has to be the end. And if it's not the end, you can be a supremacist in your own life and not like affect nobody else. Like, just be a supremacist in your head, a
Like
supremacist in theory, but not in practice.
with the first topic, I used to ask people this until I realized that these cunts don't have an answer. Like I always ask them, would you rather live the laws that the Israelites had, which is supposed to be God's perfect and divine, unchanging law until heaven and earth pass away, or would you rather live, by a constitution and shit like that? And if you've got all your brain cells, unlike the last guy I asked that question to, it's a pretty straightforward question, right? If your God's law is perfect and he knows exactly how to govern a civilization, then you should have no problem with, women being stoned and being like raped and shit. And honestly, some of these men literally don't. They suck. I'm sure one day someone's gonna say, oh no, I can't say the Byzantine Empire was the peak of society. Like, what the fuck? Your brain is rotten if you think that the fucking Byzantine Empire, where they didn't even have fucking sewage systems, was better than today.
Y- yeah, I saw. Wait. I saw a cyanide and happiness skit where scientists built a time machine, and then he sent like three books, science book in the past, and then each book that was sent made the civilization in that world more advanced until he threw the Bible, and then that society collapsed to just what he knew. And then he didn't he thought his machine didn't work until he became mad and brought himself to the past where he became a caveman himself. And then the process repeats, like he gets the science book as a caveman himself, like it repeats. What the heck?
I find it really funny that you watch Cyanide and Happiness. I thought that was like a rare POV to have. I'm not gonna lie, but I actually like that skit. It makes a lot of sense because you're literally throwing the science books and then you're taking the exact opposite of a science book. But you would think if you're a scientist, you would know that the Bible wouldn't be a good thing to throw into a civilization. I don't know, maybe because we can like test the effects the Bible has had on humanity and it's not really helping us. But
Exactly.
I I digress. I don't know what type of fucking scientist that is.
Why couldn't God give us the fucking formula for penicillin or anything fucking useful, bro? Like, like you're the supreme leader of the universe, and instead of telling cunts what a vaccine or fucking antibiotics is, so that there wouldn't be like Spanish flu, instead you decide to give them like the recipe for shit bread and a bunch of useless stories that no one fucking understands. Like, come on. Like, you can't think that this book is from anyone remotely intelligent unless you just haven't read it. Like, sure, it's some of this shit there is like beautiful and poetic and whatever, but it's like someone's fucking scrapbook. Like, none of it makes sense. It's an
Hold
actual
on.
scrapbook.
This shit went triple platinum back in the day. This shit was probably so fucking golden, boy. This was the best fucking storybook they had. Fuck the Three
It's
Little
called
Pigs.
scripture after all. What else did they use in a play? A script. And they've got a scripture. It's meant to be a joke. Like Bash said it the other day. I was like, there's some Easter eggs in this book that are so ironic, it's got to be comedic. There's no way this guy's saying the children won't suffer the sins of the parents, and then it's one of the first fucking things like the God does. Like, it's actually kind of funny when you read it like from an outside perspective. But the fact that some people actually be believing this and crying and like falling over because of it is like it's really cringe. I can't lie. It's like you're lopping.
Dude, did you just say LARPing?
Hey, are you done?
They're literally lopping.
Thank you. Thank you. And I'm going to be a dragon next month, and
How? You're
I'm
not subscribing.
what?
You're not a
I
subscriber. How are you gonna be a dragon next month?
I don't know.
You're not a subscriber. You have to be a subscriber to be a dragon.
Okay, so I'll pay 635 plus 635,
What?
1,200.
What are you talking about, Theo?
Um, the fee for Filipinos is like 635 pesos.
Um, but it would start you at month one. It takes 12 months to become a dragon.
Oh no.
Yeah. Are you trying to hang out on stage with Venus and Maddie? Is that why you're like, I'm gonna be a dragon next month?
No, I just wanted to share my thoughts on number one because there are lots of things that make why believers still believe in the Bible, and why they expect us to learn from it, and why they shove it down our throats. And I think fear is one, and then not understanding is one, not critically analyzing is one, and not trying to read it within context is one. But that's one of the many reasons. But
How
I must
show us how you apply critical thought or logic to the biblical story, right? To the Cain and Abel narrative. If your pastor, were you taught that the devil influenced Cain to kill Abel?
there is no verse
Hold
specifying
on,
that.
Theo. Hold on. Were you taught that?
No,
What were you taught? Why did Cain? What influenced Cain to kill Abel? What were you taught?
because of the sacrifice that Abel made, which made Cain jealous. And I
No,
was
that's
taught,
the reason. What influenced Cain? What moved Cain to kill him? I know the reason.
my pastor taught me that Cain's sacrifice, I mean Abel's sacrifice, was better than Cain, and Cain was jealous because
That's the
God.
reason. We're still talking about reason. Influence. Like, was it the God that influenced it or the devil that influenced it? A demon? Like, what were you taught? What spirit moved Cain to commit that sin?
Emotion. The pastor taught me that it was his emotions that blinded him,
Okay.
and yeah.
All right. Okay. So, using logic, you were taught that the emotion of jealousy moved Cain to commit murder.
Yes.
Okay. So, using logic, applying it to that story, what influenced that emotion of jealousy or who?
God.
You just answered and didn't. I'm trying to see how you apply logic. How did you get to that answer logically?
Because Cain, wait, let me set this so that this chronologically goes back to God. So Cain unalive Abel because of jealousy. The jealousy was from the sacrifice of Abel being taken by God, but not Cain's. But ultimately, it was God who decided to just take Abel and if he's omni all knowing, he would have known. But then again, his actions influenced the jealousy of another.
Okay, that logically makes sense. And so, if the God influenced jealousy in Cain to commit murder, therefore Cain sinned, then the God influenced someone to sin and not a
Y-
devil.
yeah, God influenced a lot of sin, like the unalive.
Hold on, don't move forward. So logically, the God influenced someone to sin here and not a devil.
Yes.
Okay. And so that means that were you taught that the devil wants humans to sin or wants to rob, kill, and destroy? Like, what were you taught about the devil character in this whole story?
The devil was more like oh shit. Oh shit, sorry. The devil was more of a devil in Job, as the pastors taught me. Like in sermons, they would sometimes use Job and the devil, but not in some other stories, or in the New Testament where the devil was trying to tempt Jesus. That's what that's what they taught me.
But so what does the devil want to do? Is the devil the one that influences him? Where were you taught that the devil's job is? Like, what's his purpose in this whole story?
The pastors taught me that God influences a lot of things in our lives,
Am I
and
asking you about God, Theo? Why are you acting like a
no,
Christian right now?
mm,
Listen to the words. Like, I don't know. Do I ask questions in a ambiguous way? I think I'm being
no,
straightforward. What
okay,
were you taught the role of the devil is in this whole entire story? Not the God, the devil.
to help the God claim more followers. That was the role of the devil that was taught to me.
You were taught that the devil's role is to help the God in this Bible get more followers?
I I don't know, because that's what my pastor told me before I
No, no, I'm not
deconstruct.
asking if it's right. I'm asking. So you're saying that your pastor taught you that the devil works for the God to help the God get more followers?
Yeah, I didn't question it at first, but when when I was growing up, like now, I realize maybe that's what their theology pastors taught them, their seminaries taught them.
This is new. Like I've never heard that before. And it's interesting. Is this what is widely taught in the Philippines regarding this devil character?
No,
Just your
the
pastor?
uh, I don't know, because the church I've been through when I was little, I heard that, but I don't. It's not really a lot. It's not really what you hear in certain churches, but there's this one church, I can't name it though, that teaches the Bible in like how to frame your beliefs even stronger. It was kind of like that.
Okay. And so if the devil helped the God get more followers, what influences sin? Is there a spiritual entity that is the enemy of the God that tries to get the humans to not follow the God in the story? If it's not the devil,
Funny thing is, the God is the enemy himself.
wait, are you
And
answering from what your pastor taught you, or are you answering from what you have logically concluded from deconstruction? I want you to be honest with me right now. Are you answering from what you were taught in church?
yeah,
So your pastor taught you that the God is the enemy?
yeah, like
Okay.
they were going for a more dual stance as to why evil exists. It's because of God. They taught me that, but now I understood why. I understood why.
Okay, so the God is the enemy that causes humans to sin. The God is also the thing that influences humans to do good. Is that what you're saying your pastor taught you?
Yeah,
Okay. And then the devil in the story is he works for the God or helps the God get more followers.
yeah,
Okay. And then when the Bible says the devil wants to or comes to rob, kill, and destroy. What did your pastor teach you about that scripture? If he's teaching you that the devil is on the side of the God.
Well, mostly that if God told Satan to destroy, he's actually testing God. The My pastor said that they were actually testing whether if someone notices that uh God can be evil. Like it's a test. They
Wait,
said it was a
right. So I get that your pastor taught you. Thank you, God of Logic, for the raid. I get that your pastor taught you that your God can be evil. But when the Bible says that the devil comes to rob, kill, and destroy, what did your pastor say about that if he's teaching that the devil is on the side of the God?
it it was they said it was a test for those that truly believe him, and then they were
Oh,
tested.
okay.
Wait, was
Okay, you're saying that the devil comes to rob, kill, and destroy, and that part is testing the followers who
that's what
believe,
my pastor said.
huh?
That's what my pastor said.
Okay, so let me make sure I get this right. So the God is both evil and good, and the God is the one that influences humans to do evil or influences humans to do good. The devil is helping the God by robbing, killing, and destroying to test the followers of God to help the God get more followers.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And so, is this why the God why what your pastor used to explain why there's so much suffering in the world
Yeah.
logically? Huh?
Yeah.
Okay. And then so the sermon would be there's suffering in the world because the God is in you, and even when you do bad, it is God influencing you to do bad with the help of the devil to test you or bring you closer to God. And then when you do good, that is the strength of God helping you overcome your bad side. And what was the purpose of Jesus then?
Jesus was more of a secondary main quest character. He was framed as someone who helps alongside Satan, and such that it was they framed my pastor framed it as a story to help strength. They said that Jesus was created to help strengthen more followers' faith. Yeah, that's what they said.
So not for to wash your sins away. He was a friend of Satan, and it was just to strengthen faith.
Yeah.
Wow, that's very interesting.
Very interesting. I've never heard. And what denomination were you?
I'm I I'm a Catholic, but there was this one church because I heard it when I was still a teenager, 12, and once when I was 5, but I I kind of remember when I was 12, but I forgot the name of the church because it was long ago, and probably my mind could jog some memories, but it was what I remember when I was 12 vividly.
What do you mean when you were 12? Like you've been to church since you were 12, Theo. You weren't taught this since you were 12?
No, wait. Because the
Hmm? No. Theo, come Come back to the microphone, Theo. I'm so mad that porn thing got stuck on the fucking screen and it's on the YouTube screen just up, check my pussy for about 5 fucking seconds and it wouldn't go down. It would not
Oh,
go down. It's stuck on the fucking screen. Check my pussy.
my
Um,
dad
Theo,
was inside.
the,
I can't. My dad was inside.
oh, your dad was there? Okay, so are you saying you were not taught this since you were 12?
I only heard this when I was 12. Like,
But you've been
um,
to church since then.
yes, but
The same
there
church or a different church?
there are different churches around
No, no, no.
Kainta.
I'm asking about you, Theo. Not have you been going to the same church since you were 12?
No.
Theo, why are you telling me something that you were taught at 12? And I asked, what does your pastor, the pastor that you have right now, teach you about the devil character?
Oh, oh wait. No, the pastor that I currently
Theo,
have
I'm so
teaches
pissed at you right now.
that the devil is an adversary.
Theo, I am so pissed at you right now.
Wait,
Mm-mm.
what?
What? Nope. Nope.
Bec-
Nope.
I thought I thought it
Nope.
was
Why'd you do that? Why'd you do that?
no. I just stated my experience when I was
I
young.
did, Theo, what did I ask you though?
Oh no.
Right. This is what I'm talking about, Theo. This is what I'm talking about. Now I gotta take you down.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry because
No, you
I
keep apologizing for doing shit like that, Theo. Like, and I keep giving you chance after chance after chance. Like, you
oh no
keep doing stuff like that.
no.
What did I ask you, Theo?
What about now?
No, no, no. When I was asking you the questions, did I not reiterate over and over again that I am talking about your pastor? What does your pastor teach you about the story? And and I even said, this is what your pastor teaches about this now. You said yes. And now you're talking about
Oh,
this is something you were taught at 12. Like why would you do that?
I didn't hear the question
I
correctly
asked it
because
multiple times, Theo. Even when you started answering it wrong, I stopped you and I reiterated it. I even asked, are my questions ambiguous or am I asking direct questions? Like, and you still gave us this fake, false information. Like, I'm a little irritated. Not a little, I'm a lot irritated with you right now. I don't know why you did that.
I I thought it was because because in an actual interrogation sometimes I fumble a lot and my mind goes haywire in answering, but when given a written exam I just
Mm-mm.
can't focus properly.
No.
But yeah, I'm sorry. I might be there must be something in my mind because uh actually cannot survive in an interrogation room because my
Who
mind
was
cannot
interrogating you? No one was interrogating you. Like, what are you talking about?
because there were times that I fumbled because my some of my listening skills aren't accurate. Like my attention to detail sometimes get derailed when I speak some when I get asked because
Theo, I
I
explicitly asked you, so you were not taught that the devil was an enemy of the God. And you said no. And then just now you said that your current pastor teaches you that the devil character is an enemy of the God. You lied to me just straight out. You straight out lied to me.
sorry, but the real truth was when I was 12, it was taught that, but I suppose I got the questions mixed up, and now at 19, the current pastor at my church tells me that the devil was not an adversary, which made me question my 12-year-old self and what I was taught. But I'm sorry to have got your questions mixed up, Miss Tinker. My brain is still fried, but it's fried now because it's so hot in here. And earlier I could iterate why the Bi- I could iterate why number one, but since it was so hot, my
I'm finna drop you, Theo. I'm finna drop you. Now, it's because it's hot in there. I can't. I fucking cannot. Like, what? Why? Like, people just be lying just to be lying. Like, for fucking what? For what? I can understand a person having a lie to like save their life, right? I can even understand like lying to the fucking police to get out of a parking ticket. I can understand it. I'm not saying it's right to do, but I understand why a motherfucker would. I understand the intent. What the fuck is the intent behind lying about something like that? I don't get it. Like, human beings are, like, I swear, weird. We're weird. Like, we are weird. We are weird. We do shit for no fucking reason. Like yesterday, the chat line about that bald headed man having hair. For what? Like, I don't get it. Kim, he did sound disappointed, but Theo plays on my emotions with that. And he knows that. Lowen, are you in the box on purpose? KJ, are you in the box on purpose? Bubba,
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm okay.
How old are you?
32.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm a believer in the God of the Bible.
There are two topics on the board. Which one did you want to discuss?
I'd say, let me see, applying logic to biblical or spiritual. I would say number one. That's fine.
Okay, your voice sounds so familiar. Why should we be using Bronze Age and Greco-Roman information to guide us today in 2026?
Because it's about harm principle, not causing harm
Hey,
to
do me a
people.
favor. Do me a favor, okay?
Okay.
You are the guy that be on Mama Bash's live all the time from different accounts.
Who's Mama Bash?
You're the guy that I always call a racist. You're that guy. Just be honest. I can hear your voice imprint, right? Just be honest. I'm not gonna take you down.
Oh.
Yeah, you're that. I'm not gonna take you down. I promise you that. You have my word on that. Unless you get belligerent and start shouting racist shit. But you are that person.
Have I ever said anything racist at all?
I didn't say. Listen, are you the person that be on Mama Bash's live?
I don't even know who that is.
I know that this is who they are. I don't know why people just can't be honest. Like, what the fuck? Like, what are y'all gonna get? Like, and he
No.
follows her. Like, they just checked your following list. Like, you literally follow Mama Bash, but you don't know who she is.
Well, I follow a lot of people,
You've
like
been on Mama
up from the
Bash's
thing.
live.
So,
Like, had you just came out and told the truth, like, I swear, I don't understand the motivation to just lie.
No, you said
for
I said some racist
I said
stuff.
you. I did not. I said you are the person that I always call a racist, and you get mad every time I say it. And I literally said I'm not going to take you down. I
Okay.
just want to know if you are that person, and you still lied. Like I don't understand the motivation behind lying over minute shit that don't fucking matter. It's a TikTok live. It's a conversation. Like, what do you think that you were gonna lose, right, by saying, "Yeah, that's me"? I already
I
told you I wasn't gonna take you down.
but you said it. You said I said
I
racist
said you're
stuff.
the person that I always call a racist. I did not say you're the person that always say racist stuff. I did not say that.
Why would you assume that though? I don't.
But
I
you
don't
are that
understand.
person, right? The person that we were talking about, uh, whether men G spot is in their rectum. That's you.
No, I've never been on a prompt like that at
No,
all.
not the prompt. You came up to talk about whether homosexuality was a sin. And
Um,
I pulled up the image of a male's rectum because you said that the G spot was not in the rectum.
it does say it's a sin in the Bible,
I swear, like I, oh my God.
but they're forgivable sins though. I mean,
It is so difficult to have empathy for a believer because
you know,
it's like y'all don't have that with the believers that I've spoken to, y'all don't have any ounce of honesty in y'all. And then like y'all just lie for no reason. There's no reason for y'all to be dishonest. This dishonest. Like I don't get it.
but if you're saying somebody said racist
I
things,
did not
wouldn't that be
say
a
I
lie
didn't say
though?
that. I didn't say you did. Didn't I said you are the person that I always call a racist. That's what I said.
Why would you call somebody that? I don't understand.
Because I think you are racist. And it doesn't matter why I think that. That's not the point. The point is that you are a liar. That's the
So you
point.
have hate in your heart towards
The point
people?
is that you are a liar.
You have hate
You
in your
are a
heart
liar.
towards people.
You are a
Like,
liar.
you
You're a
know,
liar.
hate can eat your soul up.
You're a liar. Like, why do you lie? Why do you lie?
Why are you hateful?
Why do
I
you
don't
lie? Why do
understand.
you lie so much?
I just wanted to
And
have a
then you follow us,
conversation.
and then you follow us from live to live from different accounts. Why do you do that?
Uh, why are you hateful? I don't
Answer my
understand that.
question. Why do you do that?
I go on a bunch of lives.
Why do you follow us around?
I usually follow people to get on their lives.
Mm. How many
If I
black
don't, I don't.
deconstructionists is he following, y'all? So me, Mama Bash, who else is he following? Exactly. All he had to do was tell the truth. Like I wasn't gonna take his ass down. I don't know why they lie so fucking much.
I think it's a sin to lie. I
Yeah,
mean,
like you lied and said you don't know who Mama Bash is and you're following her.
uh, I follow a whole bunch of people. I don't even really know who they are. I just hit the follow button to get on their lives. I
Sure.
don't know who these people are.
From multiple accounts. You never come on the same account. And it just so happened that on this account, you're following Mama Bash.
I mean, should I unfollow that person? I mean,
You probably should unfollow all of us. Like every time you come in, you only come in here to spew right wing talking points and yell racist shit.
I don't think I've ever said anything
You
hateful.
were defending Yahtzees the first time you ever came on Mama Bash's live.
Um,
You were spewing a lot of right wing bullshit the first time you came on Mama Bash's live. But you know what is so crazy is that every time you've come up there, Mama Bash has allowed you to stay. We've had conversations with you, and you always end up saying some fuck shit. You might not be yelling racist shit, but you always end up saying some very harmful shit. And I ask you every time I see, why do you keep coming in these spaces where it is predominantly Black? Like, I see you on Black Deconstructionist lives all the time. I just want to know why. Like, why are you following us around from multiple accounts?
Like, why can't a person what? So not allowed on Black Lives on? That's
I
kind
just
of
want to know why. I
hateful.
just asked you why. Why do you keep
That's
following us around?
hateful. Like, I don't understand why there's so much hate. I don't
Why
understand.
do you keep following us around?
um, I'm not following anybody
You
around.
are. You are. From multiple accounts. From multiple accounts.
Multiple. I only
Yep.
have this
You have
one.
never come on the same account, but that voice, yeah, I recognize that voice.
Okay. And then you assume stuff about me also.
Nope. I remember the reason why your voice imprint is in my head because you yelled a bunch of when you were on Mama Bash's account, there were shitloads of Yahtzees in the fucking comments, and you all were spewing Yahtzee talking points.
What
You
are
were
Yahtzee talking
sympathizing with the
points?
Yahtzees. I don't fucking remember that shit, but
You don't?
I remember you, and I remember what was happening at that time.
You should be more. You should be
I
specific.
remember why we cussed you out. I remember what you came up on stage for. Then you came back again. And I brought it up again. And you kept saying, if you don't remember what I said that's racist, then you can't say I said I did anything racist. You say that every fucking time. But I
But you
do
think I
remember,
did, but you can't remember what I
but I
said.
do remember, I do remember that you were sympathizing with the Yahtzees in the fucking chat that day.
Hey, what did I?
Mm-hmm.
What was my sympathy that I gave toward Yahtzees?
I don't fucking remember.
So I'm giving sympathy, but you can't
I
remember.
don't. Nope. I do not remember what you said. I don't
Okay.
keep that shit in my head.
How would that go with like a legal
I
investigation?
don't give a fuck about a legal investigation. The only thing I give a fuck about
Oh,
is what I experienced with your ass.
okay. But you don't
I don't
remember
remember. I
what
don't
you
remember
don't
what you
remember
said. I
though.
don't remember what you said about
How
homosexuality
could
either.
you?
But I
How
remember
could
that
you
you're a homophobe.
experience that
I don't
if you didn't
remember. Shut the
remember?
fuck up. I don't remember what you said about homosexuality either. But I know you're a fucking homophobe. I know you hate communism. But I don't remember what the fuck you said about communism either. Now
So
tell
it's
me
a
I'm lying about
feeling.
that. Tell me I'm lying about that. Tell me that
The,
I'm
the,
lying about you being a homophobic,
oh,
anti-communist bigot.
you haven't given me any
Am I
talking
lying? Am
points.
I lying about that? Am I wrong about
Well,
that?
have you gave any proof that I
Am I
said
wrong about
anything?
that? Are you anti-communist?
Well, you just told me you
Answer
didn't
that. Are
remember.
you anti-communist?
Um, no, I'm non-biased
You're
actually.
a fucking liar. You're a
Well, tell me
fucking
what I
liar.
said. Tell me what I said that was anti-communist. Then
Communism. Say communism is okay. It's okay to be a communist. China has a good government and a good communist society.
yeah, they're great. Yeah,
Say it.
I think it's great.
Say communism is great.
I think communism is great.
Mm-hmm. Tell us why. Why is communism great?
Well, let me see here. Everybody lives in government subsidized housing. That's one. You really don't have a like, um, you're kind of like burden free almost. Like, you just have to obey the state. That's it. So
Y'all see how he answers? Like, you are full of shit. You are full of shit. I don't know why the fuck you keep coming in here. I don't know why you keep following us around.
you asked me
Like,
to give an
I'm
answer.
sure there are lives where your grower friends have. Like, why don't you hang out with them? Why don't you hang
What
out
is a gripe? What is a groiper?
your right wing buddies? Why don't you do
What's a
that?
groiper? I don't understand.
Why do you
What
keep
is
coming
that?
in here?
I just wanted to ask, like, get in a dialogue about number one.
I'm not interested in talking to you.
I mean, because you don't remember or what?
Nope, I just don't like you.
Why don't you like
I
me?
already told you that.
Because you don't remember
I
why
already
you don't
told you
like
that.
me?
It doesn't matter. I don't like you. I don't
Don't
like you.
matter. It don't matter, but you don't remember.
Right.
That's logical.
Yep.
Okay. So, do UFOs exist?
Bye.
How about Bigfoot?
Bye.
Mm. Have you ever seen The Invisible Man?
Bye. I don't want to talk to you.
Why not? Because you don't remember, or you just don't want to? And you don't remember because of something that you don't remember.
This is fucking sad.
Why is it?
I'm telling you, like they want us to know so much, right? Like that they don't like us, but they be like in our face.
I never said nothing about not
Sure.
liking you.
Uh-huh. Yep. Bye.
You were the one that assumed all the negative things about me. I never
Sure.
said nothing negative about you.
Yeah. Bye.
All right. Well, I hope you remember what bye means.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Venus, do you remember him? Were you in there when he was on Mama Bash's panel?
I remember the voice and I remember them being controversial, but I don't remember exactly what they said either. I do remember that voice. I was there.
Yep.
You can't forget that nasally voice. Excuse me. Fucking Reddit voice. Like, ma'am, that is
It does make you think
instrumentality.
of
Like,
Reddit, don't it?
it's literally a Reddit moderator voice. Like, no one fucking forgets that. Like, so weird.
Natasha? Natasha? Gaba? Goodness. Everybody in the request is up there on accident. Who's in there on purpose? Who's in the request box on purpose? There's 758 people in here. Nobody in the request box on purpose. Goodness gracious. It's damn near 800 people in here in an empty request box. I do not understand that shit at all.
I'll be back in 5 minutes. I'm just walking home.
I don't know that we'll be here in 5 minutes.
No, guys,
If ain't
please
nobody
join up.
coming up, there's no reason for us to be live, Venus.
That's Can you guys come up and talk? Do you hate me, guys? Do you hate me?
Y'all make Venus ask that question every damn time. Every Maddie's hour, Venus has to ask y'all that question.
No, they do it on purpose. They don't like me. Just because I'm black.
Tawanda,
Hello.
hi. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. And yourself?
I'm good. How old are you?
27.
All right. Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I am a believer.
I think I recognize your voice as well from Zena Mae's live.
That's correct, yep.
Okay. Which topic did you come up to discuss?
I came up to discuss the first one. Why are we expecting Bronze Age and Greco-Roman information to guide us today in 2026?
Okay. What are your thoughts on that?
My thoughts on that are, yes, the external reality has changed. And to be honest, if a person is like, literally opening the Bible and expecting them to like, and expecting it to guide their life, then that's probably not super wise. But at the same time, what the Bible does have is insight into psychology. So, for example, some of the problems we have today, envy, jealousy, like just feeling down, lacking purpose. Those are things that afflicted the people of biblical times, and they put some of their contemplations and solutions into the Bible. So when you read it, right, you can, like, you can feel understood because those things are reflected in the Bible, and at the same time, you can come to certain solutions. So, like, I mean, just to take one example, not to preach or anything, but like if you take the book of Job, yeah, did it really happen? Maybe, maybe not. But does it say something about, things happening in your life and you feel like those things are unfair? So, like you're just like, why is all of this happening to me? You read that and you find strength to go through your life. So the 2026 equivalent could be got laid off from a job, then got into a car accident, then got diagnosed with a chronic disease. Then you're like, why is all of this happening to me? Then you read the book of Job and you can feel understood. So that's why we should rely on it, because our psychology hasn't changed that much.
What does that have to do with Bronze Age culture? Like I'm so confused. It's like you're saying that there are no stories or books or movies that we could learn that from today. Like what does the Book of Job have to do with Bronze Age culture?
I mean, it just has to do with like how it sort of made it into the Bible,
I
right?
think
The
you're answering
biblical
the question
stories.
of should we be using the Bible, right? Like what the question is Bronze Age and Greco-Roman information. Like you can learn from the story of perseverance from anything. I think what you are focused on is keeping faith, right, in a God. That's not what that question is pertaining to. For example, in the Bronze Age, children were stoned for disobedience. In the Greco-Roman time, children were killed for any fucking reason. Their fathers were the ones who decided whether a child lived or died. Right? Why should we be using Greco-Roman information for a culture that we don't even go by? Like we don't kill our kids today for disobeying. Fathers don't get the right to decide whether a child lives or dies. During that time, if a father didn't want a female child, he could kill her. He could kill that child. He could sell that child into slavery. He could drown that child. He could uh, poison it. If a child was born with disabilities, or if a child was born intersex, the father could discard the child and just throw it in the river. We do not live in that type of culture today. Why should we be using information from that culture to guide us today in 2026 when our morals, our laws, our civilization has evolved?
Right, yeah. So we should not be doing that. We see in places where it's being done, like Afghanistan, that the outcomes aren't good, because like women can't even speak in public in Afghanistan. So it's like, do we want to do that? No, not really. So, but then does that mean that there is no sophisticated way to do it, right? Where we can be like, okay, the actual form of how it was done was wrong, and it caused a lot of suffering. I mean, it's hard to condemn really because we don't know what pressures those people faced. But clearly they were not enlightened people. However, the instinct that made them do that, is it something we can understand? The instinct that made them, Like, why did a father do that in the first place, right? Like, if we investigate that without rushing to judgment, we can find, okay, maybe this was a wildly insane reaction to something that is in fact quite human. And I think as well that sometimes you can learn from just how bad something is, because you look at it and you're like, well, so this is plausibly how a person can respond to this very human stimulus. And I think it's just good to have that as an example of how corruptible we can be as people.
I think it's interesting that you're saying to look at what motivated them to kill their children for disobedience, because what motivated them to do it was God. In ancient Israel, it was God. In Rome, it was the Roman gods. That was the motivation. A god told a father that he could kill his child if his child disobeyed. A god told a father that he had the authority after a child is born to decide whether or not that child lived or died. That's what motivated them to do it.
Yeah, that's
The same text is what you all who call yourselves believers of this God use to inform your morality today. And you want to be understanding as to what motivated a man to kill a child after it is born. Once it sees that the gender of the child, once it sees that the child has whether it has disabilities or not, once it sees whether the child is intersex or not, you want to understand and question and understand the motivation of that and say, oh, that's just human. But in today's time, when a woman who has autonomy over her own body makes a health decision for herself or a financial decision for herself and her family before the zygote turns into a child with a gender, with a conscience, then y'all want to call that woman a murderer. And you want to risk her life to force her to give birth to a child that you also say that you could understand that a father would kill after that child is born. Like, that is insane to me.
Yeah, I mean, so part of it, right, is that and this is kind of like, part of the Greco-Roman, because this was like, the later Jesus time, when now we're being told not to judge, right? Which is something I try and live by. So when I'm looking at the old, I mean the Bronze Age stuff, and I'm applying it to my own life, I recognize that sometimes the reason why the female child was unalived was because if you had too many if you had too many women in your tribe, or too many girls, that could attract the other tribes to raid you. That doesn't make it correct, but it was the dynamic at the time, and it was very tragic and very sad. So if you had, like, a lot of women, then the other tribe could feel, like, justified in raiding you, and enslaving those women. That was the dynamic, unfortunately, among those warring tribes. So now
I don't
I
know why
look at my.
you're. First off, what tribes are you speaking of in Rome? What tribes? Like, your God in ancient Israel gave the fathers permission to kill their child if they were being disobedient. In Rome, the Justinian laws gave fathers the decision on whether a child lived or died. What tribes are you talking about in Rome?
Well, I mean, not in Rome per se, but obviously this would be like in Israel, where they were constantly at war, and some of the Hebrew children could be taken as spoils of war. Unfortunately, as disgusting as that phrasing is, that's how it was
What does that
thought
have
of
to
at the
do?
time.
What does that have to do with your God saying that a parent could stone their child for disobedience? In your Jesus in first century Rome, uh, advocating for the Pharisees to follow that law. Your Jesus advocated for stoning kids. for disobedience, for dishonoring their parents. Even your Jesus was not progressive. Like the Pharisees at that time had changed the punishment for dishonoring your mother and father. The Pharisees allowed the children to pay a votive offering to the temple. The Pharisees were giving grace to the parents who probably didn't want to stone their kids or to the kids who didn't want to die. And your Jesus called them hypocrites and said that they were nullifying the word of God.
Yeah, I think during those times, by the way, there was really like no sort of no margin for error, right, in terms of society. Whereas now you can just like you can just do so many mistakes. You go to prison, come out of prison, you will I mean maybe you get fired from a job, whatever, right? In those times, like you had to move in the same direction at the same pace as the rest of society. Otherwise, you would be a danger. You'd be a liability because life was so fragile. There was food insecurity, I mean, and just all sorts of things where a person who doesn't know how to follow rules would be placing others at risk, right? Thankfully, now we have we've like made society in such a way that one person's mistakes can be confined to that person a lot of the time, but that wasn't the case, at those times. So if someone was problematic, then that person was a risk to not just themselves, and that was part of why disobedience was so heavily frowned upon, because it was an existential threat.
Mhm.
Now,
Are you saying that your Jesus did not know that you would be following the path of the Pharisees and not following the Mosaic law? The Pharisees had already ushered in grace before your Jesus even died. Like this idea that Jesus had to die so that there would be grace given and not death, when the Pharisees were already doing that, and your Jesus said that they were nullifying the word of God by doing that. You don't follow what your Jesus said even at that time. You follow what the Pharisees were doing. The Pharisees were moving and evolving beyond barbarianism. And so the question is, why should anybody be trying to apply this Bronze Age Greco Roman information to our culture today when we do not stone our children for disobeying us, for dishonoring us? We do not throw them in the river because they are not the gender we wanted. They have disabilities. They were born intersex. Why should we even give a damn about what Yahweh said in ancient Israel and what Jesus advocated for in first century Rome? We have evolved beyond that. And not because a God said so. There's no law in that book where a God said, do not kill your children for disobeying anymore. In fact, Paul says, children, obey your parents in the Lord, for this is right, so that your days may be long, because the parent could kill the child for disobeying. But if you obey, you will live longer. Like there's nowhere in that book that says to stop killing your kids for disobeying. Humanity came and evolved and created a new moral standard around how to care and nurture for and discipline your child. We do not need this Greco-Roman late Bronze Age deity, nor do we need these stories to know how to live in our society today. We're talking about people who didn't even have indoor plumbing. The God had to tell them to go outside of their camp, dig a hole, take a shit, cover it up, and then go back into the camp because they were shitting where they slept. Our culture does not need that information today. We know how to use the damn toilet.
yeah, I mean, that's yeah. Obviously, things have changed quite a lot, but at the same time, there were some achievements in that thinking. There was justice, for example. I mean, the beginnings of justice. That if you do something wrong, then there should be some sort of punishment. There were encoded laws so that things could be predictable in terms of administering justice, which is definitely a step forward, for sure. So parts of it were quite right. One thing I would say though is for me as a believer, I look at that and I think, you know what, this is bringing to me the importance of discipline, right? Like why God allowed those children to be stoned, because now with my own children, I recognize if I don't discipline them properly, not like super soft discipline, but actual discipline, maybe they end up being unalived anyway in a GNG, right? So they just so
No.
or maybe
Like, how many children do you have, Tawanda?
I've got two,
How old are they?
4 and 3.
How many times have you gone to the Bible to learn how to be a father to them?
I mean, I read my Bible all the
No, no, no.
time,
How many
so
times have you gone to the Bible specifically to learn how to be a father to your children?
not for that specifically.
Exactly. You do not use the Bible to teach you how to discipline your children. That is not true. And knowing that the God allowed the parents to kill their children is not why you don't kill yours. That's not true. I do not understand why you all create this faux usability for this book. You are not even using this book for you to learn how to live today. You use the book strictly to justify your feeling of salvation, spirituality, or chosenness. It is not for practicality and your objective reality. That is not true. You have evolved beyond the cultures in this book. For Pete's sake, you have fucking AI. You have access to more knowledge than the people who wrote this shit.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely true, but we still have a lot of issues in society. We still have people taking smugs. We still have people being part of GNGs. We still have people being unalived by by people that they associate with who are the wrong kinds of friends. And that, by the way, what we've also learned is that a person's personality is, more or less formed in the formative years, right? So those are the years when it's most important to discipline a person. And in fact, the Bible also confirms this, in certain scriptures. So that's why I go to the Bible, because we are not out of the woods, right? Society is still a pretty tough place. A child who consistently makes bad choices and has no morals will very likely end up locked up somewhere, maybe for life. If not for life, then a felon, which means not, like not the best life choices. So it's important for us to look at, okay, why would God say children should be unalived for disobedience? This must be pointing to the extreme cost of disobedience, not only on society, but on the individual. So, what it teaches us now in 2026 is to take disobedience very seriously, so that we do not put our children on the path to being unalived by the fellow GNGs, or by or just like through addiction or whatever, which is a disease. I understand that, but but as a parent, you can do certain things to try and help your children. So 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 that's really all it does for us today. You read the Bible. God is saying stone your child for being disobedient, and yes, that's a bit of a shock. But once you read it, you learn, wow, disobedience is a really, really serious thing. And God has told us through the ages, through this timeless wisdom, to not let up on discipline. So, I mean, that's a timeless message.
Sure. Then, Tawanda, can you explain these statistics to me? In America, 60 to 80% of the inmates are Christian. In Europe, 40 to 50% of inmates are Christian. In sub-Saharan Africa, 70 to 90% of the inmates are Christian. And so if Jesus teaches discipline, can you explain to me why the majority of the jails are filled with Jesus followers?
Well, I mean, like we're definitely doing something wrong as Christians. We're not teaching the proper gospel, and that could be a punishment for that. But if we were teaching the proper gospel, and if we weren't like incurring God's wrath, then I think yeah, because a lot of people
I'm
are
sorry,
teaching
whose
diluted
responsibility
gospel.
is it to discipline their children?
It's the parents,
And who is the parent of Jesus's kids?
Jesus's kids.
Who is the father of Christians?
Oh, God.
Right. So it is your God's responsibility to discipline his children. And because he is a absent father, his children are down here running a fucking muck. And you say that you are not teaching Jesus's teachings correctly. Where the fuck is Jesus? Like, why is Jesus letting y'all be down here teaching each other incorrect things? Where is he? Why is he not correcting y'all? Why is he not disciplining y'all since discipline is such a big thing with him?
Well, to be honest, right? So like you can't keep your I mean, like I wouldn't keep my kids in a cage and say that's discipline, right?
I'm
So
sorry, no,
to
where
have
is he disciplining? I'm not asking about them being in jail because he sees them in jail. Where
yeah,
is
so
he on the disciplining front? Why is he this
um
wrath of God that y'all keep talking about? Like, where is it?
yeah, so I mean, part of what's going on is the discipline itself, right? Because a person usually has been given multiple chances, right, before they end up in that situation. God is telling them, stop doing this, stop doing it, stop doing it, stop doing it, through multiple situations in their lives and through other people in their lives. But then the person keeps doing it anyway.
So
Maybe
why is it that people who don't believe in your Jesus aren't filling the jail cells? Is it that their gods or lack thereof disciplines them better than your God?
It could possibly be that the atheists at this time are outperforming the Christians. I mean, it has happened in multiple points in history
So then that
that the
would mean that
Christians.
this late Bronze Age Greco-Roman information is what's harming Christians, what's making Christians these criminals, violent people.
Yeah, I mean, so the Bible has been used for that purpose. Like the Inquisition and like different other things. So someone can read the Bible and actually end up more wicked than before they read the Bible. There is like I mean, there's many examples of that and much human suffering to point to that. But that's still down to
I
the
don't,
person.
that's not, the Inquisition doesn't have anything to do with the current inmate rates and what human beings are doing today. I don't know why you even brought that up. Like, I feel like you're just answering just to be answering at this point.
No, I mean basically what why I brought that up was to say that yes, this is an example writ large of a person reading the Bible and finding in it justification for doing some terrible things. So it can scale up, it can scale down to a father beating his family because that's his own interpretation of the Bible. It can scale down to a person doing something horrific and ending up in prison for that and pointing to the Bible quite sincerely and saying, well, this is what God told me to do. So people can misinterpret the Bible, and that's probably the 60 to 80% of people in those prisons.
If a
But
culture is barbaric, if their culture, their laws allowed for barbaric behavior, and you read that and expect to get answers and guidance in life, why would you not expect that person, their personality, their morality system, their ethics to be informed by barbarianism? Why do you expect them to read barbaric laws and get civilized, evolved moral systems? I'm so confused. Like, if a law says that if a girl is not a virgin, then you are to stone her. Or if her father is a priest and she's not a virgin, then you are to burn her at the stake. Like, why do you expect a male to read that and come away with women are equal? Women deserve rights. It's okay for a woman to not be a virgin. Please help me understand that.
Well, because we recognize that times are different. Some of the situations
I'm not,
stated
no,
in
no,
the
no, no, no,
Bible.
no, no. Why would you expect them to read it and from reading it, learn that women deserve rights?
Because because now we place the New Testament over the Old Testament. So if someone's like reading the Old Testament literally and taking it as the current law, then that's a failure of the person's teaching, right?
I don't think you
Because now we're
understand what I'm asking. Utility. What would be the purpose of anyone, any male, reading those two laws today that I just stated to you?
okay. The purpose would be because inside those laws, God has told us something very important about life. Maybe the actual form of the law has become outdated, but the insight inside it is timeless.
What is the insight inside that law?
Well, it's that that people have sexual jealousy. Like that's a
Not
thing, right?
people,
People.
not people. We are talking about women who have fathers that are priests being burned at the stake. What is the current insight that you are getting from reading that law?
The insight I'm getting is that lust is something that God simply does not condone whatsoever. And then we look at lust in society and what it produces. Broken families, traumatized children, children who are not planned for, you know, are born into tremendous suffering, all because some people were lustful.
It's so
So,
interesting that you're saying some people when the law is only for women being burned at the stake. There is no law that says burn men at the stake for not being virgins. Like everything
well, I
that
mean,
you
that's
just said, everything that you just said is bullshit. There is no reason you need to be reading that law today. Absolutely not. But what it does is when a male reads that law today, it justifies policing the body of a woman. And that is why there are men in the government today who think that their God wants them to take away a woman's right to vote. Why they think that a God wants them to put themselves as guardian over women. Because your God doesn't say to burn men at the stake for not being virgins. Your God doesn't say to stone men on their wedding night for not being virgins. There is no reason anyone needs to be reading that law today.
well, but then that law, right, is a massive counterweight to the especially to Western culture since the 1960s, free love and and all of this stuff. And what has that given us? It's given us first of all some pretty bad health crises. It's given us a big explosion in, I think, just childhood suffering in general, children being born unloved, and and just all sorts of things. So in that law, yes, it does apply to women specifically,
Stop, because
but
you're just saying
lust.
stuff. You're just saying stuff. Like at this point, you're just saying, you're just throwing shit at the wall. There is nothing from that law that has anything to do with children being born out of wedlock.
Lust is why children are born out
Who
of
lust?
wedlock.
Do men lust, Tawanda?
Well, yes, they do, but if you're
Exactly,
not
Tawanda.
given the
Is this
opportunity,
law? Is this law about humans lusting, or just women who have fathers as a pastor or a priest? Not pastor, a priest.
well, I mean, that was for another purpose, which was that the
Exactly. Why
priest could
why
set an
do you need
example.
to read a law that pertains to a woman who has a father that is a priest being burned at the stake? Why do you need to read that law today?
Well, I mean, maybe not. Yeah, but then still, the point is lust is a bad thing in society,
That's
right?
not the
If we
point.
strip
That's
away,
not the point. If that were the point, then the men would be getting burnt too.
well, but then the man, a lustful man, really like doesn't have the option to do much with his lust unless he's given the opening, especially in a society where, you know, women
You
are
are basically
protected.
saying that it's the woman's fault, that a man can't have sex unless a woman lets him. Like, you're full of shit, Tawanda. And I think you're just throwing stuff at the wall. Like, your answers don't even make sense. I don't think that you're up here to discuss this in good faith. Like, you're just saying stuff at this point. I don't even think you believe what you are saying.
Well, thank you. Like, I mean, just in conclusion, I'd just like to say I am totally sincere. And if we
If
read
you
the Old
are, then you are
Testament,
not a good person. If you are totally sincere and the bullshit that you just said regarding men not being able to do anything with their lust unless a woman lets them to, you are a fuckboy. If you are being sincere, you are dangerous to women if you are being sincere. And the fact that you feel that you need to defend this this late Bronze Age law just because it came from your God is the problem, Tawanda. Now, I gave you the benefit of the doubt that you were just saying a bunch of bullshit, but you doubled down to let me know that you are not a safe person. Goodbye.
I am as
What
okay.
does he
Thank you.
mean by men can't do anything about their lust without women? Like, you don't got hands? Like, go buy a fleshlight or something. That's such a weird thing to fucking say.
He's
I
full
can't
of
believe
shit.
that.
Like, I honestly didn't think that he meant what he said, but he swears up and down he did, so I'll take him at his word. I still don't think that I think he's trolling.
Uh,
Maybe.
Venus. So just to answer that question, actually, like, yeah, you're saying go buy a flashlight, whatever, but the whole point is that even that man with the flashlight, he would still prefer to, you know, to get the real thing.
No
If you
one
get
gives
my
a
drift.
fuck about whether he prefers to get the real thing. He's not entitled to it. And
No, he's
I'd
not.
prefer, I would prefer you send me your life savings. Does that mean you owe me that shit? Like, what are you talking about?
I
Yeah.
think he's
So
trolling. I don't think Tawanda is serious. Like, there's no fucking way
Yeah, maybe.
yeah.
any human being on this planet is saying that a man is not responsible for his own fucking lust. Like, any sane human. This is why I cannot take him serious, because his arguments they're so fucking futile. Like, he's not. I think he's trolling.
I mean, can we just follow? Can we
And
just
not all
follow the
men,
logic, please?
anyways,
Um,
not all men prefer the real thing anyway. I don't prefer the real thing, and some men may not either. What is this generalization? Like, it's so
yeah, but
weird.
then,
I
yeah, but
wasn't
then when
asking you,
people
but okay.
Okay, thank you. When people do prefer the
You're
real
welcome.
thing and they are lustful, we have to look at the damage to society, the damage to marriages, the children born into poverty, into, you know, very few resources. All of that can be traced back to lust. I don't know how anyone can disagree with that. That uncontained lust in a society um, is a is a recipe for disaster.
You're a moron. That's why
What?
we
How
should be
about?
teaching. We should be teaching people self control. not giving them innocent women like it does in the fucking Bible, so that when they rape a woman, that they have to pay 50 shekels to have her forever. Like, use that 50 shekels and go buy a fleshlight. You're not entitled to anyone's body because you can't control yourself. You can't control yourself. The Bible says if you can't stop your right hand from sinning, you chop it off. I reckon we should keep the same logic. You can't keep it in your pants, it needs to be chopped off.
Yeah,
Instead
everything
of
that. Sorry, go ahead, Beans. I thought you were done.
nah, instead of them having innocent women, I wasn't yeah. It's ugh.
Yeah, like what you are basically justifying rape culture, especially when you say that a man can't do anything about his own lust unless a woman allows it. Like you are justifying rape culture. And you're the shit that you're saying in front of 800, 900 people, depending on how many is on YouTube. And you don't give a fuck about the shit that comes out of your mouth just to defend this fucking book. That's the problem. And then y'all turn a blind fucking eye after the shit comes out of your mouth. You do not care where those words land. That's the problem.
So part of the thing is that if someone was actually raped, and this is according to the old law, which we don't practice, but just to put things into proper perspective, if a person was raped, she was not put to unalivement. However, it was only when it was consensual, which, by the way, we see today that lust creates enormous cost for society. Enormous.
But why would
That
she
was
be
when
killed for being raped? What? What are
no,
you
but no,
saying?
no. If she was raped, she wasn't killed.
Yeah,
You,
so
you
If
know
of
what
she,
he's
course she
saying?
should.
You know what he's saying? Right? Like if she was raped and we can prove that she was raped, she wasn't killed. But even if she claims that she was raped and we don't think she was raped, she deserves to be killed. Like you
Oh
are
my god.
problematic as fuck.
And he's got 3 kids. Yeah,
so,
we need more
so do you
abortions,
like
bro.
lust? Do you think lust is good for society?
You didn't say
When you look
shit
at the
about a
disease,
man being killed for fucking. You are blaming it all on the woman.
do you think lust is good when we have all the disease, or the children who grow up with no
Then why
guidance?
the fuck did you have
Um,
children? You should have kept your dick in your pants.
oh no, I'm a father,
You should have
married
kept your dick in your
to
pants. You shouldn't have had kids at all.
no,
Lust is
I'm
a
a head of a
problem.
family.
Lust is a problem. You shouldn't have had kids at all, especially like with the way that you think. Like you're gonna raise delinquents. You're gonna raise either men who think that it's okay for them to do whatever the fuck they want to a woman's body, and you're gonna raise women who think that they have to let a man do whatever the fuck he wants to her body because they can't control themselves because they're men. You are a problem. You should have had your dick castrated or not stuck it in anybody and procreated at all.
Well, the reason why I have children is that I am a head of a family under Christ. Christ. So I married.
Listen,
And
you're not the head of
I'm
shit.
raising.
This book that supports rape told you that your dick was special, so much so that you have to have kids and be the head of a family. Listen, I'm sorry, I don't know who you are, but you're not shit in the real world. And you didn't need to have kids. The world would have been fine without you and your kids. Like, like what the fuck are
Well,
you
that's not
talking
what
about?
God says. That's your view, but
Where
that's
does
not
God
God's view.
say? What verse can I find? Tawanda, you need some kids right now, or the world's gonna like end. What verse is that?
The verse
Yeah,
is that we should multiply, right? We should be
but I thought
fruitful and
lust was
multiply.
bad. How are you gonna multiply without lust? I thought that was bad, Tawanda.
Because okay, now look, having an urge and being lustful are two different things. Because if you can control that urge and
Really?
indulge the urge in the proper setting that God has
So
created
what's
for it,
lust then?
which is
What's
a
lust?
God-fearing marriage.
What's lust?
Well, lust is when you become just an animal. You just do it. There's no marriage, there's no propriety, There's no God fearing. You
So
haven't
I can't
offered.
lust without having sex. I can't lust without engaging in the action.
Well,
You
if
don't know what
you,
the fuck you're talking about. Just please, can you just go away? Like literally, just go
yeah,
away.
fair enough. And I hope that you are able to
I
civilize
hope
yourself
that
by reading the Bible.
I guarantee you the next time Xena talks to Tawanda, he won't be married and he won't have kids. I think like Tawanda just says shit to fit whatever he's talking about at that moment. I think he's fucking trolling. I do not take his ass seriously, but I fucking don't like him because he's willing to say fuck shit just to get a kick out of like whatever kink he's getting right now. He does not care about being responsible with his words. But watch. It'll be a while, but the next time we talk to him, he won't be married or have kids.
Well, I hope I'll be married because God is preserving my marriage and it's guided by Him, so it's a strong marriage.
I
And
think he
God's
said
gonna
stuff
keep
like
it.
that. I think he might actually be an atheist, saying the most obscene shit to make fun of the religion. Like I think Tawanda is Swahili for satire.
maybe
Or Zulu for
Well,
bullshit.
anyway, God be with you all. Thank you for having me up. I
the devil
really
be
Or
with you.
do
Trinidadian
appreciate it.
for
The devil
troll.
be with you in your house right now. The devil be with you and your kids and your wife. The devil be with all of you guys in your house, in your room, on your
Oh no,
bed.
the devil wouldn't come anywhere near me.
Yeah, he
After
would.
the after
He
the
would
last
come
ass
all over
kicking I
you.
gave to him in
The
the name
devil
of
would come all
Jesus.
over you, mate.
All right. Well, you have a
Deep
good
inside
day
you.
anyway.
Oh, was that a chuckle? All right, mate. You're a fucking troll.
Yeah, I don't believe it. Well, motherfucking word he said.
Did you get that reference? It's from Jamie Private Schoolgirl.
I have never heard of that. I don't know.
Yeah, it's an Australian like fucking comedy. You probably haven't. It's very niche.
Bruce?
Damn.
Bruce? Greasy?
How old is Greasy? Damn. Is Greasy old enough to be up here?
Apparently not. Apparently everybody in the guest box is in their own accident.
Angie, turn off your phone, Angie.
Yachty,
Yeah.
how old are you?
Oh, I'm 25.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm deconstructing.
Okay. Give me just a second. Gregory, please do not say anything like that in my chat ever again. If you do, I'm going to block you. Which topic did you come up to discuss?
I just hop upon a video about Sodom and
There's
Gomorrah.
two topics on the screen. Do you see that?
Why are we okay? Yeah. Apply. Okay, I'm deconstructing the Bible, and I'm more on number two, applying critical thinking to the Bible about
Okay.
sin and evil. Yeah.
Can y'all block Gregory, please? Y'all, 1 second. Like, y'all have issues with boundaries. I literally just said, don't do it, and you did it any fucking way. This is why when y'all say that your God says, love your neighbor like you love yourself, I say, fuck that. I don't want you to love me the way you love yourself because you don't fucking respect yourselves. I'm sorry, Yadhi. Go ahead. Venus, do you want to do this one? Although he's deconstructing.
Um, do I? Yeah, you know what? I'll give it a crack. Okay. Yardi,
Yeah.
what topic you want to do?
I want to do number two.
Okay. What do you think it means? What is your understanding of the
Yeah.
question?
Like what when I read it, what I understand is that trying to apply critical thinking to the Bible concepts about the books in the Bible, but it just seemed like people just read the Bible and interpret everything through the perceptions
You're
or like
missing a part, Yardi. Is it biblical or spiritual claims? Uh, what the fuck am I saying? Is applying critical thinking and logic to biblical or spiritual claims a sin or evil, according to the doctrine?
it's none of the above. I don't think it's a sin. I don't think it's evil. I think it's the right thing we should be doing.
No, but according to them,
According
is
to
it a
them,
sin?
it's evil. It's very sin and it's very evil.
Why do you think that?
Because that's how they preach it. Because I was once a deep Christian, and that's what we were told, that the wisdom of God can't be understood by us. It's above us, so we shouldn't be applying our own understanding to it, and we should be seeking help from the Holy Spirit to understand it.
How did you begin to break away from that and start applying critical thinking
Uh,
to the biblical claims? Like, can you give us an
yeah.
example?
Okay, but yeah, what the faith was trying to promise me about my life, I'm going to get through in life, I'm going to get some things about all these materialistic things. And the Bible was just clashing into its own explanation. Like, it told us not to like material things. Then it will go on to tell us to pray, and God is going to give us what we want. And what I want is material things, and the Bible is also telling us that we shouldn't apply critical thinking. It's God's wisdom, it's His knowledge. We should just sit down, wait for the Holy Spirit to bless us. So I used to pray up at night. I want to hear the voice of the Holy Spirit. I never heard anything. And one time I went to church, and our pastor told us that anybody in the church who isn't able to speak tongues, I hope you guys know about tongues. I
Yes.
think it's,
Hmm.
yeah, who doesn't speak tongues should stand up. And like everybody was just sitting down, and I was the only one standing up. I was like 22 by then. I was standing up. I was new in the faith, and I said I can't speak tongues. And the pastor said he prayed for me, and he told me that this night I will start speaking it. In the night, I hoped I could speak it, but there was no advancement. I just started making up words because I just felt alone when we go to any church gatherings and everybody was just speaking in tongues. I was like, how are they coming up with that? Because I've never been able to. And I practice the faith according to, I pray every night. And that's when things just started dawning on me. I said, no, I have to read this thing myself. So I started reading the Bible myself, and it just started to make sense to me. I just knew that there's a lot of lies in this.
I saw a video with a prophet, Brian Carn. He was saying that the Holy Spirit was ministering to him and that he was drunk in the Holy Spirit. And he told the church, if you have the Holy Spirit, he said, grab the hand of your neighbor and look over to them and say to them, when the Holy Spirit hit, and if you don't have the Holy Spirit, basically like we all gonna know or whatever. And I Sean had stitched the video and he was talking about how manipulative it is. And I was thinking, like, as soon as he said it, I was like, that is high manipulation, because people are going to feel shamed if, as soon as, Brian Carn says that the Holy Spirit hit, then the whole church has to go up. They have to start speaking in tongues. And if you standing there, then everybody looking at you like, what's wrong with Brother Yadi? He ain't speaking in tongues. He must not be living right. And so it's like to embarrass you or to shame you because you haven't, risen to a certain level in the God. And then the
Yeah.
thing is, like, did the pastor come to you and tell you that you were faking it after you started faking it, or did the pastor believe you had the Holy Spirit?
Nah, they believed because I was just using the same tone as them, and I was just bringing out my mouth. Just, how I think it's 100% fake, because I was able to speak it like how they were speaking it without any meaning, and I was just speaking it, and I was so deep into the faith that I was a fool back then, that to think that, okay, the spirit knows what I'm saying. Only God understands what I'm speaking, but I can't understand it. It's a words of the spirit. That's what they try to tell us. So I just went on speaking, but it meant a whole lot of nothing. It was fake. The pastor never knew.
And that's interesting to me because they could always, you know, shame you for not having it, but they never ever pick up when you're faking it, you know.
Yeah, wow, that's a very nice standpoint. And I've never thought about that. That's true. That's true.
I have a friend who said that he went to church with his friend, and he said his friend told him, "Watch this," and his friend just started going chicka 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 chicka, saying chicka 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 chicka, and they thought that he had the Holy Spirit. And then somebody had commented on one of the shows that I did with either the Atheist Experience or The Line, I can't remember. But they said that their dad caught a Charlie horse on the altar because they were tarrying for the Holy Spirit, and he had been tarrying so long with the people around him. You know how they have you on the altar and they go, Jesus, 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 Jesus,
Mm.
Jesus. You know, they're tarrying for the Holy Spirit. He had been tarrying for so long that he caught a Charlie horse. He grabbed his leg and screamed out. And when he started screaming out,
Wow.
they thought he caught the Holy Spirit. So he said he just went along with it so he could get up. And so they thought that he caught the Holy Spirit. It's interesting that they cannot tell when the Holy Spirit didn't actually come.
That's very true. That's very true. Are you all in America?
Yeah. Hmm.
Oh, I'm in Africa, Ghana, and I hope you guys could experience how people act around here because they take it very serious over here. People die because of this. People will be on medication. They will tell them to take their medication, but they would rather go and sleep in the house or in the church. They would rather sleep there and be drinking anointing oil, be drinking holy waters. People will be taking stickers, handkerchiefs, a whole lot of things. People will be, like it's crazy out here. It's very crazy. If I'm to tell you the things that are happening here, you will never believe me. Crazy, crazy, crazy things.
I see it. I see it online. I got into it with a pastor from the continent yesterday. Oh my gosh. He's one of those types of pastors that takes offering from his parishioners who are barely making ends meet. And he laughs
Yeah.
about it like it's funny. And he's like, "Don't you take off?" No, he said, "Don't everybody take offering? Everybody takes offering." Like it's, um, and I see it all over the app. Um, I see them on uh, live telling them to send $20 cash apps, and God's gonna like add an extra zero to your paycheck. And they're sitting on there and their cash apps are like dinging, dinging. They're calling off names of people sending in 20, 25. Like it's quite sad to see because these are people that are hoping for a miracle, that really need a miracle, and they're taking advantage of them.
Yeah.
The prophets, like we have these scams here in America, but I've never seen it the way I see it on the continent.
Yeah,
Um,
it's very sad, yeah, because
yes.
there's a lot of poverty here, like very deep poverty. In America, you guys have very good systems to help you get some money. There's jobs, they pay well, but over here, the minimum payment is like $1. People are earning $1 a day. Some people are earning $40 a month. That's somebody's monthly payment, and they also use that money and give it to the pastors. And these pastors are buying private jets, like they are very rich. Like these rich people in America, they are on the same level with them, whilst in Africa. So they are just it's just sad, very sad. People, they are buying private jets, Rolls Royces, all these supercars with this small little money they take from these poverty people, these poor people, and people they keep on dying. They're always dying, giving all their money
Yeah, I
to the
brought that
pastors.
up to him, to that pastor yesterday too, and he just laughed. And the people in the background with him, they just laughing. And like,
Yeah.
it shocked me to hear a woman in the background laughing at it too. I don't know why, but like I normally see men on the continent. Like the pastors are usually men, but we can't forget that there are also women behind these men who are usually out front that are supporting it. But it shocked me to hear the woman in the background co-signing it and laughing. Um, like, and I asked him, like, how can you take from people who can barely make ends meet? You know.
They don't care. They don't
Mm-mm.
care. And the about women in Africa, they are the ones who are always in church because they are seeking marriages. They are seeking a whole lot of miracles. So they are always in church and they are supporting whatever the pastors are doing.
Yeah, there's a pastor over there that does like a morning prayer on YouTube. He has like 50,000 viewers every morning when he does his prayer. And I'm like,
Wow.
that's a lot of people looking for this guy to do miracles in their life. And if anything, that should be an indicator that this God is not moving. Like the only wealth is only going one way, and that's to the quote unquote man of God. Why is the wealth flowing that way and not out to the people? And no one that's within it, right, ever stops for a second and goes, wait a minute, the flow of currency is going to the God where the flow should be coming from the God to the people, the worshipers. Like it's going the opposite direction. But
That's true.
yeah, it takes, the ability to question, and they stomp that out of them and say, you can't question God. Like this yesterday when I was talking to the pastor, like we started out with like the Cain and Abel story and applying critical thought to that story. And um, what we were trying to uh, decide or understand is the logical conclusion that the devil influenced Cain to kill Abel, because that's the teaching, right? And I asked him, I was like, logically, the only characters in that story is the God, Cain, and Abel. He he lied and said that the devil is in that story because the God told Cain, the devil is creeping at the door. And I said, no, he didn't. I said, it said sin. And he lied and said sin and the devil are the same. He's like, they're used interchangeably in the Bible. And I'm like, you are fucking lying. Like you
Oh,
changed the text in order to fit whatever narrative it is that you want to
yes.
spread or preach at that time.
Yeah. Please, can I ask you something?
Hmm.
Do you believe in Jesus? Like, do you
No.
believe the story of Jesus?
Mm-mm. No.
Thing. I think they wrote the whole story about that stuff. Anything about that New Testament, I think is fake. They just put it in there so that it could change our narrative about the Bible.
There is a lot of there are mythologies even in the Old Testament, historical fiction with some people are made up, some people did exist in history, but the narratives written around that historical person are hyperbolic, um, are historical fiction. The timelines have been moved back. There's a formula to help you, know when the event actually happened in history versus when the Bible says it happened. It's like 100-year gap between each. And so I can't quote it off the top of my head, but it's something like if it happened the Bible is saying that it happened sometime between the ninth and 10th century, then to look for it in history, you need to move it up 100 years because you'll find the real event 100 years before, right? And so that's what I learned, that formula when I first started studying the Bible like a historian, and I was able to uncover a lot of stuff. Um, and so like even the Hebrew text is not factual. Like there are some things in there that is true, but a lot of it is historical fiction and mythologies mixed in.
That's true. I
Did you have anything else, Yadi?
no.
No? I think. Why do you sound sad right now? Are you
You said
are you good? You sound kind of disappointed.
no. I'm good. I'm good. I'm
Oh,
good.
okay.
I guess I saw someone say the Old Testament is fake too, but I kind of disagree with that. But
No, no, you can tell me why. Like, are you Torah? Are you Torah focused?
no, no. I'm more focused on why would they put a New Testament there? What was their main motive why they wanted us to believe in a Messiah, that a Messiah has come? What was the main motive? That's what I want to know why. And I've been researching on it since December.
Yeah. So if so, the Pauline letters were written first. We don't know who wrote those letters. Is they were anonymous. That person was a Israelite from the tribe of Benjamin, and they wanted to get away from the law of Moses, because during after the exile during the Hellenistic period, the Israelites began to mingle with the Greeks, and they started taking on some of the uh, spiritual aspects of the Greek spiritual system. So they started believing in souls, they started believing in demons, the concept of heaven and hell. And so half of them wanted to stay strictly Torah, Israelite focused, and then half of them wanted to be Hellenistic, be strictly, you know, Hellenized, and then that you had those in the middle that wanted to combine the two, and they wanted to open up uh, Yahwehism to invite the Greeks to join the covenant. So they were fighting with each other. Um,
Okay.
with that, and then as we move into first century Rome, when Rome after the Maccabean revolt, Rome is occupying and they're mingling with the Gentiles even more, and so they started to want to live like the Gentiles and get out from under the strict law of Moses. And so that writer of the Pauline letters is focused on that. And
Okay.
he basically is writing to say that this Christ character, which necessarily wasn't from the Hebrew God at first, came to rescue the Israelites from that yoke, like that heavy burden of the law, so that they could, live like the Gentiles. And then um, after, I would say somewhere around 70 AD, after the destruction of the temple, you
Yeah.
get the book of Mark. Um, there's multiple uh, assumptions as to why the book of Mark was written first. We know that during that time, the Jews were under Roman occupation. They had a deal with Rome where they had to pay taxes to the Roman gods, but they didn't have to honor the Roman gods the way any other nation did that Rome conquered. But Rome kept trying to get them to join the imperial cult, and they kept refusing. So they were always rebelling, and so then here comes this Messiah, Jesus, this failed apocalyptic Messiah who's crucified, that then neutralized them during that time, if that makes sense. So there's different reasons. Some say that it was to, some people there were already different sects of Christ followers who didn't
Oh.
necessarily see him as the Son of God. He was not divine. He was a prophet, a human who was chosen by the God to be the Jewish Messiah. For one of the sects, for another of the sects that were following this Christ through the Pauline letters, said that he was chosen to become divine on earth. And so they were following Paul's letters, and then these four gospels were developed after that. Does that make sense? And then you get, I would say, maybe around 405, around fourth century BCE. I mean, fourth century CE. The Hebrew text is then married to the New Testament canon, because the first canon of the New Testament was done by Marcion, which is a
Yeah, I've
bishop.
heard about it.
Yeah, yeah. And so then they marry these two together, and then this Christ that was talked about in this New Testament, then becomes the son of the Hebrew God. Because at first it wasn't together. Does that make sense?
It makes sense.
Yeah. But
And
no one knows like what the reason is.
yeah,
Yeah.
okay. And what's your thoughts on who the Israelites were? Who were the Israelites? Are they the people who say they are the Israelites now, or do you think it was the Africans?
It definitely wasn't the Africans. They were Arameans from Mesopotamia. They were Syrians. The text in Deuteronomy 26:5 lets you know that they were Aramean. They were not African. And the Deuteronomy histories were commissioned by King Josiah, who was not an African. I don't know. I don't know where this idea came from that the Israelites in this story are African. I don't even know how they can explain. Sometimes I hear them say that the 10 tribes that were conquered by King Cyrus in Assyria and deported throughout Assyria were, the West Africans today, but they cannot explain how they got to West Africa, right? It's
Yeah.
2,500 miles away. Um, and then a lot of Black people today across the diaspora claim to be the tribe of Judah, who dispersed after the temple was destroyed in 70 AD. And again, how did they migrate to West Africa? Um, like they can't explain that. Um, but there are no West Africans in this story.
Yeah, there are no West Africans. I think the reason why they say that is about the tribes. Most of those people never have tribes and totems. In Africa, it's all about tribes and totems before the Berlin Conference. It was we never had a country. We had tribes and we had totems. Every tribe has their totem. Like I come from a different tribe in Ghana here, and we have our own totem. And there's a lot of tribes, and they all have their own totems. I think that's why people try to link it.
Yeah, like there is definitely influence from Egypt and Kush, right? But that doesn't mean West African. Like Egypt had tribes and totems, and so what we know is that the authors of the Torah, the Netavim and Ketuvim, used their time that they lived amongst different communities, the oral traditions that they learned as they lived amongst those different communities to write their narratives, right? And King Josiah is the one who commissioned the Torah, and he like for the purposes of you know controlling the people and changing the getting rid of paganism, right, and moving people's behavior towards monotheism. And so, uh, basically, a lot of the what they wrote is what they were used to based on the communities that they mingled with, that they lived amongst. Like you see influence from Mesopotamia and the Enuma Elish in here as well. And so, like, I don't understand how or why Black people who believe that the Israelites are African, why they ignore the Mesopotamian influence, the Assyrian, like the Persian influence in the stories also. Like we know, we had a conversation with a guy the other day who tried to say that the 12 stones in Revelation was given to the writer of Revelation through revelation only because no one could have named those 12 stones, and they are all I forgot I can't pronounce the name of the isotopes. I think a isotopes or something. I can't remember how to say the word, but these stones were on the breastplates of the pharaohs. And isotopic. Thank you. These stones were on the. Can y'all get the spammer in the comments for me, please? were on the breastplates of the pharaohs, right, and the soldiers in Egypt, in Mesopotamia, right?
Yeah.
And then in 4 rows. I mean, 3 rows of four, the same way that God told Moses to do, right? But like it, so the influence of these stones and how they are laid out on the breastplate of the priest is the same way they were for the pharaohs. So we know for a fact, right? We can look at King Tut's um, breastplate and 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 see the evidence of that in Egypt. We don't have anything a breastplate from Israel, right?
Yeah.
And so we can see where the influence came from. That's not to say that it didn't happen in Israel. That's not to say that they didn't have it, but we know that Egypt's is much older. And so just because they might have been influenced by living amongst a culture doesn't mean that they are that culture. Does that make sense?
I agree with that. Makes sense. I learned a lot of stuff today.
I'm not taking Tot, but I'm talking about Tutankhamun. What did you say?
I said you made a lot of sense, and I learned a lot of stuff from you today.
All right. Did you have anything else?
No,
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming up, Yadi. I hope you have a great rest of the day.
thank you.
Sayonara.
That's something that you say when you're like, I don't know. You sound, I don't know, Venus. You don't say it like that.
Why not?
I don't know. Like when you say sayonara, that's like jerk. Sayonara, jerk.
No, but he liked anime. Anime is Japanese, so sayonara is bye in Japanese.
Oh. But the tone, like, I don't know. It sounded like you was like, bye, jerk.
No, I wasn't saying sayonara,
That,
sucker.
that's what
I
it
was
sounded
just.
like. The way you said sayonara.
Why do you
That's what
keep
it
saying
sounded like.
sayonara, thinker?
Huh?
You keep saying sayonara. It's
Sayonara?
no.
What is it?
Okay, sayonara.
Sayonara. But the way you said it is sayonara. Yeah, like it sounded like you're saying sayonara, jerk. That's what it sounded like.
No, Yadi was sweet.
Yeah, he was sweet. All right, just a few more, y'all, and then I gotta go to bed because I gotta travel.
Wow, Tori, you're a hater. You're a hater, Tori. It's a turn. My turn is light skin. Nah, I'm playing. I'm playing, guys. Don't jump on me. Don't jump on me.
iCloud? iCloud? Is there anybody in the guest box on purpose? I don't think so. I think we might be done. Anybody else? We have time for one more before I have to go.
Where are you gonna go?
I'm about to go and meet the community to hang with the people from the community for Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 4 days.
What? So Mama Bash isn't going live?
Well, she's already there, so her and Fee are already there, so they may go live today. Mama Bash, are you going live today? I think they're already there. There's several people already there.
I wasn't invited. Wow.
Yes, the fuck you were. Everybody was invited. That's a nerd. That's a super nerd.
I'm in Australia.
That doesn't mean you weren't invited. That just means that you too far away. You almost there. You're gonna get there before me. I'm actually thinking about pushing my travel time back. So I'm trying to figure out. Ready or not, are you in the request on purpose or on accident? Mama Bash is going
Think
live today.
of
What time are you going live, Mama Bash? now. Okay, so she's gonna go live now. That'll give me something to fall asleep to, and then I will see y'all. While she's live, I'll be listening to y'all
Thinker,
while I'm traveling. Huh?
do you mind if I ask the community for something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Guys, I'm 21. I live outside of home and I'm doing my biomedical science bachelor's, and my fucking computer is done. So I would greatly appreciate it if you guys want, because I start next week, so I think I might just borrow a computer from the library. Australia is really like equitable with some stuff, but if you guys want to help me, I made a GoFundMe. It's kind of cringe because I don't know if I made it properly or something, but I would appreciate it. That's all. I hate asking for help. Oh my god.
I hate that people hate asking for help. And I know, like, we have a large community and there's a lot of people that be needing help. I don't want to keep coming to the community and be like, every time it's like, oh my gosh, every time. But I do want to, if Data is listening, if we could get a way where, because we have the nerd support group in the Discord, but I don't think enough people visit the Discord to see like who needs help. Because $5 here from people in the community could be helpful. Yep, Quan damn near starved before she asked for help before when she got hurt. We had to like take that in our own hands. Sandra made a video and was like, "Hey, she's not speaking up." There are several people um, that didn't want to speak up. The person that we just helped on my birthday did not want to speak up. And I'm like, you cannot you cannot starve because you don't want to ask for help. And that's in our community. For some odd reason, asking for help is hard than a motherfucker. I get it.
Honestly,
I get
I
it.
had my GoFundMe up there.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Hold on. But what I would love, right? Because I get a lot of messages, okay, of people needing help, and what I'm not going to do is come to the community like every live and be like, okay, y'all, here we go. What I would like to do is create a website or a link where people can submit where they need emergency help. Okay, I have seen where some people are kind of uh, you know expecting the community to do it more than once. We cannot do that, right? It should be like emergencies is what we want to do. Because keep in mind, we ain't rich either, but we do want to pool our resources together to help people. Please do not hear me saying this and then say I'm not going to ask for help. That's not what I'm saying. Okay, please hear my heart and what I'm saying. What I'm trying to find is a way to where we can pool resources and we constantly have a way where when a person wants to give back, they can go to a list and give to a specific cash app, and send $5 here, $10 there, and with no obligation. Maybe you hit the numbers and you're like, oh, let me go to the community list and see who I can bless that day, right? Pick a name off the list and cash out that person, and roll through and see what the immediate needs are. I would love to do something like that. That way, if we have to make a plea through the live, that it is for like dire emergencies through the live. And then we have this where people can take it upon themselves to go and visit this link to help. And I think that's one of the best ways that we can pull resources together where it's not feeling, you know. But if Data can help with that, I appreciate that. What were you getting ready to say, Venus?
I honestly had my GoFundMe sitting in my bio for a week and I just didn't want to promote it. Even on my own fucking stupid live. I didn't want to. The problem with me being in Australia is I want to help people, but I don't have a Cash App because I'm in Australia. I only have PayPal. So when I try and like donate or give to people, I can only do GoFundMe and PayPal. So it's kind of hard. So if we do something like that, how do I like do I give the money to someone to give to their Cash App?
We'll figure it out, because I know, like with PayPal, it also has like your personal information on it too. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Dad is gonna look into it, and we'll figure it out. But for your
Who's Dada?
GoFundMe, Data. He's,
Oh, we did this last time. Sorry. I
oh my
remember.
God! Do not make fun of the way I say. Oh my God. Um. Oh my gosh. Um. We'll figure it out. But your GoFundMe is in your link. What?
hmm My
GoFundMe
GoFundMe is
is
in
in
my
your
bio.
bio. Yeah, your
Yeah.
GoFundMe is in your bio and you're trying to get a laptop for schools, and school starts August
It starts next week.
next week. Okay. All right, we got that. And yeah, Mama Bash is gonna go live now. I appreciate y'all. If you're coming to the birthday bash, Ruby, we're celebrating me, Ruby, and Keisha. Our birthdays. Oh, let me play something. This is my daughter
I'm
sent this
so
to me.
jealous.
My daughter sent this to me for my birthday. Um, and I just want to play it for all of the July birthdays. My handsome king, my pretty princess, give me the name boy. You are plus one today. Today is your birthday. You are plus one today. Give me the name boy. Because celebrate, jubilate, pop champagne, eat more cake. Celebrate, jubilate, pop champagne, eat more cake. Where are my July boys? Where are my July boys? My handsome king, my pretty princess, give me the name boy. You are plus one today. Today is your birthday. You are plus one today. I love it. Where are my July borns? You are plus one today. I love that. If your birthday is in July, I hope you have an amazing birthday. I know there's a couple of people whose birthday is coming up on Friday. I hope you have an amazing birthday. And if you're traveling, I will see y'all in a couple of hours. I love y'all very much. Mama Bash is live, and I hope y'all have a
Bye,
great rest of the
guys.
week,
Love you
y'all.
guys.
Bye, y'all. Bye to the YouTube. Thank y'all. Make sure y'all follow us on YouTube. Think Beyond Dogma.